Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and we're joined by Mike Peasley for Rangers Extra Innings. Pease, I agree with you. I heard what you were talking about there in the round table with Matt and Jared, but a lot of the fans upset with the bullpen. Understandable, but this one I think set up just how Bruce Bochy wanted it to. I don't think he could have done anything different.
No, because he had said that he is going to use Aroldis Chapman like he had been used in Kansas City as in the setup position. And that's exactly what he did today. And Aroldis Chapman was able to keep this game tied by working a 1-2-3 inning there in the 8th inning. And the Rangers take the lead in the bottom of the 8th. And unfortunately, as you said, Zach, Will Smith, who had been so good this year, today he wasn't, and it cost the Rangers a really tough game and a game that they really, really wanted to win. Not only what it means in the standings, but when you come back from 8 down and take the lead and then lose, that's the ultimate gut punch.
Yeah, I was going to ask you this, Pease. I mean, we've all been a part of sports a long time and covering sports. Do you want the slow death or the quick death? And that was, you have to be proud of the Rangers, the way they fought back. There was enough time, enough innings, enough at-bats for them to get this done. But at the end of the day, if you're going to lose, how do you lose? Do you want to get blown out, or do you just want to deal with your best guy on the hill and take it that way?
Well, I would prefer to lose it like they did today and not go out and lose 13-2, because at least today the offense got back on track. And we have seen this Rangers team, really scuffle for the better part of a month offensively. But it was good to see Josh Young get a couple of hits. Travis Jankowski had a career day. Leody Taveras, he was outstanding once again as well. And Adolis Garcia's really picked it up too. So I like to see the offense get going a little bit. They got some key hits with runners in scoring position. So hopefully, Brian, that is something that can carry over here into the final week leading up to the All-Star break and then afterwards as well.
What seemed to be the problem with Martin today?
As you heard Bruce Bochy say, his stuff was a little flat. And, a lot of the stuff was down from Martin Perez today, but it was out over the middle of the plate. It wasn't on the edges. And the Houston Astros, you could tell early on there was a lot of loud contact, and it was a minor miracle that he was able to get out of that first inning unscathed. It took a great catch out there in right field from Adolis Garcia. Otherwise, it could have been real ugly in the first inning. And you were just hoping, because with Christian Javier pitching for Houston, he had not been good in his last 2 starts. You're down 2-0. You got Kyle Tucker up. It's like, okay, even if he gets just a sacrifice fly, you're only down 3. You still feel like you got a really good chance. And I think he was trying to get him through Kyle Tucker, then bring in the right-hander Otto to face Bregman. Unfortunately, Kyle Tucker hit the 3-2 pitch halfway up the stands in right field. It just was not Martin Perez's day.
Certainly not the results we wanted. Astros take 3 of 4, but 4 consecutive sellouts. Certainly sounded like a postseason affair. What was the vibe like out there at Globe Life Field?
It was great. It was loud, especially today's game with the two teams. One team dominating early, the other team dominating late. It's what you love about pennant race baseball. We're not to pennant race baseball yet. You really got to wait until late August and September to get that. But this certainly had a playoff type feel to it today, and it was just unfortunate the Rangers were not able to close this one out. But again, it's the first time that the Rangers have ever sold out all 4 home games in a single series. They had never done that in the history of the franchise, and they did it here with this wraparound series with Houston. So it was just a great vibe, and we saw a lot of great baseball. And unfortunately, the Rangers came up just a little bit short of getting what they had hoped for here in a split in this 4-game series.
Peace, when we look at this baseball team, and we know it's a good team, and they're doing their best to kind of shore up issues that they have. I kind of feel like it's one of the old story with the kid. It's trying to plug the holes in the dam, and like every time that you feel like an area is plugged up, something else kind of pops open another hole and stuff like that. Am I wrong about, you're with this team every day? Is it just kind of like they're managing problems, but just they can't get it all to kind of come together like they need it to?
Yeah, I mean, the offense really, covered up a lot of this team's deficiencies in the first couple of months of the season. We knew that the bullpen was an issue, but this team was scoring 10 runs, constantly, and it kind of covered up. But I guess if you want to look at it on the bright side, Brian, is that the trade deadline is 4 weeks away.
Right.
And it's better to know your biggest deficiencies before the trade deadline than after the trade deadline. We know this team needs more bullpen help. Chris Young will go out there and get some more bullpen help. Mm-hmm. They certainly could use another starter as well, and I think they could use another bat too, because they have just not been able to get much production out of that DH spot, whether it's been Robbie Grossman, whether it has been Mitch Garver. Ezekiel Duran has played a lot in left field, but if you could bring in a guy, say like a Tommy Pham from the Mets, who's having an outstanding year, I think he's got an OPS right now of over 850. I think you need to add another bat to this lineup too.
Now, do you feel like after the like a day like today for Martin, is it pretty much guaranteed they end up adding another starter?
Oh, I don't know. It's guaranteed that they will. I think if they want to go deep into the postseason, that they're going to need another starter. And who knows? There's still, a little less than 80 games to go here in the regular season. But I've been consistent. If you want to go deep into the postseason, you've got to get yourself a top-of-the-line rotation kind of guy, whether it's a Dylan Cease, whether it's a, you could even look towards the Mets right now. If Verlander or Scherzer become available and the Mets want to eat a lot of that money, absolutely you go out there and try to get one of those two guys. That way you could have that guy as a number one, Eovaldi as a 2, John Gray with the 3. I think I would feel a whole lot better about the Rangers' chances in a short series with that, rather than have Eovaldi as your 1, John Gray as your 2, and then game 3 starter, you can look at a Dane Dunning, Martin Perez. I would feel a lot better about that.
Hey, Mike, on the old bingo card, Dane Dunning is your ace stopper of losses kind of guy? Is that what we got working tomorrow?
Well, Nathan Eovaldi is the ace stopper. He did that the other day. I think he's now 5-0 after a Rangers loss. But, hey, Dane Dunning has been really good so far. Just looking at some of the numbers since he joined the rotation when Jacob deGrom went down, 10 starts. He's gone 5-1 with an ERA of an even 3. So they'll need him to pitch well. And, again, it is a quick turnaround. This team has to fly all the way out to Boston and then play an afternoon game tomorrow. And Fenway Park has been a house of horrors for the Rangers. They have lost 15 of their last 18 games at the place of the Green Monster.
Pease, anything else before we let you boogie on out of here, man?
I'm ready to get off the roller coaster from today. I am emotionally spent.
Yes, absolutely. Go take a breather, have a happy 4th of July, and get home safe, my friend.
Always great talking baseball with you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. There he goes, Mike Peasley here on your home of the Rangers, 12-11. The Astros rally to knock off the Rangers. They take 3 of 4 in this series. Rangers now with a 3-game lead. This was a big one. If they could have won it, they maintained the 5-game lead that they had when the series started. There's some positives to take away, but I do think they certainly know the wheeling and dealing isn't done. Chapman's looking good. You got to add a couple more bullpen arms, and I do think they will be looking to add a starter. Certainly. I don't think Martin's been as bad all year long as some others are. I know the text is lighting up. He had 2 quality starts coming into today. He didn't have it today. No. Today was awful. But overall, I do think this team learns, hey, when we're in these games against a World Series team and that pedigree like the Astros, going into the postseason in a series, we don't have the arms right now that we feel like we can count on and rely on to win these games.
I kind of feel like, though, to me, this was just a wasted homestand. With a couple of times with the Astros, you had leads, you couldn't protect them. Tonight, or this afternoon, you fight back. You've got your best guy on the hill to try and close this thing out. You don't. I think Houston sent a message to you a little bit today. I should say for the series. The fact that they were able to come back a couple of different times, you weren't able to put them away. That's one of those things when we look back, if these two teams find a way to tangle again, and they will. I mean, they've got more games left in the second half, but I hope we don't look back on this series, when we get to the end and say, man, when the Rangers lost 3 or 4 to the Astros and had a chance to put a couple of those away and couldn't get it done, maybe that's something that we hopefully that's not one of those things. But I think the Astros kind of sent a little bit of message to you. They fell apart today. The Astros did.
Oh, yeah.
They completely.
Christian Javier has been so good against the Rangers. They knock him out in the 5th.
They completely fall apart. Bregman has the era to allow you to score. I mean, it's just, to me, this was an opportunity today. Even though you were down big and you came back, great. But if you look at the overall homestand, to split with the Tigers and to lose 3-4 to the Astros, this one was a tough one. I hope we don't look back on it and say, well, that was a problem.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, this is going to be a bit of a challenging month in July with some of the competition that you're going to be facing. And
Dodgers, and the Rays,
Astros
Guardians,
again. I think to close it down.
Close out July.
There's this is a big month. I think that's part of the reason they wanted to get Chapman done and in here as soon as possible. And you can see the effect he's already had. It's unfortunate that they've kind of they've kind of smoked away the two great performances he's had. I am interested to see if at what point. I mean, I know Pease pointed out Bochy, this was his plan all along, bringing in Chapman and using him the same way the Royals were. But could he give you a little bit more than just an inning? I wonder at what point they consider that.
Yeah, and we'll see, eventually if he does slide into that closer role. I know we're getting a lot of texts, 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line. He was setting up for the Royals as well. That's kind of the role that he's been in this year. That's the role
But
Bochy
he wasn't
wanted.
in a lot of those high leverage situations with the Royals.
No, because they're a bad team, 100% right. But I do wonder if at some point, and I don't, the bullpen's not done. Chris Young's going to go out there. We'll talk with him at 4:20 on Wednesday. This thing's not a finished product. These teams could look very, very different when they meet up even at the end of this month when it comes to the bullpen and maybe even how the starting rotations are constructed.
It is so freaking fun, though, to have a team that is never out of a game offensively.
Well, I think that's a big takeaway from today.
Yes.
Definitely the Astros are leaving with momentum. They took 3 of 4, but today you get down 10-2. You claw all the way back.
The thing that I'm kind of thinking about with I can't remember the last time I felt like awful about Ranger, and we don't miss Ranger games. You either listen to them, you watch them, and you're kind of riding, like Pease is talking about, you're riding the roller coaster. And it's been a long time since I felt really bad about, a loss. When they lose games, I'm like, you're like,
because we're emotionally invested
now. You really are.
This team's a blast.
And it is. It's one of those things you want to see this team have success, but it just kills you when they just claw their way back into a game, and you're thinking, I mean, just that finding a way to win today would have made it a different thought about the series.
It would have been an all-time great win. An all-time great win.
Just straight celebration, euphoria. It's over the Astros. I mean, walking out. Can you imagine walking out of the ballpark?
Just crotch first confidence. That's what I did on Saturday. I went out there.
Yeah.
Man, was able to just double barrel all those Astro fans.
But they are, 10-15 in their last 25 games. So they got to get something cleaned up. It's certainly a part of that is the bats, but a lot of it's the bullpen. They've worked to do that with Chapman. But just so fun to be able to see a team where even when their offense has been kind of struggling as of late, they can erupt like this. And it's just like, how fun is this team?
No doubt. And it's going to be
a stressful.
Star-studded affair with the Rangers representing the All-Star game. As yesterday, if you missed it, we found out the Rangers got the most All-Stars among any American League team. Aroldis Garcia, Nathan Eovaldi, Marcus Semien, Jonah Heim, Corey Seager, Josh Young. Eovaldi won the player vote, got the most votes among any starting pitcher. There's a chance he could start this thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, he's done a nice job. He's had a couple of outings that where, like early in the season, there were those times where you knew he was going like, heck, there's a chance he's going to get a complete game here. 8, 9 innings every time. And then the last 3, he was trying really hard to get that 10th victory. Finally got the 10th victory. So good for him to be heading towards the break and being as pitching as well as he has.
But it's cool. I think we've gotten the vibes from that clubhouse in spring training and all through the season with the players show and discussing, just what the identity of this team is and how everybody points to Eovaldi as the guy that everybody just seems to love him. Like he's a great leader, mentor, people gravitate to him. And I think that's something now he's been in the league long enough. People understand that. Players understand that. I think he's just one of the most likable guys in the sport. And so when you add on top of that to the fact that he's been, pitching the lights out for most of the season, like, heck yeah, dude, that's awesome for him.
50-35 are the Rangers, still first place in the American League West, 3 games up on the Astros, and they will go to Boston tomorrow. Dane Dunning will start, and it'll be a 12 o'clock pregame, 12:35 first pitch. This is pretty amazing. It's fun to have the Rangers playing in Fenway on the 4th of July.
Yeah, it feels very American. I'm super excited about it. It does kind of suck, though, that Major League Baseball can allow Boston to schedule a day game versus a team flying in on the heels of the Red Sox having the day off today. The scheduling advantages there are very one-sided, but it's Dane Dunning, so you can't.
Well, it was just a weird week for the Rangers for a homestand, 2 4-game sets.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of that's strange in itself that you had to have that wraparound series that. Went Friday through, Monday. And it's strange. But, hey, they could say these guys get on a little bit of a rhythm. They need to go to Fenway and find a way. Pease gave you the numbers. They're horrific. Need to find a way to get back and get this thing on the right track again.
So we will, of course, be diving into the Rangers. And like I said, we'll have CY at 4:20 on Wednesday this week. We'll get the Players Show on Thursday this week. Things shuffled around a little bit on the G-Bag Nation because of the holiday. And let us know what your plans are. Appreciate you allowing your Monday afternoon and hanging out and being a part with us here. We did have some news today regarding Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, fellas. I don't know how excited you are about this. I think this could be fascinating. We have Netflix, who has just got the rights to do a 10-part docuseries on the Dallas Cowboys owner. The NFL, Skydance Sports, and the Jones family announced the docuseries back in May, and Netflix will be picking it up. We talked about this, I think, Eric, when we were doing nights on Nosebleed Seats, and it was when The Last Dance was out. And we were like, oh, what's a docuseries that you'd love? I'd love the early 90s Cowboys dynasty, Last Dance style. I think that'd be a blast. But this could be pretty fun with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, it was that, and it was the the Florida Gators era, the Urban Meyer, Tim Tebow, Aaron Hernandez era was one that people talked about. Now that one it might be out now, or it's about to drop.
Yeah, I think it's about to drop. And we're going to get a Johnny Football, like those untold stories.
Yes.
They're going to do a Johnny Football episode.
See, so that's fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. This Jerry one, but with him being directly involved with like the footage, and I don't know, I mean, it's just sort of like a Jerry Puff piece of sorts, right? And he gets to cash out big time on it. I discovered this because I saw Jerry Cinematic Universe trending on Twitter. This is like the first of what is just going to be an endless Jerry Jones line of movies.
We got an authority on documentaries that works.
We do.
We have an authority that works with us for these documentaries. Lucius?
Oh, what's up?
What do you think the Jerry Jones documentary is going to be, and how is it going to
I need a David Wells Jerry Jones documentary. That's what I need. I need that gritty one. Not a puff piece like my man said. It will be like the Michael Jordan did with The Last Dance.
I'm
not going to leave that in there.
Yeah, or like Conor McGregor's done.
Yeah, I want to see some real deal Holyfields. How it got swept under the rug type situations. Because David Wells has some stories out here.
Oh, no question. One of the greatest, when I used to go on the road trips with the Cowboys, I would always find David Wells and go to breakfast with him the day before the game.
The breakfast.
He would tell some stories. Lucius is absolutely right. This guy knows everything. And if Lucius is right, if in fact I don't want the Jerry Jones puff piece. He's up there in age.
You'll puff past that.
No, we don't. Somebody else could do that puff piece stuff about Jerry Jones. I worked for him for 14 years, and there's a lot of stories.
I imagine.
A lot of stories. And I wonder how many of those stories he's going to get into.
Me too.
I really do. Because I don't want this to be when he went to the Hall of Fame and everybody's talking. I want the real deal, like Lucius is talking
about. The grimy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get a little investigative here. I want to learn some things.
I like that.
The Don Van Natter? You want that? That kind?
Uh-oh.
You mean Don Van Natta bleeping around?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think Jerry wants Don Van Natta anywhere near his documentary.
I think that'd be fun.
They're friends.
I think that's rule number one on Jerry's like what must get done list on the list of things that has to happen.
No Don.
Number one is just keep Don Van Natta as far away
keep
from
Don out of here
as possible.
Oh, no, they're buddies, man. Don could tell the story. They really are. They're friends.
Drinking store. They're friends?
They're really friends.
That is shocking.
They're really friends.
No publicity is bad publicity.
You got to keep your enemies close too, bro.
Right.
I got to see what you're doing at all times.
Yeah. Don and Jerry are very good friends.
There's a bottle of whiskey on me right here. I see what you wrote.
He's that Johnny Walker Blue.
Johnny Walker Blue. Break that out.
Leaving that one pot out.
Yeah,
so Jerry's never caught off guard when one of these
no
profiles comes out on the latest shenanigans?
No.
Okay.
You could feel the buzz in that building when something bad's about to happen.
There's
feel
a buzz
it.
To be felt.
You feel it.
Oh, there's a buzz.
Yeah.
There's a buzz. So I'm
actually jealous of this guy David Wells getting to have breakfast with
man.
us all the time.
I would buy every single time. It's so worth it. Like, Wells, I go, you order whatever you want on the menu as much as you want.
And then spill the beans.
The
Wells.
stories.
What kind of money did you put in the envelope and hand over to somebody with a wink like, all right, that story's not going to.
The story.
You want an extra short stack? Just keep them coming.
Oh, man.
Sorry about my guys. Here's a little tender.
You want to go back to the omelet station a couple of times? Go back a couple of times?
Man.
Yeah.
So Wells saw firsthand how you would approach the pancake by just putting jelly on it instead of
I didn't
syrup.
say much. He probably thought things about me, but he knew.
For sure.
But he kept going.
He might be listening right now.
Gosh, we'll call him.
He's always listening.
He always listening.
He's always listening.
Always
I love you, David. I miss you, man. I really
Always
do.
watching you,
I miss you.
Wazowski.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We'll get more into the Cowboys at 6 o'clock. We'll talk Mavs. We got Around the Rim coming up on the other side, all the Mavs news that they've made with the cap. But the Stars did make some news as well. It hasn't been as talked about, but NHL free agency is happening. Max Domi has left. He is
Au
signed
revoir.
with the Toronto Maple Leafs. He actually is joining former star John Klingberg, who also joined the Toronto Maple Leafs. But the Stars did get a move that it seems like the NHL world is very excited about. 1-year deal with Matt Duchene, who is a forward that has a ton of points, was the second leading scorer for the Nashville Predators last year. So they'll add another forward replacing Domi there. And they also were able to re-sign Joel Hanley as well.
Okay.
For a 2-year deal, their defenseman.
As we look to get comfortable and initiated with our new star, let's go about the pronunciation one more time.
Matt Duchene.
Okay. Did you get that one, Broadus?
Duchene.
Okay, very good. Duchene.
Do we make sure that's
we're on
right?
board.
We can double check.
I'm sure you.
Duchene.
I'm sure you have it right.
No, Walchuk, you nailed it.
You nailed it.
You're the
Thanks,
foremost
buddy.
authority.
Tell you what, yesterday we did an interview with a hockey insider, and she was even telling us how ridiculous these hockey last names are.
It made me
man.
feel better, honestly.
These are tough.
Yeah.
I mean, even these Italian ones, this third overall pick in the draft, there's an N somewhere in there. There's not even an N in the spelling of the name. Really freaks you out the first time you see it, Brian.
Man, I mean, it's
That's why you're a
understandable.
professional.
We'll try and be a professional. We try and fact check this. There's a ton of NBA. Great call, Lucius. A ton of NBA stuff to get into. How do you feel about the Mavs right now with some of the signings they've made? Eric, let's go ahead and go around the rim, shall we?
Yes, we go all the way around the rim featuring the latest news and also what I believe to be the worst contract dealt in free agency to this point. That's next right here in the nation.
But I do want to tell you about the homies over at Elite Skin Center. If you're dealing with any type
warrior.
Yeah, Fleece Johnson, the booty warrior. Yeah.
You have a real booty warrior
man's
spirit
butt.
about you.
It's better than water.
Yeah.
More important, that's for sure.
More important than water. There we go, yeah.
All righty, LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up at 5:40. It is the G-Bag Nation. Before we get to the house cleaning, I did want to note the same way Omar24 did on Twitter. LaMelo Ball has played 162 games of basketball in 3 seasons. He's made, of course, 0 playoffs, and he's racked up $260 million now thanks to his latest extension.
Yeah.
And they're calling it a great stress-free gig for a guy like LaMelo. And I would say, you know what? You're 100% right about that. Now, one thing we were not 100% right about is the pronunciation of the newest star. Walchuk was alleging that this guy's name is Duchenne.
No. Duchenne.
Duchenne, excuse me.
But it could have been Duchesne. I was, either or makes sense.
Have we pivoted now?
I am making the official ruling. I've watched several videos.
Okay.
I'm trusting the NHL Network and our fan texter from the 860. From now on, we're going Matt Duchesne.
Okay, so we're calling him the GOAT already.
He's the GOAT. Dude, you should see some of his dangles, man. This guy's got a nasty backhand.
All right, and on that note, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and on the heels of weekend 1 of NBA free agency, we go all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs can still get a guy like Grant Williams, right?
Hell yeah, it is. Is it happening? Is it official? You reporting this?
No, I am not
Hell
reporting
yeah,
this.
it's about damn time.
Back off the mic over there. There is no reporting going on. Now, I am reporting that the Mavs still can land Grant Williams. More likely that it's a sign-in trade, but there are other ways you could go about it straight up. And there's some other names being floated around, like a Matisse Thybulle, for instance, who is a restricted free agent with the Portland Trailblazers. One basketball brain describes him as a freakish wing defender with octopus arms.
Oh.
He's one of these guys that is like so good on defense, it makes up for the fact that he's not good at all on offense. And you're kind of playing, it's weird because you're playing sort of 4-on-5 offensively, oftentimes when Matisse Thybulle. But he brings the long octopus arms, and he is a great wing defender. So that's another guy that's floated out there as well. We'll see. He's a restricted free agent, so that could unfold. And then bringing home a local legend of sorts is also on the table with the Charlotte Hornets and some of the young players that they're dealing with right now. And they just drafted some guys, and so now they might be able to move off of.
They just drafted some guys.
PJ Washington is a guy that could be available. And he's still young, and he is from Dallas. And so he's another name that's been floated out as maybe you have the Hornets being willing to, hey, maybe the Hornets go ahead and get Grant Williams. And through that deal, you're able to acquire PJ Washington. And he's a young wing guy. That would be a nice player as well. So there's some names out there to still feel halfway decent about, but still need a big, and I don't know where that one's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're still trying to, according to Tim Cato, they're still putting THJ, Rashawn Holmes, and JaVale McGee out there in a package together. Maybe they circle back to Ayton and they say, well, we kind of bleeped up on this mid-level exception, so we don't really need that anymore, and we'll just take out JaVale McGee and you go for Ayton. I don't know. I don't think that they're going to end with this being their 3 bigs, with Holmes, Lively, they re-signed Powell. I think they're going to end up bringing somebody else in that will actually start for them. But I was excited to get Seth Curry back. I thought that was a good move. I love Seth Curry.
Yeah. What'd you like about that move?
Well, I think that he's a guy that they can struggle at times. Now, look, you can go ahead and find a way to balance it out where maybe you're not without Kyrie and Luka. Luka will sit, Kyrie will stay out. But I think that one of their biggest weaknesses was, of course, anytime Luka's got to go sit, where's your offense coming from? Right now, based on having them in your backcourt, Seth Curry's kind of your 6th man, in a sense. Unless, obviously, we'll see what happens with THJ. But I think he's a guy that can give you a spark and give you instant offense. And I think catch and shoot, he played phenomenally well with Luka early when Luka first got drafted before they made that move and traded him away. I mean, offensively, they were one of the most efficient offenses in NBA history at the time.
Yeah, the 3-ball, obviously, we know with Seth Curry is going to be there, and playing alongside Luka and Kyrie, his look should be off the charts, and his 3-point percentage should also be off the charts. think he provides something as that third ball handler a little bit. I think he's underrated as a guy who can run the pick and roll and do some stuff that way. So, and the way Tim Cato put it is Seth Curry's return makes it exceptionally clear that Dallas expects to succeed in trading Tim Hardaway in the coming days.
Mm-hmm.
So he put that in his Athletic article earlier today. So that was something that's like, okay, so maybe the Mavs are like, all right, they feel good. And that would be a huge win. Moving off of THJ is going to be a huge win.
Absolutely.
And if they're able to do it in one off season, getting off of his contract and what they've already done with Bertans, that's nice. And so all that is good. And then Curry and Jaden Hardy become the replacements for what Tim Hardaway Jr. was providing for you at a much lower cost. So I'm cool with it, but obviously still a lot of holes, and the size and the wing defenders are all going to be things that are needed. And I think Grant Williams is the prized possession.
I agree.
In their mind, and he's still there and available.
Yeah, I think it went in Bruce Brown option 1 and Grant Williams hopefully option 2, and he is still available. 325, I want Dodo back. Maybe you can work out a trade with Brooklyn. I think they're a team that's rumored to have interest in THJ. I don't know that there's a deal that can happen. And the 817, I'd love Miles Turner. As of right now, I don't think there's a chance at Miles Turner. I do think Jared Allen is becoming more and more of a possibility again, as we heard reports yesterday from Cleveland that they're more open to shopping him. Tyrese Maxey, we talked about. I saw a quote from their GM that they're going to hang up the phone on you if you're asking for Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, Tyrese Maxey being a complete and utter untouchable was not something I had.
I didn't think so.
That's David Morey, right?
Yeah, David Morey.
Morey, yeah.
Daryl,
God, Daryl Morey, yeah.
Yeah, you almost did.
David Daryl.
I was trying.
Gosh dang it, Bobby.
But no, he's a guy, but he kind of wheels and deals, right? Yeah. I mean, does he get a...
Well, that's a guy that he's not wheeling and dealing, apparently. But they're going to trade Harden.
Clowns. Does a lot of things. Yeah, they're going to have to trade Harden, but that's going to be something that Philadelphia is ready and willing to be very patient on. So I don't expect the James Harden news to happen as soon as maybe the Dame Lillard news. Even that could stretch out because that's going to take a few different teams, and we'll get to that here in a second. But Windhorse talking about the untouchable Tyrese Maxey, local legend now in Filthy, quote, prime Michael Jordan is available? Don't call. 25-year-old LeBron James is available? Lose our number. Giannis Antetokounmpo says, I want to be a Sixer? If Tyrese Maxey is the ask, just keep walking. That's a direct quote from Brian Windhorse on the Hoop Collective, basically saying he's up there like the same way the Bulls would have reacted to you calling about MJ. Not happening.
That just seems hard to believe.
Geez, yeah, that is. You're telling me you're not trading for prime
said,
LeBron or Giannis right now? Stop it.
Yeah,
you absolutely are.
It's a heck of a sell job, though. Shout out to Daryl Morey.
Lose our number. No, we don't want Giannis.
But that's the thing is,
who the hell is Giannis?
Daryl or is it David Morey has now convinced Brian Windhorse,
jackass,
enough
I thought it was David.
Tyrese Maxey is untouchable.
I said his name wrong. I admit it.
For Windhorse to use that quote right there, that is just pretty special right there.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. Now, the Damian Lillard stuff. This is we've discussed.
I thought we were talking about Dante Exum next. Come on.
Oh, that's true. We can throw in Dante Exum. What do you want to know about him? He plays defense, and he might be considered the agitator. Did you see the video? The highlight of him getting slammed onto the hardwood in the middle of a game.
I've seen
last season or
so many Dante Exum videos that have rolled out the last 2 games. This dude's being hyped up like the Mavs just were able to trade for
the old Exum
Anthony Davis or someone.
Yeah.
I mean, people are pretty excited about Dante Exum. He might end up being good, but I have zero expectations.
He was drafted by our
5th overall. Yes, he's a Dennis Lindsey guy.
Yeah.
He is. I mean, you can be as excited about Dante Exum as any 15th man on any NBA roster.
Yeah.
So you have that right.
Dude, his catch and shoot ability.
You have that
unreal.
Right. His catch and shoot ability from the 3-point line in the Euro League, which is considerably closer to the rim than that of the NBA, was a respectable number.
So his mid-range game is going to be unstoppable.
But he's 28 years old, he's 6'5", and he defends. Does he make the roster? I don't even know.
But he doesn't have octopus arms?
This is where I don't think you can consider him an octopus arm haver. I think that's just reserved for Matisse Thybulle.
Fine.
So, I'm sorry. As much as I want to speak that into existence, I just don't think I can be honest when I say that.
I'm going to hijack this segment. I mean, to hijack this segment.
I mean, listen, it's your move, Venus. Man. I mean, listen, do I want you to go to your patented move?
Yeah,
sure.
But that's the whole thing with the Williams sisters, right?
Yeah.
We're down to the end, right?
Yes.
We're down to there. Yeah.
What just happened to the Williams sisters?
Well, Venus just got beat. She's out.
So she also took a
she
nasty
took a fall, right?
Yeah, she did.
She had a knee wrapped up and all that, but
they're 43.
I know that's what I'm saying though. These ladies were great,
absolutely
great players. I just kind of was watching that, thinking, man, how sad.
Just watching the Sports Center on mute.
Yeah,
he can hear it.
Pam Shriver, James Blake, giving you all the tennis analysis you can handle.
Yeah,
while you can't hear them, it's riveting.
I'm a lip reader.
Yeah,
I know you're something.
Shams, if you can read lips, what did I just say to you?
Go away.
That's fun for the Twitch and the YouTube.
Shams is making it very clear that Damian Lillard
What did you say?
Oh, I said bleep you.
Oh.
Shams makes it clear that Lillard only wants to play for the Miami Heat, and it could end up being a 4-team deal. So I wouldn't be surprised if you end up getting old Tyler Hero wearing a Spurs jersey, because they jump in this thing as one of the only teams that could acquire a contract like Tyler Hero without sending much in the way of contracts out. But I think
See how mad Bobby got with all that? Like, you're not all in on Damian Lillard. You're not willing to give up your 2 best players. That's not all in.
Wait, Bobby got drawn off sides?
He was ticked.
About Miami being all in on
He was
somebody?
frustrated. He's like, you can't say you're all in if you're not going to give up Bam or Jimmy Butler. Of course, I'm not all in. We're not willing to give up our 2 best players.
Damian Lillard would be all out in that scenario. He wants to go to Miami specifically because he wants to play with Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, that's the only reason he wants to go.
This is exactly what he said he wouldn't do, by the way.
Oh, Dame?
Dame said he would not do this.
Yeah, exactly.
He called you boys bums for chasing championships like this way.
Yeah.
He lined up and did it.
Paul George has been calling him that.
Come on, man.
Yeah, running away from that grind.
Kevin O'Connor, though,
Yeah,
was
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the grind, yep.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Connor has been talking about, and he wrote a whole article on The Ringer about it. You can go find it there. But
Boston Celtics own The Ringer.
Yes. But, yeah, so, obviously they're not happy if the Heat get Damian Lillard. But he said considering the significant price of recent superstars dealt, the return that's being speculated right now for the Portland Trail Blazers to get back from Miami would go down as one of the worst trades in NBA history.
Well, that's why it's not going to be between Miami and Portland.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It's going to be 3 or 4 teams, and Portland will ultimately lose the deal because when you trade the star player, especially in this market and climate for star players, you end up losing the deal. You try to get the best you can.
And you want Dame on the Heat so bad.
Congratulations to Dillon Brooks
Sure does.
for signing
you can hear him. He's
He's a
giddy.
Dolphins fan.
Yeah, I get it now.
Dolphins.
Congratulations
Panthers.
to Dillon Brooks
Wow.
for signing a 4-year, $80 million contract with the Rockets. Sign and trade deal with the Grizzlies. They're paying him $80 million over 4 years, which is hundreds of millions of dollars in overpay there, I would imagine, for the Rockets. But they're going for it. That's the worst contract given out this past weekend.
I really thought that maybe he was going to get blackballed out of the league.
Well, everybody was trying to send him to Guangdong and the Tigers. And what happened is after, because everybody kept telling him to learn Mandarin and stuff like that, and so his agent ended up tweeting out a bunch of Mandarin. And then what that translates to after the contract, of course, and the agent, what it translates to in English is congratulations to DB for signing with the Rockets. Looking forward to a great year. By the way, we will be visiting China soon. So he certainly gets the last.
Go get your bag, man.
Boy, am I impressive.
I am. I'm blown away.
LA is crushing today.
That a team like Houston was willing to go ahead and fork that up. Of course, Dillon Brooks, his playoff shooting was the worst field goal percentage and points per shot among 65 players with at least 50 postseason field goal attempts. So congratulations to Dillon Brooks and the Houston Rockets. On that note, we go into the Pimp Cup. Let's go.
I have a question for the Tolos. It's the same question from last time because they kept answering the question all holiday weekend. So we'll get into it right after this.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a go.
Here's a 6-finger move.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
It's so hard for me to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name when last year I spent more money on spilled liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kid stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine right, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down.
That is
Him and Dusty Rhodes used to go back and forth with the trash talking, bro. Hard Times. Dusty Rhodes is amazing. Hard Times. I don't know if you guys remember that Hard Times.
I'm gonna have to
Remember Dusty Rhodes, American Dream, right?
Yeah, hold on, because ain't no way. Hold on.
With that weight, got what I wanted. Ric Flair, the world's heavyweight champion. I don't have to say a lot more about the way I feel about Ric Flair. Yeah. No respect, no honor. There is no honor among thieves in the first place. He put hard times on Dusty Rhodes and his family.
Hard times!
You don't know what hard times are, Daddy. Hard times are when the textile workers around this country are out of work and got 4 or 5 kids and can't pay their wages, can't buy their food. Hard times are when the auto workers are out of work and they tell them go home. And hard times are when a man has worked at a job 30 years. 30 years. They give him a watch, kick him in the butt, and say, hey, a computer took your place, Daddy. That's hard time.
It's like the speech I got at ESPN.
Oh, don't do that, bro. It could be us any day. Don't do that.
I'm expecting it. You play all that artificial intelligence stuff.
Yeah, it's coming for us.
I am so gone.
Yeah.
I know it one day.
Yeah.
Wait, you think AI is gonna out-scout you?
Oh yeah, absolutely it will.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It will.
LA Live for Monday, July 3rd, 2023. Hope you're enjoying your holiday weekend here, people. Hope you touched grass or plan on touching some grass this weekend. You know, get back in line with nature
We're
and all
doing
that.
something with grass.
Okay.
That's weed. That's weed.
Whichever one you want to do, Playboy.
Yeah.
It's your world. Celebrate your freedom.
I got to work tomorrow for you boys.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Bobby, 8 to noon tomorrow.
You don't run
Sorry
for
to
the
hear
internet.
that.
No, it's okay. Lucius, when you call us the checkerboard holiday?
I like this one, man. Back mine together. Don't ever space me out like that. All right, what do cheap people bring to the barbecue? This is something I asked last week, and you guys have been responding to this all weekend long. Had some funny answers, and I cannot wait to get into it. So let's start it here. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Reduced price store-bought desserts. They were funny, bro.
It's going to go bad in a couple hours.
The day-old cookie thing, yeah.
It's got that red big old sticker on it.
The red sticker, yeah.
What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Aluminum foil.
That's so they can take something home. They can take something home.
That's a heady play.
That was a lot of answers, too. People saying, what do cheap people bring themselves and somebody else and... Containers. Those are the top 3 answers right there.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Great value, assorted cutlery.
Guaranteed to bend and break.
Pop into the Dollar General over here.
You use that fork, you might as well. It's not.
And there's always more knives. Where do all these damn knives come from?
A huge section of knives. I got no forks.
What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? What's that, Shasta? Shasta sodas?
Yeah, Shasta. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not even familiar. I'm Googling right now.
No. You guys never had Shasta?
No, like I've
like
had Dr. Thunder
and stuff like. Yeah, it's very similar.
Okay. Shasta.
I'm not mad at Dr. Like the what is it? The Kroger's brand?
Yeah.
I'm not mad at Kroger's brand sodas.
They're fine.
Okay.
I've never been able to taste the difference.
It's been a while since I drink the soda when I want to, but it's good.
You guys have like 7 jobs each. You need a doctor.
I'm cheap, bro.
Dr. Shasta, whatever you're buying there.
And this economy, bro. In this economy, what do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Their complaints and suggestions.
That is true.
They're the worst cheapos at the barbecue.
That
actually.
is true.
Oh man, I can't believe you flipping that meat over already.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to keep it about another 15, then I smooth it over a little bit, smoke it, and then marinate it, and then put it back on there. Well, why don't you bring it then?
Where's the cheese? The cheese on over there?
Oh, don't you have a cool zone for that area?
You gonna smash it like that? That's how you do it? Okay, that's what we do. Let's see. Let me get some of this good barbecue music going for you.
Was that one of the biggest pro tips when you're hosting? Is whatever call time is, you're trying to get the cooking pretty much done, so you don't have the Monday, the armchair quarterback.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
God.
If I tell you a crawfish bowl is going at 3, that's what time the bugs are hitting the table.
Right.
I'm not going to let you sit there and like coach me up on my crawfish pot. I'm sorry.
Because I'll do that.
I know you will.
I got to hear this every time there's a barbecue.
Yeah.
But I'm scared that the Gay family, Marvin Gaye's family, will sue you. They don't play, bro.
They don't?
That is a very litigious family. Don't play with the gays.
They want the royalties.
Yeah, they want that stuff. That's what they did to Robin Thicke and Pharrell. They came in random pockets for that blurred lines.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Robin Thicke. That was like his worst song situation right there.
I haven't seen or heard from him since.
Like, that was bad, bro.
Isn't he on the
He
the
lost
Masked
his
Singer?
wife. He got a sexual assault case on him.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
down
girl
bad.
said something. Emily Ratajkowski or whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah, Rajowski.
Yeah, he said he
Yeah,
was
it
on the
is
pills.
Ratajkowski.
This song right here.
Man, the gays aren't messing around.
This done him in, bro. Yeah, so be careful. Don't play with the gays. Gays ain't playing out here. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? One package of cheap paper plates.
Yeah.
Some Reggie.
That's weed. That's weed.
Oh, no, it's still smoke, though. It's still smoke, bro. Parmesan peach is what cheap people bring to the barbecue. Parmesan peach. Straws. Straws. Yeah, that's exactly what you need, a straw.
Who uses a straw to bark? Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the red Solo cup. And bring you some straws.
Okay. Yeah.
See, I was lacking. Let's see. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Miller High Life.
I'll tell you what,
The
though.
champagne of beers.
No, don't go there. Maybe the best fishing beer there is.
Hello.
If
I
you're
had
sitting out there on a boat, that is a great fishing beer.
I went through a little trend where I was just popping the High Lifes, man.
Yeah.
I was enjoying them on the
Ain't
Saturday night.
terrible.
Has a great vibe,
Ain't
dude.
terrible.
The High Life was it. When I worked on the docks, you know, the truck docks,
You
unload
noticed
them trucks. Yeah, working on the dock in the bay. Yeah, when I got off work, bro, them 2 weeks, it's time to get paid. Yeah, I'm going to go get 2 of them big High Lives,
Yeah.
a pack of squares, maybe 2 Black and Milds.
I'm telling you, man, the Miller in a bottle.
Let's go to the BOLB.
The Miller High Life in a bottle, that thin bottle they have, that ain't bad.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm jealous of you guys. I never got the opportunity. I went through it, but never got to be the guy really participating in it. Just like going through the beer barn.
Oh,
You guys probably got great stories and times and memories from the beer barn. Beer barn rolling through.
You cracked one while you're waiting for your change to come.
They always had like little bikinis on, a little Bud Light bathing suits.
Yeah.
Hey, ladies.
Yeah. They knew what they're. You used to get your kegs.
Yeah, that's what they know what they're doing.
You get your kegs from those gals.
Let's see. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? An empty stomach and a large tolerance for liquor.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, you drinking again, though?
Yeah. You had enough?
I do
You wanna
usually
mix it
show
in
up.
water?
That usually is my first thing I've eaten all day when I get to the barbecue. To be honest with you.
Yeah, especially if it's playing, I do that too. Thanksgiving as well. I pregame.
Yes.
And I'll be ready to tear something up. But it usually just goes one plate. You like,
Yeah, I show up hungry and on PEDs. You know what I'm saying?
No
You got to,
doubt.
man.
You got to, bro. It's a holiday. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? The prayer before we eat. Yeah, put your hands together. Come here, put your hands together.
If it's too long, it's too long.
It's too
Sometimes it
long.
can be too long. You
Pray
know?
with this food. Yeah.
I'll nudge you.
Yeah, that's enough. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Nothing, but they will leave with an open bottle of Tanqueray.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That really wasn't hitting this right here.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and take that. That wasn't hitting that.
Oh, they'll ask you
Come
for
on.
it. Oh, hey,
They will
okay.
ask you.
They'll ask you, hey,
Tale
can I
as
take
old as
that?
time.
What you gonna do with that right there? That Tanqueray.
Yeah. When you're cleaning up, they're
Oh, man, we appreciate you looking out for your boy. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? The coronavirus.
Oh, coronavirus.
It's an old joke, dude, but I
It
get
is
it.
old. It is old. It is old.
Let's see. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Store-bought deviled eggs.
Oh, no.
Man.
Keep them
Can't
away,
do
bro.
that.
Deviled eggs in the hot sun is one of the single worst duos in all of the world. That's an indoor item.
Yeah, you got to leave it inside.
And
Al, I'll give you another one. If you make that macaroni, that macaroni salad,
Oh, yeah.
and you throw just straight mayonnaise in that thing and leave it on the table,
Miracle Whip.
you're asking for stuff that scares penicillin.
You're going to see a bunch of flies.
I mean, it is. It's crazy.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Hey, let me play this Jim Gaffigan joke real quick because it
good.
reminds me of this. It's real fast.
Most of us use holidays so we can eat more. You know? I normally don't have a burger, a brat, and a steak, but it is 4th of July. And I need the energy if I'm going to start blowing crap up. That's what the founding fathers would want.
What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? Dollar store off-brand 3-liter sodas.
there you go.
Yeah.
3 liter.
The big old
Can't mix it with anything. Just can't. You're like, what do you got for a mixer over there? Oh, that. No, I'm not mixing it with that.
It's funny that you say mixer. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? A jug of margarita mix, but no tequila.
Oh,
a jug of margarita mix, but no tequila.
I wasn't actually going to buy the handle, but I've got it prepared.
I got mixers.
Why? What?
Sliced pickles, cheap people bring to the barbecue. Amsterdam vodka.
Oh, they're like a hockey sponsor.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't say that.
You didn't.
Boxed wine. A whole watermelon. Watermelon is good. If it's good and cold, you can share with everybody.
You can share. All right, let me ask you about the box wine.
It's got to have seeds.
I would never do the box wine thing. Is there really good box wine? Is there?
I've never had good box wine, but I do enjoy slapping the bag every once in a while.
Slapping some bag, man. Walchuk slaps him with the best of them.
You get some girls slapping the bag out there by the pool. You never know what's going to happen.
Slapping the bag.
The bag. I was at the pool for 2 hours yesterday talking about my love for suicide girls. It was crazy.
Oh, bro.
And the people were just captivated.
Just holding court on
so
suicide.
what are these? Let me do some Googling about the suicide. I've never heard of this.
Look at her.
Were you sitting there in your robe and cigar talking about this?
I felt like Quagmire. Giggity. Okay, number one answer. What do cheap people bring to the barbecue? People who are not invited.
Yeah,
that's annoying.
You gotta ask if you're gonna bring somebody along. You gotta ask.
G bag of the day. We do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything out there floating on social media, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P or look for me Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Whatever, man. Our winner is a Little League announcer.
Don't text him. Whatever you do.
Yeah. Good luck.
Good luck.
A Little League announcer, he's roasting the kids as they come up to bat. I know there's a lot of Little League tournaments going on this past weekend. I've seen it myself, but check this out.
First for the Athletics, he bats leadoff, and he plays short because he's the coach's kid, but really he sucks. Let's get it on for number 8, Wesley Martinez. Not bad. He has a $400 bat, but he can't hit anything. Number 6, Ray Westman. Up third for the Athletics. He doesn't just suck at baseball. He sucks at football, basketball, and soccer too. Number 7, Wayne Imaw. He's here for one thing and one thing only, and it's the snow cone after the game. Let's hear it for number 3, Logan. Right. Here comes another ground ball. Right back to the pitcher. It's number 1, Ethan Cummins. Attention. If you need to get a hot dog or nachos, now would be the time because there won't be much to miss with number 12, Nathan Peterson.
Nathan Peterson.
The delivery is flawless every time.
The growl.
The growl.
You guys have what you got plans for 4th of July? Plans? Anybody?
Just the morning. Just got the show. And
then you're working.
Just hang out in the afternoon.
Just chilling in the afternoon.
I went fishing yesterday, Lucius. We hit them pretty good.
Good for you.
Hit them pretty good.
Pulling thing. You pull some stuff out of there?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I tell you what, as hot as it is, I don't care. I just go out there and put a towel over my shoulder and wipe the sweat. But we hit them pretty good yesterday on the worms.
How about you two fellas?
Yeah, my cousin got a little, I guess you can do like a boat rental thing for a couple hours at Grapevine Lake.
Okay.
So
you guys gonna catch the fireworks around the same time?
We're doing it in the morning with the kids situation.
Okay.
My day's gonna be over by about 1:30.
Okay.
Get them home.
Oh, there you go.
Lucius, you got good fireworks there where you're at, right?
Las Colinas Pavilion.
I didn't want to say it, but okay.
No, it's there. Frisco Freedom Fest, Denton July Jubilee.
Yeah.
Arlington Independence Day Parade, Lakewood Parade. There's a whole lot of places. Kaboom Town and Addison. Fair
tonight?
Park. Tomorrow.
Okay.
Frisco Freedom Fest is going on right now, though. Mesquite's Devil Bowl Speedway's having some fireworks.
Sunday.
Devil Bowl Speedway. I hope you have a great 4th of July, and I hope you make memories. Now, I'm going to play a story right here by a comedian. I even Googled this story to see if it was real, because there's no way it was real, but it was. Check this out.
I've been arrested a bunch of times. You might have guessed that one too, huh? The last time I was arrested, I was minding my own business, lighting off firecrackers.
Yeah, man.
In Hermosa Beach. It's 4th of July. And I threw them underneath some horses with sheriffs on top of them. Because I'm a patriot. Real it made 3 local newspapers and my mom cry. Just Google my name, Google Craig Conant, Hermosa Beach fireworks. There's an article titled "Deputies Lasso Lamita Man." I was Lamita Man, baby. Yeah, that joke cost me $12,000.
True story. I Googled it. That really happened.
Nice.
Y'all be safe. Don't blow your little thumbs off with the fireworks or anything like that. And they will be going around finding you for like $2,000, $5,000, something like that. Popping fireworks. I don't think it's going to happen. They might catch one or two, but every time you see the little Dallas, Texas TV showing you all the fireworks going off in your area, man.
Be careful. Let the kids have fun out there.
Yep.
Slowing down.
Yep. All right. See you tomorrow. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise.
Thank you very much, Lucius. LA Live every day at 5:40, and you can tune in for that, of course, tomorrow. We'll probably bump it up a little bit earlier. Tomorrow we got 4th of July, but the rest of the week, I think we got 5:30 shows Wednesday through Friday.
Yeah.
So we'll have to bump it. We'll have to tweak it a little bit this week, but usually at 5:40. All right. Would this trade resolve your running back depth concerns, and have these Cowboy narratives changed at all during the season? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows and...
Final hour number 5 of the G-Bag Nation, the Power Hour, baby. After a Rangers game that would have been one for the ages as they rallied back from a 10-2 deficit to take the lead 11-10, and then Will Smith ran into trouble there. And the Astros came back to win it in the top of the ninth, 12-11. Stros get the win. Rangers 50-35, still a 3-game lead in the AL West. Dane Dunning takes the mound tomorrow as the Rangers are flying to Boston for a 4th of July matchup. Tomorrow, 12:35 first pitch. Be right after Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt here on The Fan.
If you want to catch, please do. Bobby and I have the broadcast from 8 a.m. till noon, and so we're gonna incorporate, if you're Cowboy-centric kind of folk, we're gonna incorporate some of our Love of the Star stuff that we do on. So yeah, and probably maybe have a Ask Brian Bobby kind of text in things. So if you're out getting the smoker ready or doing all your things, give us a listen. There you go. Give us a listen tomorrow, and we'll hopefully get you to Ranger baseball.
I'll be plugged in. Would you trade for this running back? We'll get into some Cowboys conversation right here. We'll talk about a true American hero as we go around the wieners. Coming up on the other side, we got the Get Right already in the bullpen, getting ready to take you from 7 to 11 tonight. We'll cross-talk with them in about 40 minutes. Lucius Alexander producing for us, myself, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. We love you, and hopefully you're out with the family, having a good time, and have a happy 4th of July. There's a running back that I've thought about for a little while now, and recently our friends at Blogging the Boys also picked this up. I had seen Bleacher Report last week suggest this name. We've talked about the uncertainty, the unproven production behind Tony Pollard when it comes to the Cowboys running back room. That, along with linebacker, might be the two spots where you go into training camp afterwards.
Preach.
Right? You end up adding somebody, adding a veteran, like they did last year, Anthony Barr.
Yeah.
And if an opportunity presents itself, there's a name here. You talk about a crowded running back room. You've brought up Washington as a team that has a lot of running backs. There's several out there. We've talked about Miami as well. Here's another one. The Atlanta Falcons. They draft Bijan Robinson out of Texas, 8th overall. They've got Tyler Algier, who was a 1,000-yard running back last year, and a guy that they've had for a couple of seasons, and they gave an extension to, Cordero Patterson. He's 32 years old. He's entering the final year of his contract, and the Falcons could save $4.3 million in cap space by trading him. Now, I don't think he's a guy that's going to command a ton. Maybe the Cowboys have a surplus at a position and they say, hey, it's a low pick, or we'll give you Neville Gallimore or Jordan Lewis, or just name the player that maybe they'd offload to get Cordero Patterson. But if you are somebody, and I feel better, I think, than most, I think Malik Davis can be a productive backup. I think Deuce Vaughn's going to be really good. But if you want a guy that's a veteran that's been there, done that, and has put together a 1,000-yard campaign and gives you a little flexibility as a wide receiver and kick returner, Cordero Patterson could be the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it for sure. It would make some sense, and maybe especially if Turpin doesn't end up being the type of guy that you want from a receiver position, and you're like, okay, we can, if you don't even want him on the roster necessarily because of that, you could bring in a guy like Patterson who could serve as both of those roles. Plus, I mean, the versatility is certainly exciting.
Chief, okay, I'm going to ask you this question because I know you're the one guy that is very mindful of the running back position and where it could lead if you have too many of them, if you pay too many of them and all that. Is where are you going to make your determination of like, okay, this Cowboy running back room isn't good enough? Is it going to be training camp? Is it going to be in the season? Is there something that's going to make you flip on going out and getting a veteran guy, or going and maybe having to give some assets or something to go get a guy? Because you're if I always read you this way, like, I'm not interested in your running backs. I'm not. You seem like that. No. I could find me that 7th round guy or that undrafted free agent. What point is going to make you, for the Cowboys, potentially change your mind?
Well, I mean, they've already crossed the line with how much they've given Tony Pollard. So, like, there's no.
I know. Okay, they're past. They're past.
So
I
they're
understand
past.
that.
Like,
okay.
So now it's like you lean into it any way you can, and at least with a guy like Patterson, he would serve multiple roles where he could be a wide receiver, he could be your kick returner. So he's offering more than just, hey, I'm a guy that you can hand the ball off to. So I think that versatility is intriguing. And at this late in the offseason, you're talking about extreme slim pickings. So I would not be trying to give up much for him necessarily. But if you feel like there's a hole, I think you should have a pretty good idea of like how Deuce Vaughn looks in preseason and throughout training camp. So throughout that, you should be able to find out, okay, do we need to make a move or are we cool here? And then, of course, you can reevaluate things once you get into the season and the trade deadline arrives and maybe there's an injury or something. But I think you should have a pretty good idea what you're getting out of Deuce Vaughn, who's the one I'm most excited about in the running back room outside of Tony Pollard, of course.
Absolutely. And I think they're fine. I think they'll be okay. But there are still so many veteran names that are out there on the street right now. We talk about Zeke all the time, Kareem Hunt, Leonard Fournette. You know, these are guys that if they really wanted to address it, the Cowboys will have the opportunity to bring in a veteran.
On your given S meter, where's Cowboy running back? You talked about linebacker, we talked about maybe that's not the depth. But where is there something like they just need to go with these guys no matter what and not address it? Do you guys feel that way? That could happen this year for the Cowboys, that they just say, you know what, we're going to go with Davis and we're going to go with Jones.
With Vaughn and
I'm
Jones.
content.
Yeah.
I'm content with it.
That's what I expect.
So the whole
to be honest
season,
with you.
you even if it's kind of like it's not something that they're getting production out of, you guys are okay just letting it ride for the whole season?
Well, look,
no, I mean, if you're not getting production, then you got to do something.
Yeah.
I mean, again, at this point, and I guess other than right around the trade deadline, for the most part, it's slim pickings when it comes to acquiring legitimate talent at this point in the calendar. So you're not going to be able to do too much unless you're trying to swing for the fences at the deadline to bring a guy in, then so be it. If Tony Pollard is his usual self, and he steps
you're not going
in,
to worry. If he's his normal self, you're not worried.
You're not going to worry.
You're all right.
But
You'll need a couple of carries here and there to spell him.
Yeah, but I mean, are we all expecting Tony Pollard to play every game at a high level?
I think he plays the majority of the season. I think, sure, running back's so taxing, I could see him missing a game or two.
So there's going to be some games where you're having to lean on Deuce Vaughn and Ronald Jones and Malik Davis.
And I think they'll be fine.
And I think they should be fine in that scenario, but I think a lot of it hinges on Deuce Vaughn being what I think he can be.
Which I don't
have any faith in Ronald Jones other than taking a couple of snaps. You know what I mean?
I really like Deuce Vaughn.
I
really do. And I wonder if we're going to see what Deuce Vaughn really is like in training camp.
I hope so.
I wonder if that.
Well, with the way they were throwing him the ball down the field in OTAs, I'm expecting to see some highlight kind of plays from him.
I'm worried that they don't use him like they went, 3-4 years without using Tony Pollard.
Sure.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you're like, well, why don't you use this guy more? Didn't you guys watch him play in college? Can't you see that he can catch the ball?
Yeah.
He's good outside the tackles, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, so that's a Cowboys narrative that I think is still very warranted, right? Can we trust them to use Deuce Vaughn? I agree.
I wonder if they're worse at linebacker or running back. Those are the two spots that I think that they're not very good at. Right, backup. I'm talking about their backup.
It's a great question, and I feel good about Damone Clark. And I think Overshown with Dan Quinn, I think he's going into a perfect spot for him to where Dan Quinn's going to find a way to maximize his talent and ability. But yeah, I think I feel a little bit, and I think a lot of other people would say different to this. I feel more confident about the running back depth than I do about the linebacker depth right now.
I'm probably, because Dan Quinn is the maestro behind how to plug holes defensively, and having Damone Clark, where he just got thrown in last year when no one expected him to, assuming he takes some level of step forward, plus the addition of Mozzie Smith, to where in the run game, he's consistently going to be kept clean, you would think. I mean, I think that should be pretty good. And then you factor in an Overshown. You factor in what Jaron Kearse can do for you in the box as a safety and Donovan Wilson and all those things. I think I trust Dan Quinn to figure that out more so than, hey, if Deuce Vaughn isn't what we hope he's going to be immediately, not to say he won't become what he can, whatever his ceiling is, but if he's not that now, I mean, Malik Davis is the only one that you're like, okay, can he provide some kind of juice here?
And I just think we've seen running backs do this. Like, that's exactly the argument to why you can find undrafted guys and late round backs. They come in and be productive. So I am counting on those guys to be able to do it. I hear you. I think both positions could very well end up being fine. But, yeah, with Jabril Cox, the injuries there, Leighton Vander Esch and his injury history, I do worry. You start to lose a couple of guys, then I start to get concerned with linebackers.
If you tell me in week one, either Vander Esch is going to be out or Pollard's going to be out, I'm more concerned about Pollard being out.
Two positions where they have.
I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
Where they have two. Those are two positions that have brand new coaches at.
Yeah.
George Edwards and Skip Peete gone from both from both those those rooms.
Do you have an O-line coach coaching your backs?
Yeah. And then,
but it's like a run game coordinator thing.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think it's as bad, but it is funny to say. It sounds
and
so
then
dumb.
McCurley's back coach.
Scott
McCurley's back coach, and he got after the first year he was part of the Mike Nolan administration, and they put him on the second team, and now he's back being the first team coach.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we'll have to keep an eye on those positions.
I'll be interested to see what happens with because Micah Parsons and George Edwards were really, really close. You know. Those are a couple of spots. New coaches, some lacking in depth, maybe.
Yeah. Let me sneak in some of these Cowboy narratives that we had maybe entering the offseason. Do you think that they've changed at all in 2023?
Fart.
How about this one? Because I think this, and it's simple yes or no, and you can tell me why. I think this one's a given. It's a yes. The Cowboys don't value interior defensive linemen in the draft.
Oh yeah, well that was debunked.
That was debunked.
Boom.
With the Mozzie Smith.
With Mozzie Smith, 100%.
And the fact that they, with Hankins, try to go back and get him. I mean, I know you said draft, but I'm just talking about the position as a whole.
Right, and then they took Junior Fehoko.
Yeah.
Who they believe, all right, we can kick him inside as well.
Play
some D tackle.
Golston inside too.
Yep.
Doing everything they can to shore that up.
How about this other narrative? The Cowboys have learned their lesson about overpaying running backs.
No, they're overpaying Tony Pollard right now.
Yeah, that's a no. That's a no.
I mean, sure, they learned their lesson not to give big, bloated, long-term deals to running backs, yes. But for 1 year, paying Tony Pollard double-digit millions of dollars is an extreme.
That chaps your rear, doesn't it?
Well, it does because I buy into the theory of no Super Bowl winning team has spent more than like $2 million on their running back over the last more than a decade now. So to me, it's just very clear that's not the best way to team build if you want to win a championship, if you want to win a Super Bowl. So it's not to say that they're not going to be a good team and have a nice maybe run in the playoffs, but that tells me they're not going to be able to win the Super Bowl this year. They haven't constructed the roster appropriately enough. They haven't allocated the dollars. How many, if Tony Pollard was costing them $2 million right now, that $8 million, who knows what they could have done.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And we're getting some text, like the 469 texted in, exactly that. Like, haven't we talked about the last 6 of the last 8 Super Bowl champs have had jobbers at the position? That's why I think they'll be fine. I think guys like Malik Davis and Deuce Vaughn will be productive. A Ronald Jones, I think, can give you a productive game. I think they'll be okay.
So my worry about the running back position should be none.
I don't think you're alone. I think other people are worried about it. That's why I brought up the Cordell Patterson thing. For me, it's not an issue.
I don't know. I have an idea what Kellen Moore is going to do as a play caller. I don't know what McCarthy's going to do as a play caller with Brian Schottenheimer. I'm one of these guys that believes the 30% of the offense, he says 70% of it stays, 30% we're working on. I think the 30% is the run game stuff. I don't think they want to have problems like they've done the last 2 years.
They need to fix it
and so I worry, do they have the right running backs for McCarthy and for Schottenheimer to be able to use if they have to go that route?
Yeah, and I believe.
But you guys are telling me I don't need to worry.
I don't think you do.
Okay.
Now
I'm not saying.
Oh, hey, yeah. And it could change. I mean, heck, you have an injury or we go out to camp and things aren't looking really good, then yeah, maybe, all right, I was wrong. They need to go ahead and address this. They have options of guys they can do it with. I think they'll be okay. Here's the other narrative, and we can wrap with this one. Mike McCarthy wants to lean on the run game and his defense more in 2023.
I think it's
what they've talked about.
They've talked about, yeah. But to me, I think he might be bluffing us.
I think he is. I just feel like his trend as a play caller is pass happy.
Yeah. I just said that I worry. I don't know about the 30%. I don't know if 70% of the offense I understand. 30% of the offense I don't know. So I don't. If you tell me he's going to try and run the ball, more. Man, I don't know about that.
He lied.
Yeah, I mean, they keep talking about it. I know Schottenheimer's a guy that likes to run the football quite a bit. And I think that with the way the team is constructed, where your defense is your best strength, I'm buying in on that's what he wants to do.
And look, I don't have an issue with it. I'll believe it when I see it. I think they're going to go out there. Mike McCarthy's going to be standing on the sidelines with the call sheet. He's seeing Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup hopefully is back to form. He's dialing up some shotgun, and we're flinging this thing around a little bit. We're throwing the pill, baby.
Yeah.
I think that's what he wants to do deep down. And when you're in the moment, it's like, I'll bleep the run game. Let's just keep throwing.
That's what his whole gripe was about Kellen Moore, though.
Exactly.
You know?
But
even though Kellen Moore, if you look at the like amount that they were running the football with him, it was a lot.
It was just when they were running it is when McCarthy
he got
clearly
mad.
had an
I
issue
swear
with
he
the
got
Packer
mad
game.
him in that Packer game. I
Yes.
swear that was into Kellen Moore.
He certainly had a trend problem. Like, he would dial up the same runs, the same, like, defenses eventually caught on. I think the Detroit game was very telling with that. There was a fourth down they went for. Anzalone ends up just meeting Zeke in the hole immediately at the snap. They knew it was coming.
Yeah, they were extremely predictable with Kellen Moore. So hopefully the 30% that they're implementing is more just a more detail-oriented rushing attack that doesn't have so much tendency and predictability involved with it, because it became egregious there towards the end.
All right, let's talk about a great American hero as we get ready for the 4th of July. We going around the wieners, Eric?
Yes, are you kidding me? And we have lots to discuss here. We go inside the numbers. The legend that is Joey Chestnut. He is, of course, the favorite. We will place our wagers. What's your personal over-under for hot dogs consumed tomorrow? 877-881-1053. That's next right here in the nation.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
Staples Store or staplesconnect.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing. Yeah.
Everyone loves bacon. Bacon plumbing, heating, air, and electric. Flickering lights? Outlets not working? Schedule an inspection and receive $50 off any electrical repair. Call or visit everyonelovesbacon.com today. Restrictions apply.
Everyone loves bacon.
Today's stat of the day, the total length of hot dogs eaten by Joey Chestnut. Joey Jaws, one of the greatest American competitors in the history of professional sports. Since he first competed in the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, equates to 648 feet worth of glizzy. That's over double the height of the Statue of Liberty, of course. So, how about that for a stat of the day, boys?
Gosh.
We are less than 24 hours away from the greatest wiener consumption competition anywhere in the world. And it is going down at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I believe Bobby and Broadus are giving live play-by-play of it.
I hope so.
In the middle of
Couple
their
of
program.
wieners, yeah.
Yeah.
This is honestly something that I'm shocked that you are not more excited about, Brian.
Me too.
You think it's disgusting. I love it. This is my favorite thing of 4th of July.
My favorite thing is the gentleman that wears the straw hat, the hype man with the bow tie or the tie, whatever. He's dressed up. He's the hype man
He's
guy.
the MC, yeah.
I love that part of it. I normally don't.
Yeah, he's a real artist.
I'm usually I'm one of those guys that like tell me what time we're kicking off. I don't need all the other stuff involved.
You don't need the pregame.
Just let me line them up and let's start eating hot dogs. It's disgusting to me, especially when they use the water.
It is. It's gross.
When they're dipping the buns and the hot dogs into the water glass, and then
by any means necessary, man.
It does work, and it does help.
If you just
Walchuk did it a few years ago.
Did you dip it in
glasses
of water?
I started I wasn't going to do that. But at the end there, I'm running out of time. I wanted to hit 10. I was trying to go at least 10 in 10 minutes. I was at 9.5, and so I dipped the last couple, and I will say, gross,
how did it help?
But effective.
Great strategy, man.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop.
You don't have to really chew the bun much. It dissolves the bun. It shrinks the bun down. So you just need to get it into the mouth and then swallow. I mean, that sounded off-putting.
No, the mustard belt is, well, I mean, Lucius, how cool would it be to have a mustard belt, dude? As two mustard lovers like us.
I'm going to have to Google the mustard belt.
Dude, the mustard belt is
it's
absolutely
pretty. You might be signing Lucius up for something he doesn't want.
I'm surprised Lucius doesn't already know.
I like mustard.
Yeah, you like mustard? You deserve the mustard belt, dude.
I like mustard.
I don't know what that is, though, bro. The way you smiling at me, I don't know what that means.
That's what I'm saying.
I actually see if we can.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I want that.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that is dope.
No, it's dope.
The Nathan's thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sick. And Joey Chestnut's going for his 8th straight mustard belt.
When we talk about like the greatest trophies or whatever in sports,
stop.
The mustard belt's got to be in the top 5.
Stop. Name 4. All right, give me your other 4.
It's got little rubies on the side.
Give me 4.
It's dope. What you talking about?
Thank you,
man.
Thank you.
Like a plain old mom put this together for me. Made it at MJ Designs.
It is stylish, man.
They went down to the craft store and got this one together.
Shout out to the plain old moms.
Yeah, you know they always got the rubies on their jean jackets and whatnot. That's what I'm talking about.
Moms,
The Plano-et moms.
Yeah.
I believe Joey Jaws has 15 of these mustard belts. Man.
He does.
Their Yeti cups are all designed.
That's the Flanagan moms.
The moms that designed the Yeti cups, and they give them as gifts to each other.
Those are the same one to make mums for the high school girls.
Oh,
Get you a mum made.
Oh, my God.
By the way,
that was the most expensive stuff, the mum and garters for homecoming, and it's total BS.
It's terrible.
Those poor girls, the mums, they weigh
They're huge.
like
Yeah, but they
15
love it, dude.
pounds.
Oh, they
right?
love
They're
it.
like
Yes.
The bigger the better.
Yeah.
They want that thing to be like 3-in-1 sort of deal.
Yeah.
They get really extravagant. I'm glad I'm just so far removed from that now.
No, you're
No, you're not.
No, you're
What are you
not. What are you
saying?
talking
You're
about?
pretty close to it now.
You trying to get ran through the ringer, bro.
That's true.
It's going to be worse for
You better
you.
get cleaned up.
I kind of hope for you that all of a sudden all 3 of your girls become cheerleaders.
Oh, don't you do that to me. Don't you do
Cheer,
that.
gymnastics.
No, settle down.
I was thinking travel cheer
No,
is what
don't
you need to do.
Don't do yoga. Don't
Ready?
do Pilates.
Okay.
Oh.
Stick to the karate.
Spirit fingers.
Like,
That'd be 800.
Yeah, like they have a traveling uniform. They have sweats they have to wear.
Yeah.
They have the jackets.
That's what we call
they
a
have
nightmare.
like 5 megaphones they have to have.
Not here for it. Not here for it at all. I am here for Joey Chestnut. And as we go inside the numbers here, the 10 highest totals in the Nathan Hot Dog competition belong to Joey himself. 76 dogs is his record, 2021. That's a worldwide record. That's Guinness style. Okay. Now he's eaten more than 70 dogs and buns 6 times. And so and it's not just this. Like, that's the other thing about Joey Chestnut. He's not a one-trick pony when it comes to the Nathan Hot Dog. He's well-versed when it comes to the I mean, he's a multi-millionaire now as just a competitive eater.
Right.
So it's more than just, once a year him getting out there. You're talking about 54 different categories in which he holds a major league eating record. Chicken wings, 182 in 30 minutes. Hard-boiled eggs.
Oh, gross.
Ugh. He's crushing.
I mean, I love hard-boiled eggs, but I wouldn't try to competition eat them things.
Dude, the yolk, I mean, that's an underrated tough thing to consume quickly.
Oh, it is.
That hard-boiled yolk.
Watch the movie Cool Hand Luke. He won't eat hard-boiled eggs.
It's
Okay.
as chalky as anything
If
in the
you
world.
did have to enter an eating contest, what's the one food you think you could do?
Crawfish.
It's chicken wings.
Yeah, chicken wings.
Okay.
Crawfish. I could peel and eat crawfish.
I like it.
I could punish that.
I believe you.
Every time.
And honestly, I other than
That's not a lot of meat either. You know what I mean?
Oh, no. But you got to peel and eat. In
It,
a certain
it would
amount
go
of
by
time.
like the pounds.
Yeah. Pounds of crawfish. Yeah. I could do that.
I would struggle with the peel, but I
Crab legs.
Yeah, crab. And that's actually Joey Chestnut is on record with saying the thing he wants most from a record standpoint is not only does he want to consume a hot dog on every continent, and he's one South America away from checking that off his bucket list, but he also wants to have the king crab record.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why, but he wants that. He's
he-
already got the grilled cheese record, by the way.
He's
47,
done.
10
He's done a
minutes.
hot dog in Antarctica. Continent?
I believe so. I believe he's won.
He must have been on a boat.
South America is all he's got to check off.
Huh.
But yeah, he did the grilled cheese sandos, 47 in 10 minutes. He did the Twinkies, 121 in 6 minutes.
121
That's
Twinkies.
unbelievable.
Since 2005, Joey Chestnut has eaten 1,152 regulation hot dogs and buns in the event.
Do you think how do you think he wants to go? Like, do you think he
wants to go out a champion?
No, like
he wants to hit 80.
choking on a hot dog.
Oh, you mean like no? He could never. He's
when
just built different.
When he
I don't
goes
think
to like
he's
his
choking on
doctor's appointments, do they say, "Oh, Joe, you got to stop doing this. You can't eat anymore."
I mean,
You
he's in
can't do
decent
it.
shape. This guy's not. I
You
mean,
gotta-
he doesn't-
you can't eat 20 pecan pies. You know.
See, this is a guy that's actually like I think he's sort of changing the game on this a little bit. Same way Tiger did in golf, where all these guys are unathletic and they're frumpy or whatever, and they're ripping heaters. And then Tiger comes in and he's dedicated to his craft and he's working out with Navy SEALs. This is sort of what Joey Jaws is doing. Did you watch the 30 for 30?
It's awesome.
This guy's putting the work in. He's got like.
Wait, he has a 30 for 30 for real?
Yes. Bro.
Yeah, him and Kobayashi.
Bro, you got.
They need to bring Kobayashi back.
Well, they
by the way.
can't. So Kobayashi's banned. You're right. I wanted them to bring him
That's
back.
his best comp.
But it is. And
Probably the reason why
right
his numbers
now,
were down last year.
I think that he's not driven. He doesn't have anybody that's competing with him.
Yeah.
He,
Say that about Joey.
he only had well, I mean, look, if you're just
like
owning this thing
Max
by
Verstappen
20
in
dogs,
F1.
yeah, it makes it a little bit tough. It's like I'm basically competing against myself. So last year he only had 64 dogs consumed. He was down. Kobayashi's got a jaw issue, and he no longer competes. He's retired.
A jaw issue.
Yeah.
He's got a jaw issue.
Got a problem.
I can't remember what the details were on that. Maybe
Like a lockjaw?
overuse. I don't know if it was an overuse.
Might be too much
situation.
chewing. I mean, you
A
should
lot of
have seen him
miles.
put down the spaghetti.
A lot of miles.
It was unbelievable.
On those gels.
And I love it. Shout out to Mickey Sudo as well, who is
She's the lady version.
women's competitive
Yeah,
eater, and
she's a
she's got
mom.
the record for 48 and a half hot dogs.
Yeah.
She got some jaws too.
She's actually
Does
tiny.
she have some jaws?
She's no Joey.
She's not bad looking either.
She's very small.
So let's see here.
What am I doing? Rating the hot dog ladies.
By the way, despite not participating in every event since 2005, which was the inaugural event, Chestnut's total of 1,152 dogs means he has eaten 682 and a half more hot dogs than any other eater.
It's unreal.
Would
So,
you
I mean,
would you
just
like
in
to
a landslide? He's
okay
dominant.
to be in the event? Do you have to have a certain amount of hot dogs? You can't just I can't just show
Yes,
up.
there's a qualifier.
Okay.
So you've got to qualify. They're not just going to put anybody in there. I tried, and I wanted to get up there and just flex.
I had 3 with mustard and bailed on out.
It's like, come on, guys. You
Ate a
kidding
bag
me?
of chips. That was it.
I trust you.
Appreciate y'all.
I'm taking you down, Joey. I'm just slow motion over here. I'm whole hot dog together. Can I put some onions if you don't
got a meal out of that joint.
Lucius is prepping his hot dogs. What's going on?
Like the time's running by. Don't mind me. I'm just going to enjoy this. They taste delicious.
Got no chips.
You got to get the to-go box going with that one too. You got to be the chief guy showing up because there's going to be a lot of leftover dogs.
To
take home with you.
Yeah. Can I get a to-go bag, please?
Yeah, let me get them tongs too, brother. Let me reach over and get them tongs.
What is y'all's personal over/under for tomorrow in terms of the hot dog?
You say 74?
No. We'll get to Joey's, but for you personally.
Oh, I'm not going to have any.
Will this be your first July 4th without a hot dog?
Yes.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
Actually, I don't think I had any last year.
Lucius, what do you say? 3.5?
Yeah,
over/under?
about 4. If they made it on the grill, maybe about 3 of those and some hot links with it because there's always going to be hot links.
Got to be.
Yeah, I'm going that.
Yeah, normally
mention the burger.
5.
Yeah.
I'd say my
I'm
personal
more of a
over-under.
brat.
I like brats.
I like brats more than I like hot dogs.
Don't blame me there.
I do love a July 4th brat, man.
Yeah.
The
Lather
pop,
thing
like
in
that
mustard.
pop.
Love that pop. That snapback. Gotta have
Snap
that
it.
snapback.
Give it to me. Snap.
Okay, so and then also here, 142. So each Nathan's hot dog in the competition weighs 56 grams. That means Joey Chestnut has eaten 142 pounds of hot dogs during his 15 performances on July 4th. Chestnut has eaten a weight equivalent to the average UFC featherweight fighter. Last year, he ate 63 dogs and buns. The box score on that is 290 calories for each, meaning Chestnut consumed 18,270 calories in 10 minutes. In his competing career, he has eaten nearly 335,000 calories in hot dogs alone.
That's unbelievable.
And last year in 10 minutes, he had over 18,000 calories consumed.
They need to shorten this, by the way.
The daily calories eaten by Michael
Why
Phelps
not?
when he was training for the 2008 Olympics was 10,000. When he was just burning a ridiculous amount, he had to eat a crazy amount of food, Michael Phelps did.
Yeah.
He was eating 10,000 calories a day. And in 10 minutes, Chestnut almost doubled that in a down year. Again, this is where he walks away where he's a champion. Yes, he's got the mustard belt for the 15th time, but we're all kind of a little bit unimpressed because he didn't even crack 70 dogs. And maybe Walchuk's onto something where the lack of competition is bringing his drive down a little bit.
Yeah, I think it is.
But now I think he's got a newfound drive where he's sort of competing with the man in the mirror. He knows what's his
He wants 80.
He wants 80.
He wants 80 dogs.
He wants 80 dogs. The over under 76.5. I got you at plus 250 odds right now to take that over. I'm hammering that. I think he's getting in honor of himself and in honor of Luka Doncic. He will at least consume 77 hot dog wieners tomorrow. I'm taking the over, ladies and gentlemen.
America!
What are Walchuk? I know you're taking the under because you don't have faith in Joey.
I think most likely he gets under 75 dogs. I'm going to guess 73 tomorrow, but I think the over is the more fun bet. I mean, we got to be cheering him on and rooting for him here.
Yes. Yeah, plus 250 right now for the over, minus 350 for the under. You give me plus odds. You give me a new driven competitor in Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
I mean, he's minus 5,000 to win it. That's the guarantee. But will he break the record? I think he does it tomorrow. I think it's going to be huge. It's going to be historic. And on the air in real time, Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt will be breaking that news here on the fan as soon as Joey gets the
Brian's
record.
Gonna be throwing up while watching it.
He's got it in his jaws.
Very, very exciting. We'll go ahead and we'll crosstalk with the Get Right next right here in the Nation.
It is not coming back. It's out of here. Bye-bye to that baseball into the second deck.
Those sweet Ranger sounds of summer are right here.
Blast. Bullpen shot out of here.
With the Get Right now on 105.
I thought maybe I was going to have to do it.
I was kind of waiting for you to. I think that's still a funny bit, and I'd like you to do that as a bet payoff. We got
Reggie and KG in the house now.
Quarterback.
Excited about that, boys. How are we doing tonight?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm really excited to hear the show where Broadus has to run point.
Right? I think it'd be great. I think you do well.
I did draft shows and stuff like that. There were some people listening.
You hosted the draft shows, and they were all. I think they were some of our best shows.
Broadus said I done ran entire drafts. Okay,
that's a great point.
I can bring it in and out.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
also I feel like
run marathons before.
Yeah, I feel like the language in the draft rooms work a little bit different than the ones on the air.
Scale of 1 to 10, how foul was the language in war rooms?
You know what? Up till the draft, yes. When the draft actually started, rarely.
Interesting.
Really?
Rarely. You know, when like guys would get picked ahead, you know, the funny one was always when guys got their bets paid off. Because you would make a bet during the process. Like I guarantee this corner is going to go before this guy.
Yeah.
And then you'd see scouts always reaching into their wallet. Like everybody would remember the bets, and the scouts be reaching in their wallets, like paying off the bets while we're going on. So yeah.
Damn it, that third round corner went in the second round.
Kidding me?
But I tell you what, there's some foul language. Some guys called some pretty bad names.
I believe it.
Like up till the draft. Like, yeah.
Who was like your sparring partner in the war room as you were in your scouting days? Like, who was the dude that was like,
Parcells hated me.
Say Bill.
Bill hated me. Well, I was in pro personnel. I was in the pro side of thing, and Bill would say something. The whole thing. You've talked about this when we tried to get Spears, and Jerry asked me. He goes, "We're down there," and Jerry goes, "Brian, who needs an end down close to us?" I said, "Cincinnati, Minnesota." And Parcells goes, "Damn it, why would you say that?"
What?
He did. He started yelling at me.
Damn it.
For answering the question?
Shut up, bro.
That's what I did. And that's what I did. He goes, "Damn it, why would you say that?" And I looked at him and I go, "Because he asked me to."
Like my boss and your boss asked me a question.
What was he expecting? Like, give me.
It was really tense. It was really tense, and that we drafted where and
that turned out all right.
So now all the scouts are fired up. So now we're sweating. We got Buffalo's pick.
Yeah,
we got that Buffalo pick, and I'd had really good intelligence, and sure enough, Minnesota took Erasmus James, and Cincinnati took David Pollock, who just recently got
That's gonna stink
David's
for
a good
college game
dude too. He's a really good dude, and so but Bill was like, it was so tense, because we were sweating it. And everybody just kind of looked at Bill like, "What are you doing, man?" Jerry asked him a question.
Why would you say that?
He goes, "Damn it, why would you say that?" And I go, and Jerry's sitting right next to him, and he's like, "Okay."
That's amazing.
That is
wow.
But that there were times, like I said, you really had to leave it in the war room, though. You couldn't take it outside. You just, you go out, you'd walk with these guys or go to dinner, and you're like, "Hey, listen, man, there's I'm no offense here." And he goes, "No, man, you're cool." But see, I had an advantage in a lot of ways because I was watching the other pro teams play, and scouts would come in and say, "Well, he's a nickel corner like so-and-so." And I'm like, "He's that guy you're talking about doesn't play nickel corner anymore."
Yeah.
So then, you get that, and there were a lot.
So that's where it comes to air. I see it. I've seen it.
Oh no, that's seriously, you're right. Yeah. No,
you dummy. Did you watch your film? You don't play that.
No,
you read up. Okay.
But you make that point. Right. You make that point where you go, "Hey man, he's not their slot receiver anymore." But the scouts like to throw that, and they're on the road. They don't get to see.
Right.
I'm watching the Giants tape and the Jets tape, and I'm watching, so I kind of know who's playing at what position.
Sure.
And scouts like to, it's just like, and see, that's the one thing you had to do with Jerry. If you could describe the player and you could compare him to somebody that's playing in the league, Jerry that's his moment.
Right.
Okay.
We're getting Troy Aikman?
Yeah. Oh, Jim Garrett did that. He did that for Drew Henson.
Yeah, what a nightmare that was.
He did. He goes,
Oh,
Jerry,
no.
Jerry, I think this is the next Troy Aikman.
He invoked Troy for Drew Henson.
And Jerry had his glasses.
For about a bad half on
Jerry
Thanksgiving.
had his glasses on the end of his nose, and his head popped up. And Sean Payton was sitting next to me and goes, OS. I can hear Sean. Sean whispers.
He
goes,
knew Henson
Sean,
sucked.
yeah, Sean goes, OS.
This is good. We're getting baseball pictures left and right. What do you guys
That's
have coming up
amazing.
on the show?
I want more of this, actually.
Yeah.
This whole
we're just going to blow out our first segment.
Exactly. Keep Broadus the entire time.
You guys. Well, I'm on with Bobby tomorrow. If you want to tease us, me and Bobby, 8 to noon tomorrow.
Oh, that's
8 to noon
fun.
tomorrow. So
It's gonna
catch
be
us in the morning.
Two of them arguing all morning.
Yeah, catch us in the morning.
Nick Angstad at 8:20 is going to be joining us.
There you go.
Talking some
Perfect.
Mavericks basketball.
Beautiful.
Excited for that.
Hey, big shout out to Window Nation, by the way. Just
Love Window Nation.
Dude.
Yeah,
Gosh,
thank
you
you.
guys are the
Great
best.
bunch, great
This
bunch.
has been fun, fellas.
Hey, what's your personal over-unders for hot dogs consumed tomorrow? Well, what would you set your line at?
0.
You go 0? Zero
Yeah.
dogs for you tomorrow?
Mhm.
That's a bad 4th of July. I'm sorry.
I have no
It's
idea
a great
because
4th of
I'm not
July.
the one who's cooking. So I'm eating what I pull up. When I pull up to the spot, whatever they got is what I'm eating.
If there's hot dogs, I'll have the hot
Good plan.
dogs.
Good plan.
Throw some hot dogs at me. I'll take a couple. Everybody's happy.
I like
That's
eggs.
Happy 4th of July. We love you. Listen to Bobby and Brian tomorrow, 8 to noon. The Get Right's coming up on the other side. Until Wednesday, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suns. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. If you owe money to the IRS, stop what you are doing and listen to this because you could qualify right now to save a ton of money, headaches, and hassle. We are the Tax Relief Helpers, and we can help you keep more cash in your pocket and immediately put a stop to penalty fees, liens, wage garnishment, and other nasty tricks by the IRS. With one phone call, you can find out in just minutes if you qualify to finally put a stop to your IRS tax debt nightmare.
I owed $48,000 in taxes and penalties. I called and they got that lowered to just $3,600.
The letters stopped. I'm not afraid to check my mail anymore, and we saved over $10,000.
From the moment we called, life got so much easier. They got the bill lowered, and we saved over $83,000.
We save millions of dollars in tax debt every year, and we can help you keep more cash in your pocket. Call 800-404-5793 right now. The call and consult are absolutely free. Don't wait another day. Call now. Call 800-404-5793. 800-404-5793. 800-404-5793.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced.
dealership on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Tolos, I'm here to bring you the good news. Cousins Barbecue has expanded their all-you-can-meat deal. Now it's Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, all day. You can get your prime Texas barbecue, the quality and the quantity that you desire. 3 DFW locations. Stop in and tell them Chia Follow sent you.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
So we're knotted up. Abreu in scoring position for Chaz McCormick, who swings and drives one up the alley in left center. It falls for the base hit. Jankowski cuts it off. Abreu scores. McCormick's at second with an RBI double. Back-to-back run-scoring doubles give Houston a 12-11 lead here in the ninth with only one out.
What a wild ride it was today at Globe Life Field between the Houston Astros and your Texas Rangers. It's the Get Right for Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Rigo Mendoza holding down for you here on your Turn It On.
What? Don't do that to him.
What just happened?
Yeah, you're going to have to play that clean one more game.
I don't know what just happened. We'll come back to that here in just a moment. Of course, that was Matt Hicks on the call for your Texas Rangers.
Los
Rangers. Not so much today.
Oh, wow. That was reckless.
Well, so was their pitching in the ninth inning.
Good God. Just shots.
Work. Coming to get that work today. Wow. We're only doing this once this week. Coming to get all the work are the Rangers.
Are we really only doing this once this week?
That's right.
Wow. So we got to get it out of our system.
All of it out
right
the system
now. Okay.
today. That's right.
I'll turn the level up. I was only turned up to like 5. Whoa.
Turn that baby all the way up to 10, baby. All the way up to 10. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to get at us on Twitter. We're with you until 11 o'clock tonight here on your home with the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Coming up at 8:20, Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavericks going to be joining us to recap what was the weekend of Mavericks free agency as they try to continue to improve their team later on this week when restricted free agents can start signing deals. We'll talk a little Mavericks basketball at 8:20. But we kick off our conversations tonight. We're also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam.
What's up, Juvie Juice? Big Tuck Nasty, see you.
And on YouTube as well. Search 105 through the Fan on YouTube.
Eastside Hero, I see you. Loki Joker, I see y'all in there.
Come hang out with us on 4th of July Eve here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do people really say that?
No, I just made it up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought it sounded good, so I just went and said it.
Did that sound good? 877-881-1053. Let them know.
That's right, 940. Coming out the gate hot in these streets. Speaking of not hot.
Just unnecessary.
The Rangers bullpen wasn't in the ninth inning. Unfortunately, what was a wild baseball game today at Globe Life Field. At one point, the Astros up 10-2. And the Astros said, hold my beer while we blow this lead. All the way to the point where the Rangers are able not only come back, shout out to Adolis Garcia, which we'll get to in just a moment, but the Rangers took the lead going into the ninth inning. And unfortunately, Will Smith gave it up to have the Rangers fall 12-11 at Globe Life Field. And now, yes, the Rangers still have what I believe is a 3-game lead over the Houston Astros.
It is indeed 3 games.
But they lose 3 of 4 to the guys in Houston, and now are 10-15 in their last 25 games. Should we be concerned about the Rangers a little bit heading into the All-Star break?
A little bit. I would personally say a little bit. I'm not no former Major League pitcher. You can hear that every weekday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the KNC Masterpiece. Mike Bassett got you covered.
That's good. I like that.
It is your home of your Rangers, man. You gotta let them know. But I have a little bit of concern, and watching this game fully illustrated one of them, not all of them, but one of them, right? The offense was popping in a way that it needed to be, but the fact that your starter, Martin Perez, who is, lovely gentleman, went 1 1/3.
Ooh, boy, yeah, 1 1/3 today.
And this is the thing about the 1 1/3, right? this has not been a good season for him. And I think it's okay for us to say that. There was a lot of folks that in the general optimism of the team and the way that it's been going for, the whole squad, and of course they're the hometown team. They're the good guys, right? We all want to be largely positive, but we kind of couched some of his struggles in, well, he plays poorly on the road, but at home he's been playing great. He's been playing lights out. And I always find those splits to be funny because there's not really there shouldn't be something so distinguishing that would make a home road split that large, right? Like that big of a discrepancy. And it feels like you just give it enough time and it'll even out. And it feels like we're getting the even out in the not the good way. And look, also, if you want to, if you hear me saying sample size is leveling out and, are looking at me saying, okay, but you're reacting to the one game against the Astros, I hear you. That's fair. However, I feel like when I watched Martin Perez pitch the last few times, my general feeling, and again, feeling, right? I'm not basing this part off of numbers, is, oh man, they hitting him. They hitting him. And so I love Baseball Savant. It's tied to MLB.com. It's something that does a great job with a lot of the advanced numbers, but also it does it in somewhat of a visual way to help some of us dum-dums get kind of what's happening here. And the tough part about it is I was looking at Martin Perez because I was like, hey, man, what's happening? Well, actually, one of the things is I wanted to identify one of his pitches that, again, not huge baseball head like me. I was like, all right, I need to figure out what that pitch is. Ultimately, it was I think it was his changeup. Figured that out. And then I looked over at his percentile rankings. And, ooh, boy, right, when we talk about the exit velocity against him, right, average exit velocity, he is in the 39th percentile. What do percentiles mean, KG?
Oh, I lost my whole train of thought. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Oh, no, it's good. 39th, percentiles, of the larger group.
Yes.
Where would you
fall
stand?
in rank? Yes.
The 99th percentile is very high. 100th percentile is quite literally at the top.
Yes.
He's in the 39th in that range.
Oh, that's not good.
Hard hit percentile, percentage, 54th percentile, middle of the road. ERA against, 22nd percentile. Batting average against, 9th percentile. There's no numbers outside, just 9th.
Those aren't good.
Strikeout percentage, 7%. And it look all the way around. It's like, hey, man, this has not been a good season for him. And it makes me wonder, we saw what he was in 2021.
Yeah.
You signed him in 22 and fantastic season. No one can take that away. And I start looking around and I go, are we seeing a little bit of regression back to what maybe you could even call the mean with Martin? And that's one of the things that concerns me because not just because Martin, you gave him a reasonable contract, understanding that he had an outstanding season, but maybe that wasn't going to translate. The thing that stinks is you've had the injury to Jacob deGrom. And so the starting pitching that's necessary, and also it becomes necessary because of how good the rest of the team has been, right?
Yep.
It's still within this context of good, but Evaldi's been great. All-star pitching. Maybe he might even start.
Might be the starter, yeah.
That'd be really fun. John Gray, who on the low has had a very good season as well. And then Martin Perez is kind of your third best pitcher, starter, at least in theory, except he's had this tough season. So that's the concern for me is as we near the trade deadline, that might be another thing that you need to look at, obviously, with the deGrom injury, but then also Martin Perez, who you were hoping would be another one of those guys in that rotation to help it be solid, has not been that.
Yeah, I think one of the things for Perez that's concerning is, and I'll have to look up and find it because one of the things that's made Martin Perez so good is his ability to pitch on the edges. And a guy that is, if he's living around the edges, that means he's near the strike zone. He's being able to get himself and get his pitches over. And I'm interested to see where that is as far as the 2023 season is concerned for Martin Perez. But look, this for the larger context of the AL West and what it means for the Rangers, you dropped 3 or 4 to the Astros, who have been good, not great throughout the course of the first half of the year, but now got some real confidence after taking 3 or 4 in your own ballpark. You still maintain your 3-game lead, but as we mentioned, just 10 and 15 in your last 25. This is a team that's looking like, I'm talking about the Rangers now, looking like a team that might need the All-Star break a little bit to be able to regroup. And then once they come back from the All-Star break, hopefully finding some more help in the bullpen because, yes, coming into today's game, Will Smith 14 of 15 in save opportunities, but just was not able to get it done once again. And Chas McCormick, who was a thorn in the side of the Texas Rangers throughout the course of this 4-game series, came up big again today for this team. And this was after all the work that this Rangers offense did to get them back into this game. At one point down 6-0, then down 10-2, and then are able to get this thing all the way back to where they had the lead going into the ninth. Just a tough way to end what was a difficult series for this team, given the perspective that this team is trying to look at going into the All-Star break here.
Now, one of the things about it, you mentioned the Will Smith thing, and like that made me think about Bruce Bochy, who has been doing a great job of kind of being a steadying hand on the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
I know there was a lot of people that looked up and were like, all right, Aroldis Chapman in the 8th. Interesting. Also, why are you not letting him stay out there?
Finish it out in the 9th, yeah.
He handled his business quickly in the 8th. I think some of this is like, man, Bruce Bochy's, one, he's done this a lot, right? Like, he has the bona fides to be able to hold up his accolades in this way. I think also, like, there's the human element of these things, man. We always have to remember, you're not playing MLB The Show, right? I think that there's something to be said for Will Smith and what he has been for you and the way he's held you down. And, like, I imagine that Bruce Bochy looked up and was like, I'm not just taking his job, right? Like, I'm not just taking that from him. And maybe today is enough. Maybe you'll see it over time. But, like, if it's pretty obvious that Aroldis Chapman probably has the better profile of your closer, if you were going to view it in that particular sense. And so with that being the case, like, I feel like it was one of those, it's still your job. If things change, that's fine. But, like, to start with, we're not going to immediately just yank you out of this place. And speaking of percentile, red is good on this, blue is bad when it comes to these percentiles, because I don't want to throw a whole bunch of numbers at the audience. But I'm going to have you, KG, your reaction serve as the barometer for what these numbers look like when it comes to Aroldis Chapman when I show you his percentile rankings in the MLB.
Red is good?
Yes.
Yeah, he's excellent.
So
yeah, a lot of red there. A lot of red there when it comes to Aroldis Chapman. I mean, look, here's what Bochy had to say after the game when, posed with the idea of Aroldis Chapman potentially becoming the closer, saying, quote, "I'm not going to go there now because Smitty has been doing such a great job. That's not what we're even thinking about right now. The 8th, he was big too. Those are important innings. 7th, 8th, 9th. We need to put zeros up there too. I'll leave it at that." End quote. So right now, at least for the moment, Bruce Bochy's still having the confidence in Will Smith to be the guy that locks it down in the 9th inning.
You're going to need him. You're going to need that confidence,
You're
right?
You're going to need him, yeah.
One of the things that people were like, all right, Will Smith is your good, bullpen pitcher before you end up adding Aroldis Chapman. You can't have it to be a place where you do anything to harm that confidence because you still need him within the context of all of this, even if you're going to add another bullpen arm.
So we'll see if this bullpen issue, this end of game situation changes anytime soon for the Texas Rangers, given how Chapman has come in and been able to pitch so far. Unfortunately, Smith giving it up today. Someone, though, who had another fantastic moment in what has been a terrific season for him so far.
I feel like we also got to acknowledge, right, the reason why you are finishing a series on a Monday is because the Rangers are in the midst of a 16-game and 16-day stretch. Like, I think when you mentioned that this team might be fiending for the All-Star break, that's also some of it. And I mean, I don't know how much I can blame that because the baseball season is what it is, where there's it is this constant go. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure that plays a little part of it as well.
Aroldis Garcia tying it up at 10 with this shot here.
1 inning each. Garcia swings here, hits a high drive to left center. McCormick at the track at the wall. He looks out of here. We're tied up. Aroldis Garcia, his 21st home run of the year. It is 10-10.
What a moment for him, man. And the reason why I play that moment is because, of course, he and Nathan Eovaldi were named to the All-Star team as well, giving your Texas Rangers 6 All-Stars this year in the Midsummer Classic, the most in the American League. And for Garcia, look, at that point, and then, of course, they get the other run on the sac fly by Corey Seager that scored Leody Taveras to give them the 11-10 lead. And you're thinking, the Rangers have completed this comeback, and they're going to finish this thing off and somehow walk away with a split of this incredibly wild series between the two of these teams.
Right. I feel like we just need to stop because I've done a lot of being negative, which is my, I have a penchant to do. I apologize for that. How impressive is it that you go down 6-0? That's it?
6-0. And then 10-2.
right? And they find offense. They put together an inning, and it's just hits. Because, I mean, Christian Javier also got hit pretty hard for the Astros. I feel like we just got to take a second to appreciate, obviously, Adolis, obviously, Corey Seager. It just felt like it was the whole damn lineup was like, all right, well, our guy did not have his best day. We will come through and try and help cover that. And that's one of the things that I've just been amazed and has been fascinating about this team. I mean, again, I think Brian Broaddus in one of the breaks said it really great, and it frames this really well. The reason why we can be frustrated, why we can be so frustrated and emotionally invested in this is just because how good they've been.
Yes, and the way that they have played so far this season, you would want them to continue to play the kind of baseball that we've seen so far this year. Somebody who also had a big day as well. Shout out to Travis Jankowski, who was absolutely sensational today.
Here's the 2-0. And that ball is driven high and deep to right field. First home run of the season for Travis Jankowski. Oh, you bet. Travis Jankowski launches one to right. He'll touch them all with Young and Heim ahead of him. He's brought the Rangers back to within shouting distance here. It's 10-5.
And that's when the game kind of got like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like, hold on. So this really isn't over yet. But at the same time, it eventually was because the bullpen couldn't hold it down after getting them the lead. So the Texas Rangers unfortunately fall today, but at the same time, still a terrific first half for them, 50-35 on the season.
But you mentioned, when we come back to the idea of are you concerned, you mentioned over the last 25, what's the record?
10-15.
So, I mean, look, they're going to need a little time to be able to rest off of the All-Star break. I think also, like, something that people have been clamoring for months now, it feels like, is they're going to have to do some work at the trade deadline. And it's an interesting buyer-seller type dynamic when you look across the league, because there's teams that we did not anticipate being in a seller situation. I think the New York Mets just executed a trade to sell one of their bullpen arms. So we're getting to this place where obviously you did a lot of work to build up a lead, and now you're seeing maybe some of the regression that you anticipated in some ways. Now I think it's incumbent upon Chris Young to go in and bolster this roster when you get to the trade deadline, to put it in a place where they are best suited to go and compete in the way that it kind of looks like they have an opportunity to once we get closer to the end of the year. But it's 85 games, right? Like we are still in the thick of this. This isn't over one way or another. So there's a lot of Rangers baseball to still be seen over the season. For the 817, man, if you were closing the book on this game after we were up by 1, you haven't watched this bullpen. Look, I know this bullpen struggled all season long. Obviously, that was the reason why they got, Aroldis Chapman. But damn it felt like destiny at that point. You come back from being down 6-0. You were down 10-2. They get you the lead going into the 9th inning. Come on, Will. Hold it down for 1 inning. Okay. Also, just the storybook nature of it all.
Yeah, like, come on, man.
It was roller coaster.
Like, it was wild. And you're like, all right, just for one, can you hold it down 1 inning for today and close the door on what has been a terrific comeback by this team? All the resilience that the Rangers showed today. You thought your man Will Smith would at least hold it down for that 1 inning to close the door and get a split of the series. And unfortunately, that did not happen today.
And you're right, 6-8, two series left. Obviously, you're starting with Boston tomorrow in Fenway.
Rangers fall today 12-11 in heartbreaking fashion at Globe Life Field. 50-35 on the season as they get ready for another day game tomorrow when they take on the Boston Red Sox. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of teams that can't get right.
Oh, wow.
Mavericks and free agency.
What's up with you in these shots?
Told you we got to get it in today, man. What have been your impressions of the Mavericks free agency thus far? We'll talk about it next on the Get Right.
You like offense? You've come to the right place.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Bosch tools are built for workers. Bosch's powerful hammer drill has kickback control to help work go more smoothly when you need it. The 2-in-1 impact driver and wrench quickly changes between bits and sockets, so you only need 1 tool instead of 2. And the X-Lock grinder switches wheels up to 5 times faster than standard grinders when you need to change tasks in a hurry. Bosch tools take care of the job and you. Bosch tools, what hard workers deserve. Learn more at BoschTools.com.
Gilbert worked in retail and restaurant management for 14 years. It was time for a change.
I recognized where I was at was vulnerable to the whims of the economy.
Then he heard about My Computer Career. Gilbert went for it.
In as little as 7 months, I got all of my certifications at a fraction of a cost for college.
He became an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
I can work from anywhere. I have more time for my family as well.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I went out to go meet some friends at a bar, and I woke up in Harris County Jail. I was charged with intoxicated assault with a vehicle, and I got a DWI. My car had spun, and I hit the construction worker. I was mad at myself, and then I felt bad that I hurt somebody. I ended up getting 10 years probation. My restitution was $68,000. My name is Kenyatta Day. 7 years ago, I got a DWI, and I'm still dealing with it today.
Sponsored by TxDOT.
It takes a lot of patience to be an investor these days. Record high inflation, layoffs, record high debt leading to debt ceiling talks. But in the meantime, the market is looking ahead, reacting to what could happen next. You don't have to do this alone. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, telling you to take advantage of the high interest rates while they're here. Regardless of what's going on in the world, there are winners and there are losers when it comes to what you put your money into now. Because of the high interest rates, you may qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 25% just for opening an account and guaranteed growth of up to 10% for your retirement income. This exists because of the high interest rates. Don't leave your money sitting in the bank earning nothing, or leave that 401k constantly fluctuating. Roll it over and open an account with Trajan Wealth. Call 469-579-3500 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
When you wake up well rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I should really give my dad a call.
Things you missed when you were tired suddenly come to light.
Wow, I'm a morning person.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. And at our 4th of July sale, you can get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on select Sealy mattresses. Shop in-store or online at mattressfirm.com. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Okay, outdoor summer cocktail party fit check. I've got a hot pink and orange bodycon dress paired with vintage sneakers. It'll definitely attract attention, but not from mosquitoes, because I'm wearing it with Off Clean Feel for 8 gorgeous hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. So I can sip, socialize, and flirt out there in the wild with absolutely unshakable confidence. Get your pre-party protection on with Off Clean Feel. SC Johnson, a family company.
Everyone loves Bacon. Bacon plumbing, heating, air, and electric. Flickering lights? Outlets not working? Schedule an inspection and receive $50 off any electrical repair. Call or visit everyonelovesbacon.com today. Restrictions apply.
Everyone loves bacon.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and frosty duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Friends, are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You can enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You can start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time at mycomputercareer.edu.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Rhino Shield.
Albert Einstein once said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. The same could be said about painting your home year after year. Rhino Shield ceramic coating is the ultimate alternative to traditional paint. Learn more at rhinoshieldtx.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-3333-33.
What have your impressions been of the Mavericks free agency thus far? It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Ooh,
yeah. Ooh, yeah. Regal Mendoza holding it down for you. Really appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app here on the day before the 4th of July at Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula on Twitter. Coming up in...
Should we update other social media sites as well, considering what happened this weekend?
Okay. Quick aside for a quick second. We're going to get to the
It's going to
Mavericks
take 13 minutes.
In just a second.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
About how many minutes?
About 2 minutes.
Start the clock.
Okay. Question. What the hell is a spill?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's okay, so that's a app, a social media app that is currently only on Apple.
Okay.
That is supposed to be for the culture. Do you know what that means?
Yep,
So I don't have to thank you.
I got
Fantastic. I don't want to have to explain that
I got
further.
it. Yep.
Yeah, and it comes.
I kind of look like you. I got it.
It comes with all. It comes with all the good and bads of that. It seems.
Oh,
like
really?
thus far. Yep.
Oh,
yep,
wow.
Yep,
Okay.
Yep. So
all right.
it's just another one of those places where everybody's like, "Yo, we need to find our exodus just in case."
So we're gonna just spill it.
I am not, because I have an Android at this point.
I like this song, by the way.
We'll
I like
see.
what you're doing back there.
Oh yeah, great song.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm not until they decide they're gonna make an Android app, and then maybe I'll see.
Okay, I was just curious because I saw that trending.
Do you have your exit plan for Twitter that seems like it's burning down? Also, if you use TweetDeck, I don't know how many people actually do this.
I don't even use TweetDeck.
I did, but apparently within 30 days, they just put out new TweetDeck today, and within 30 days, you will have to have a verified blue check mark, which means you would have to pay for Twitter in order to use it. So yeah, they're commodifying everything on Twitter now.
And what Lucius said. Lucius, you on spill? You on spill? Is that a yes? Nope.
I think he's waiting for invite code.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's waiting for invite code.
He's coming.
Oh, okay.
I can't hear you, but as soon as I get an Android version, I'm out of here. For sure.
Oh, okay. So you just wait. You're not gonna get the iPhone though. He just refused to get the
What
iPhone.
you behind a social media app? You want me to get a whole nother phone?
I mean, iPhone is the better of the two.
All right, we're not going through.
We're
that.
not having the time for
That's your 2 minutes, by the way.
All right, cool.
That was it right there.
Well, you got about 20 seconds.
Hey, don't tell him that.
Oh, thank you, Rigo.
Why would you tell him
Thank
that?
you for being responsible.
It's counted down 14,
and
13,
sticking to.
12.
All right.
11.
We're good.
Okay,
Thanks.
cool.
Thanks. Thank you. I was just curious what that was because I saw that trend. I was like, what the hell is a spill? I don't think I'll spill my tea on that just yet. Speaking of spilling, it seems like the Mavericks have been doing that so far. When it comes to the lack of.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what the context of that is.
Lack of spilling.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
We'll let it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Relax.
Yep.
Guys.
What? Just keep going.
What have been your impressions, 877-881-1053, of the Mavericks free agency thus far? They did the thing where they brought Kyrie back. 3 years, $126 million. Congratulations.
You did the thing.
Congratulations. You did the thing.
You avoided absolute calamity.
You did the bare minimum.
Wow.
Oh.
We know how Rigo feels.
Okay.
Right.
By the way, national reaction to
All over the
Kyrie.
place.
Whoa.
All over the place.
Some with the idea that this just sealed Luka's exit here in a couple of years, to this was a fantastic deal for the Dallas Mavericks, paying, Kyrie $42 million a year, to your man, what's your man's name, friend of KNC, Ryan McDonough. Got out there on NBA TV, was like, why the hell, I'm paraphrasing, why the hell would you give Kyrie $42 million and not only give him $42 million a year, do it with a player option for the third year?
Because you've already gone in on this. Like, that decision was made.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you've gone in, so you might as well,
you
do the thing to
you
seal the
needed
deal.
another star. He was the one that was available. You got married, right? Or at least you gave him the engagement ring, and now was the time to get. Now it's time to get to the altar. And you was
officially get hitched.
That's what you did, right? Like, and
seal the deal.
You made sure you had an agreement, right? Like, you had a prenuptial agreement in there. And I think that's the 2+1 in a way, where it's like, look.
Oh, that was the prenup part?
Kind of. Like, if it gets too bad, right, we can make this shake in a different, at a different portion of this. But, like, again, they've been clear, the Mavs, that this was the way that they wanted to go. They wanted to re-sign Kyrie, and all things considered, like, as far as he has been with the Mavericks, he's been fine. He's not been an issue.
Yeah, Kyrie's not the problem.
Now, of course, like, there's an implied yet in there, but I don't want to have that conversation right now.
Yeah, we don't do that today. Keep it positive today.
So, yeah, he hasn't been an issue. So, yeah, sign him up for what is pretty much his value. And funny enough, if the last 2 years of, like, Kyrie-ness doesn't happen, how much money do you think Kyrie makes?
That was good. Yeah, I would say commensurate to over $40 million.
Probably more.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so this is the thing. It's like, yo, he gets a good amount of money. You get to retain a high-level talent, which is what he is. That allows you, if you play your cards right, to have a good team. Like, you should be able to have a good team if you play your cards right, and if all goes well. If all goes well is a whole different conversation that I don't want to have in this very moment. But yeah, no, it was more than fine, but it wasn't like, oh, amazing, right? Because this is what we knew that they had to do.
Yeah, you had to.
You've kind of in a way gotten yourself back to the same place. Right? Where you were last year. You just couldn't afford to go backwards. You went backwards the offseason before. You couldn't afford to go backwards. And having Kyrie again, and with the way that the team is currently constructed, you're basically where you were to start last season.
Yeah, and they mortgaged the idea of some of their future in terms of moving on from a future first-round pick, but also giving up, quality players in Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie to the right to have Kyrie Irving, not just for the rental that they had for the 20 games that he played in, but also for a few years beyond that. And that's exactly what they were able to do. So wasn't surprised, excited that they got it done. Talking to someone over at the Mavs when the deal got done, they told me, look, they like the fact that he's back. And Kyrie, as it was told to me, extremely hardworking when he came over here at the trade deadline last year. So the Mavericks felt like they hit a home run with the deal that they got with Kyrie. The one that got people charged up a little bit, Dwight Powell back. 3 years, $12 million, $4 million a year for the next 3 years.
Do we have to do the thing?
Okay, well, here's why I am with this, okay? Because I just want to get that on the table.
Do I need ISO or?
No,
okay.
No.
All right.
They need a stopgap starting center.
Oh, you think that's it?
Let's hope not. But for now, it is. Based on what you have between Powell, Holmes, and JaVale McGee at the moment, and I guess Derek Lively there as well.
Ain't no way you go into the season with 4 centers, right?
That's what I tend to believe. They're not going into the season with 4 centers.
Oh, if we're considering Dwight Powell a center still. Even though he probably should be like a power forward.
My thought and belief is that JaVale McGee will not be a part of this team by the time you get to the start of the regular season. But what Dwight Powell is someone who can be a mentor. As much as people don't want to hear that about Dwight Powell and the idea that right now, if the season started today, guess who your starting center is? It's Dwight Powell right now. This is a veteran who knows this team, knows this organization, and will help bring Derek Lively along. Those are the positive aspects for it.
And he'll do the things that you expect along Luka. He'll dive.
Yep.
He'll screen. He'll get hit in the face with a basketball. I don't know why that's a part of it, but it is.
It is. That is part of the Dwight Powell experience. But here's the thing. I've tried to help people with this. If you're evaluating the Powell signing through the lens of what I was just describing, him being a leader and helping Lively, it's a good signing at a good price.
Even outside of the being a leader, like just his play is like, he's kind of that player.
But if you're evaluating it through the lens of what the Mavericks have talked about this offseason.
And what the Mavericks have done consistently, which is we try and framework is really the deal, is the name of the game with Dwight Powell in my thing. If he's framed properly, he's fine.
Yes.
Like he's fine as just like a rotational big, one of the guys in your big room. The problem is every time they try and frame as a rotational big, like last season, right? For instance, you bring in JaVale McGee. JaVale McGee will be your starting big.
That's right.
And then Dwight Powell will get some rotational minutes. That's right. Then when that doesn't work, it's like, why is Dwight Powell who put Dwight Powell starting? Wait, why is he on the starting lineup?
He back in the lineup again?
And then he ends up playing like 30 minutes. And then because of the organizational situation, he ends up, and I think that that's the situation. If you could keep him in the right place, which you're going to still need to do some work to do.
Correct.
Then he's fine. And then you add on top of that, like the idea that he always shows up to work. He's a guy as an organization that you can always put in front of the community and feel great about.
He's a professional's professional.
There you go.
Is Dwight Powell. But if you're viewing it through the lens of what this organization has said throughout the offseason, which is we're going to remake the center rotation, we've got to improve defensively, and we've got to improve our rebounding, Dwight Powell does not do that and hasn't done it. So if you're, depending on how you evaluate it, what lens you look at it through, you're either fine with the signing or you're looking at the Mavericks again with a lot of side eye, like, hey, y'all keep telling us you're going to improve this, but y'all kept bringing back the same dude over and over again. How am I supposed to believe in what you're supposed to be changing when the faces keep running themselves back to the same place with this organization? That's right, Jason.
And I think that's the tough part about the impressions of this is like they navigated the draft situation and they were able to extract value from their first round pick, get some young talent. They needed to do some of that. They brought Seth Curry in, a valuable
speaking of old faces and old places again.
Valuable shooter if he's healthy, and a guy who I imagine also maybe helps because he played with Kyrie before. Like maybe that level of relationship helps, make sure that there's enough relationships around Kyrie for him to be happy, which is something you have to consider. But I think what's tough is that it hadn't been a particularly wildly active free agency. And everybody knows around the Mavs that they had work to do.
Yes.
And that work is not complete yet. So I think that gets people angsty. And I understand that, but I feel like it's a little ill-placed because the strongest portions of what they need to do, they can't do yet. You get what I mean?
And right now, that free agency for these Mavericks hinge on the idea as we get closer to July the 6th, when restricted free agents can start getting offer sheets from teams, is that right now, the Mavericks offseason appears to be hinging on the idea of getting a Grant Williams type, a Matisse Thybulle type, or a PJ Washington, shout out to Brittany Renner, around here when it comes to their next free agent acquisition to help out as a 3-and-D wing, somebody that can defend and shoot a little bit. And if they strike out on all three of those guys,
that'd be them. That'd be them clearing all the hurdles, but the last one.
All the hurdles? Because I don't think they've cleared
all the center hurdles.
Yeah, I don't think they've cleared the two biggest ones that they said coming into this offseason they needed to clear.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. For some reason, I had forgotten about the center. No, the two big ones. And so, yeah, that's the problem with this is what I was talking about months ago. And sorry to do I said this before, but it's just like, yo, there's a lot of things they have to navigate. They navigate a draft. Cool. Like they re-signed Kyrie. Awesome. There's still more work to do. And I think that's why this is kind of an incomplete. But what they have done thus far is enough of a foundation to get to the end where you get to the end of offseason and you go, cool, you did it. And the wild thing about this, and I said this to you before we started this show tonight, if they are able to clear all of the hurdles, I'm talking about get you a good, solid starting big that you feel comfortable with. I'm talking about getting you a sizable wing player that can maybe knock down some threes and can definitely play some defense, guard the other team's best perimeter player. You do all of these things. You come into the season, I'm still not sure how good of a basketball team you are when it comes to contending in the West because that's how tough it is.
Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation for another time because where this team is positioned based on some of the parts that they still have to improve, you're not looking at this team as a top 6 team right now in the West.
Not until they figure out what they're doing with center and wing.
Correct. So there's still plenty of work to do. That work can still be done as the rest of the week goes on, especially on July 6th when restricted free agents can start to get offer sheets. We'll see if Boston's willing to match with Grant Williams. We'll see if Portland's willing to match, with Matisse Thybulle. They've got a ton of things going on right now with that Damian Lillard thing. I don't know if you heard about that Damian Lillard
thing. He don't want to play in Portland anymore?
He don't want to be there anymore.
Interesting.
Finally.
Or at least he's admitting that he doesn't want to be in Portland anymore.
Don't get me started on Dame.
I kind of want to, but we don't have time.
We don't have time. And if we did, we'd be here for 2 hours. I guess we'll be here anyway. It's the Get Right. We're Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll get you caught up on the latest news and notes in and around the National Football League. We go around the NFL next on the Get Right.
Hello there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team with an important message for all HVAC technicians and plumbers. The On Time Experts is looking to add to their team. Are you ready to work for a company that cares about you, your family, and your career growth? Are you ready for paid medical insurance, a 401k match, and no on-call? Then you're ready to apply today.
Joy is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to junkforjoy.org or call 1-877-JUNK4JOY.
Mavs top pick Derek Lively comes to town and fires us up on the fan.
No matter if it's the weight room, the gym, it's just being able to just try to get 1% better each day, like I said.
Still has a lot to learn.
What's your favorite barbecue item?
Can't go wrong with a steak. Can't go wrong with a steak.
Steak. All right, Rook, don't worry, we'll teach you. The biggest names hang with us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
About to go around the NFL here on the Get Right with Reggie KG here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
What up, though?
Rigo Mendoza holding it down for here. Really appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. We're with you until 11 o'clock tonight here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Don't forget, at 8:20, Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavericks is going to be joining us here to talk a little Mavericks basketball here as well.
Yeah, we don't figure out where they're supposed to go from here.
Yeah, because there's several directions they could go. And we got to figure out where they're going to go based on what they have done and what they haven't done up to this point. But we'll talk with Nick at 8:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. We're also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well. Search 105.3 The Fan on YouTube and hit the subscribe button while you are there. Rigo, let's go around the National Football League here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. See, now this is that time of year.
Oh, no.
When
you copping please already?
No, here's the thing.
Okay.
We're 3 weeks away from training camp.
Woo! And you know 105 through the Fan got you covered. We gonna have wall-to-wall coverage on these airwaves.
That's
Sean
good.
and RJ.
That's right.
KNC Masterpiece. The G-Bag Nation. They all gonna be in Oxnard covering your team, America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. Keep it here on 105 through the Fan. You don't want to miss it.
You sound so excited.
Did I?
About the idea. Because here's the thing about Reds that people don't know.
What's that?
So,
I also don't know what you're going to say.
When we get to this time of year, the time in between, the beginning of the month of July and when training camp starts, Reds lows this time of the year. Because
Wimbledon's on. I'm having a great time.
We're talking about football, though. Football. Football's a 24/7, 365-day proposition.
Is it, though?
Has it not become that? These days, Roger wants you talking about the NFL all the time, every day.
Oh, is that why he was out here saying that the teams were to blame for the turf in the Super Bowl?
Yo, there is no other league on planet Earth that gets away with it more, low-key shaming their own players than the National Football League.
You said low-key.
On the slick. Because Roger just casually, the NFL just casually throwing it out there. Well, if they wasn't wearing them damn cleats in that Super Bowl, they wouldn't be slipping all over the place. Really, Raj?
Although, to be fair,
really?
Is that Roger's fault? I think Pro Football Talk.
We're talking about the Chiefs and the Eagles, by the way.
It was Pro Football Talk. Florio got out here leaking stuff. He was like, hey, we found out that apparently they've been out there saying amongst themselves that it's actually the team's fault.
Okay, now wait a minute.
Y'all should have known better. Bring other cleats.
Let's role play this.
Oh God.
somebody brings this tip to Florio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike, I got a big scoop for you. Florio, well, what is it? Somebody out here dogging the Chiefs and the Eagles right here wearing them cleats. Like, wait, what are you talking about? Somebody said the reason why they were slipping all over the field is because they weren't wearing the damn cleats. What? That's the scoop you got?
He's like, you know what? Don't even worry about that. I'll put that in a file. When it get a little
File
slow.
File that up.
When it get a little slow. When Aaron Rodgers chills out on that ayahuasca, we going to put this out as
Fire
news,
it up.
baby. We going to put this out as news, baby.
And then we're going to have a whole segment on Pro Football Talk with Chris Sims about his top 10 quarterbacks and how disgusting and how horrible of a list it is. And then we'll talk about the Chiefs and the Eagles and all that other stuff.
All right, so this is where I can let y'all in on a little industry secret.
Oh.
When it hits about June, right about July.
That's right.
That's when the lists come out. Because you know what a list is?
Hey.
Content.
Content, baby.
Because you know what you're never going to get with a list? Agreement.
Yes.
You're never going to put out a list where everybody's
That's
like,
right.
Perfectly fine. I agree with all of this. This is very agreeable. Thank you. Pass it along. Like, no, it's always just like.
Lists were made for controversy.
You have the audacity.
the unmitigated gall.
I love that we immediately went to the same place.
Immediately.
It's just what happens. So yes, of course, he puts out the top 10 list. By the way, on these airwaves tomorrow, next week, on the Get Right, when we have the All-Star break and the Get Right is on frequently. Prepare yourself for some lists. I'm gonna be very forthright with you. Prepare yourself for some lists. I got them in here already. Don't even worry about it. I can give you a taste if you want ahead of time. But no, we gonna talk about some lists.
That's right now, 4-0 to this day.
Yeah, that's right. Were we supposed to be talking about the field conditions? Do you have any feeling on this? Like the idea that, hey man, y'all should just be prepared. Y'all
if
should
they could ball like that in those cleats, sign me up for watching those dudes playing those cleats all the time. Because what the Eagles and the Chiefs did in that Super Bowl was incredible football. Okay, and I don't put on for the Eagles because what do our favorite friends Kelsey Charles and Meg Murray say?
Dallas forever,
Philly for never.
That's
right. That's right. But look, I don't care. I mean, whatever. Figure out a way to either get better cleats or a better, product on the. In terms of the surface.
The whole idea that this is a neutral site kind of makes it incumbent upon the league themselves
to have the best conditions possible.
Right?
This is your showcase.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be your day.
What are the youngins out here saying? It sounds like a skill issue.
I'm sorry.
Is that what they
say?
Yeah. It sounds like a skill issue, right?
Sounds like a skill issue.
That's what they say.
I don't. Can put this in a proper context? Can you use it for a sentence? Use it in a sentence,
please.
My friend couldn't get the kill on Call of Duty. That sounds like a skill issue. I don't know.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, all right.
It's like when people say sounds like a user error.
Yeah, it sounds like a user error. There you go.
All right, fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
By the way, 940, we're on 4 times next week.
Is it 4?
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
What happened to Friday?
Baseball's back.
Oh, that's right. We want baseball. Let's go.
That's right.
Have you gotten into the baseball season the way? Sorry, that's not even. Anyways,
we're talking about football here.
We're talking
about Rodgers football.
No, we're not. We're not talking about football. We're talking about cleats. There's a difference.
That were played on a football field.
Okay, fantastic.
You want actual football?
Yes, please.
All right, here you go.
I feel like we've tortured the people enough.
Speaking of lists,
what'd I tell you?
Here you go. The most intriguing NFL players for 2023. This comes from your good friend Dan Graziano of ESPN.
Good work. He does good work.
Mm-hmm. Who will define the next year? Now, the reason why I bring this up is because there's some names on this list that I find very intriguing. Speaking of video games, it's very apropos that our man Rigo would bring up. What was it, Call of Duty? Is it the game?
Yeah, it was Call of Duty.
The number one player of the most intriguing players for 2023.
Kyler Murray? It's so sad that I knew exactly where that was
Kyler Murray, most intriguing player going into the 2023 NFL season. Of course, my man coming back from his season-ending torn ACL. Hopefully he's been in his playbook enough to where he can get out there and do his thing.
I completely forgot about the ACL.
Oh, you
man,
forgot?
what was the Cards doing last year?
What were they
besides
doing?
messing up? No, that's the tough thing about
participating
Tyler.
in JJ Watt's retirement tour.
Playing video games.
Probably. Yeah, the tough thing about Kyler is like we've seen the skill level is there. Like it's like, is it going to come together in a way where he applies himself for one, but then two, is that team sustainable enough for him to like look good? Because one thing about it is we are the mock draft season starts as soon as the draft happens, right? And everybody is already in that place where like, yeah, Arizona's going to get the number 1 overall pick, which means they are supposed to stink. And how much of that is like, yo, we don't rate Kyler Murray, and how much of that is just like the things around him are not sufficient?
I just find tanking in the NFL abhorrent. I really do.
Well, of course.
I think it's just disgusting. Not gonna lie to you. But they're gonna be bad this year. Arizona's not gonna be good. Another intriguing player in the NFL. A lot of these guys are quarterbacks for these teams, but there's one I wanted to focus on that wasn't necessarily a quarterback that I found very intriguing because there's been a lot of talk about him this offseason and maybe if there's a rift or two, in the current city that he plays in.
Oh, is it Stefan?
That's right. Yeah, Stefan Diggs.
Yeah, and this is tough with the Stefan Diggs thing because I haven't been like deep in it because it's all felt kind of like nonsense. And then also
we haven't felt a little nonsense.
We haven't gotten a lot of information as to what it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
We just kind of heard the scuttlebutt around and what am I supposed to do with that? But like if I am to believe what I have heard, right? He seems to kind of just be like, yo, they not considering me enough, which like dog, it feels like they consider you a lot, but also at the same time, there is easily a place where you can make the argument that he made Josh Allen. Like you could make the argument. I feel like it might be a little bit, extraneous. You might be doing a little much, but consider this. Josh Allen came in and looked terrible to start. And this is not revisionist history. You can go look at it. He just didn't look good. And he figured it out when they brought in Stefan Diggs, right? Like when you've got the always open and the guy who opens up the intermediate routes, then it starts working with Josh Allen. And that's not to say that he created Josh Allen's abilities because those abilities have been there. And apparently we got to look at Wyoming and be like, what the hell were y'all doing over there when y'all had this monster available to you, right? But all those things being said, like the unlocking of Josh Allen happens when you bring in Stefan Diggs. And that is in no small measure because Stefan Diggs is amazing. And so I don't know to what level his gripe seems to be, if there actually is a gripe, because again, this is like real drama stuff. But I feel like he might have some ground here, guys. Like he was very important to making this thing start going.
My thing is, if you're Josh Allen and Stefan Diggs, the relationship between the two of them and them being on the same page is what's going to make this offense go. Because if Josh Allen's going to stay your primary running back, it feels like at this point.
Oh, and you should stop doing that, by the way.
Well, exactly. That's probably a good idea at this point. Stop making Josh Allen your primary running back. The two of them is going to make this offense go in Buffalo. And any kind of rift needs to be alleviated by the time they get to the beginning of the regular season.
And that sounds nice, but sometimes it depends on what the rift is and if it how manageable and patchable it is. Because sometimes you just go, I would love to fix this, but how? And for me, again, on the outside, we don't have a lot of things that we could say about it because I'm not privy to that. But it's starting to feel like it might be a but how situation because I have a strong feeling they don't want this level of animosity between these. Didn't they cancel a whole day of whatever the OTA minicamp thing was that they were doing just behind this? Right, they legitimately were we were supposed to do something. Actually, we're not doing it no more because we just got to make sure that this is right. It seems like at least they have their minds in the right place. I can't really speak on if they're doing the right things. Again, not privy to those things. But it seems like they hold it in some level of regard, and still here we are where it's not entirely mended. It is going to be intriguing to see once we get to when the games really matter. If these things are together, if these guys are actually on the same page. And when I say these guys, I don't just mean those players. I mean organizationally, because I wonder how far up this level of rift that may or may not be actually goes.
That's your trip around the National Football League right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
See how we gave you that? Don't you love it? It wasn't even a list. Kind of. It was kind of a list.
That's what this part of the season's for, Reg.
Okay.
Right there. That's how we make it work. Coming up next on the Get Right. Who are the winners and losers of this first weekend of free agency, Portland? We'll talk about it next on the Get Right.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Adatula. Live and local at night. Happens.
taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. We have light yet hearty combos put together for you starting at just $7.99, featuring savory soups, crisp salads, and a variety of sandwiches to satisfy every craving. Enjoy your next lunch break with us.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the Get Right. We're Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Rigo Mendoza holding down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. If you want to get in on the conversation, we're live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well. Search 105 through the Fan on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button while you are there. Who were the winners and losers in NBA free agency thus far? We'll let you know that here in just a moment. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to get at us on Twitter. Coming up in 20 minutes, Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavericks going to be joining us to give us his perspective on what was the first weekend of free agency for your Dallas Mavericks as they look to be hopefully not done yet with player acquisition as they continue to fill out their roster. By the way, quick note on that, I'll be at Mavs practice tomorrow as the Mavericks get ready for Summer League 2023.
Around what time? Is that morning, evening?
So practice is at 10 a.m., and they have media availability at around 11:30.
So you're going to call in to the show with Bobby and Broadus and give an update on what's happening with the Summer League practice?
Probably not, because media availability probably be still going while they're on, because they're on from 8 to 12 tomorrow. So, unfortunately, won't be able to give them, any kind of update when it comes to any of that. So, there you go. They'll be okay, though.
Okay. Well, have fun in practice. I was just wondering. Look, I'm going to be a jerk.
Oh.
I'm going to be a jerk.
Oh.
I was like, why are you telling these people that?
What?
That you're going to be at practice? What's that going to do for the people? They can't.
They can follow me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports.
My bad.
There's other social mediums that are around here. At least
you gonna put it on spill?
What? No. I guess I should spill. Never mind. Joke went over. Let's get this train back on the proverbial track.
You know what it is? Like, I feel like we are also in this place where, because I was driving in, I was like, why is it so free? And I was like, oh yeah, it's the day. It's a Monday.
It's the day before a holiday.
The day before a holiday. So many people did not go to work. So many people are just at home with the people. Some
Shout
people
out
are
to y'all
marinating the various meats that they will be cooking tomorrow.
That's right.
Like, I wonder what are y'all doing listening right now? Anyways, like, what are y'all chilling at the crib? Are y'all driving around?
Tomorrow? Yeah,
Are there people that are doing that work to make sure that the DFW remains going while a whole bunch of people take off work? You know what I mean? Like, what are y'all up to?
Well, shout out to all of y'all who are at home today, because it's the fastest that I got to this station in about 2 months. Okay, takes me about an hour normally from door to door from my house to this station. Took me 31 minutes today. Shout out to y'all clearing the roads for your boy to be able to get here a little bit earlier today. By the way, 817, hey, Kevin, can I get a huge shout out to my now fiance, Misty? I proposed and she said yes. I've waited 20 years to put a ring on her finger and finally got to. Plus, 2 40-year-olds survived in the Power and Light District in Kansas City, Tolo Robert in Holden, Missouri. Congratulations and many, many years of prosperous marriage.
Yeah, congrats to you. 20 years, man. Diligent.
By the way, this is a real quick note to your fiance, Misty. Good for you for putting it up and waiting for 20 years. Okay.
Oh, is that how you think it worked? Where she was waiting on him, or you think he was waiting on her?
Oh, she was definitely waiting on him.
Fantastic.
Because my wife told me, look, you got 6 more months. And if you don't get this together and, get a ring on this finger as to be proposed to get married, it's not happening.
All right, fantastic.
So, that's just a note for you.
Thanks.
Get it done and get it done quick. Okay?
That sounds like a threat. I think the airwaves are trying to take a little bit of a vacation. I think the signal acting up. But you know what? They can't. They're trying to silence us because we're going to give our opinions on the NBA. We will not be silenced.
Wow.
KG. We will not.
Well, Damian Lillard finally broke his silence about wanting to finally get out of Portland. He did so this weekend. Look, I was just, you know how I feel about Damian Lillard and all of this drama in Portland.
Do it or get off the pot.
And he finally did it. Finally. To which I say, first of all, here's the only 2 ways I've looked at this. Number one, he was low-key kind of a jerk for the timing of when he requested the trade, because Portland decided to ink Jeremy Grant to a 5-year, $160 million contract. And then the next day, Dame was like, actually, I'm out.
But you know what's funny about that?
He went full Jey Uso and was like, I'm out.
But what is funny about that, to me at least, is that supposedly when Chauncey Billups got hired, right, he wanted to ask out at that point. But then he didn't want to do to Chauncey Billups what James Harden did to Steven Silas, which is like, oh, this new coach comes in and I dip out on him and leave him with something that he was not anticipating and he did not sign up for. And I guess the funny part of that is, hey man, you're not gonna please nobody doing this, right? You can't wait for the perfect opportunity because it probably doesn't exist, right? Because he got to a point where he's like, they're not doing it. I'm gonna ask out, and they just gave Jeremy Grant all this money. They are not the winners in this. It's going to be tough for them because they're moving on from a star player. It is good because it's finally forced their hand, right? They do need to finally decide to move forward, but the tough thing about it is that at least their posturing right now is that they want to win. They still want to win. So the idea is, in trying to trade Damian Lillard, they're not just taking whatever's out there from whatever team that he says he wants to go to, which in this case seems to be the Miami Heat. They still want to get something like a young, talented star with some upside, or like some really good young players, or draft capital, or probably multiple of those things, if not all of them. And so it's gonna be tough for them to navigate those waters and find a way to get all those pieces. But that's the situation that they find themselves in.
Yeah.
So are you gonna consider them a winner or not?
Well, no.
Okay.
Because the other part of it for me is okay, Damian Lillard, the timing of him asking out wasn't great. The other part I think about is, well, maybe he wanted to ensure that his homeboy Jeremy Grant got his $160 million, and then was like, okay, I'm out. My guy got paid, and now I can move on. From the 972, Portland did nothing to help Dame. Dude carried them for years, and their team was never good enough. He's out. Good for. I've always advocated, like, if you decide to ask out Dame, you're not the bad guy here. Okay? We know how loyal you were to Portland. We know how much you love the city and the organization. If this was your time to go win a championship and you felt like you couldn't do it there in Portland, it's okay to ask out. And I don't think we're going to vilify them for it. But Portland, to me, is definitely a loser here because they have got to basically start over, even though they don't feel like they will with whatever they feel like they can get for Damian Lillard. A winner, though, for me during the first weekend of free agency, and Mavericks fans not going to necessarily like it.
There's a few of them that they're not going to like.
I thought the Lakers had a good free agency weekend.
I did as well.
Yeah.
I did as well. They added a few players for a pretty reasonable sum. One of them, which was like Taurean Prince, real value addition on like a 1 year,
potential Mavs target,
$4 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think they get younger at the point guard spot with Gabe Vincent, with at least when it comes to, I guess, backup point guard or however that rotation ultimately ends up. Gabe Vincent is a guy who is going to give you that defensive effort, kind of be on guys. He's not an elite defender, but like give you that defensive effort, kind of. And he does Dennis Schroeder better than Dennis Schroeder because he gives you the threat of the pull-up jumper in addition to like being able to get downhill. And if that 3-point shooting can be a little bit more consistent, that's a nice improvement. D'Angelo Russell kind of took a pay cut to come back, so you kind of keep getting that. And then you managed to re-sign Austin Reeves. I almost called him Austin Rivers. That's an entirely different person. Austin Reeves at a price where that was the max of what you could give him. But also, I'm surprised nobody got in and tried to like steal Austin Reeves and drive that price up. So it seems like they were able to do all of this while also kind of avoiding what would be like a large tax bill for themselves. Which, I mean, all of that sounds like a win. You get your team just a little bit younger. keep yourself in a place where you think you can contend at a pretty high level, and you don't have to pay the tax. I think that's a win.
And for the Lakers, they did the thing where they remained committed to what they wanted to do this offseason, which was to keep the young core that they had together with Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves. They were able to bring D'Angelo Russell back for less than $20 million a season. He might want to watch out because Gabe Vincent may be in competition for him for that starting point guard spot there in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Gabe Vincent had a nice playoff run. Remember, he had a tough finals, and I think we might be doing the thing where we saw him recently, so we're giving him a lot bigger boost. Don't forget, right, even the shooting that we saw in the playoffs, don't forget that Heat team was like one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the regular season. That he was a part of that team, right? Like, so there's some warts in there, and there's going to be, I think there might be some up and downs, and if he could find a way to be more consistent, I think the upside is there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think D'Angelo Russell's still the better point guard.
Another winner for me, and again, another team that's not Mavericks fans not going to like, for all the things that the Suns did in burning the CBA to the ground, they were able to have a nice weekend of free agency as well, capped off with getting Eric Gordon on a vet minimum to come out there and play with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton. I thought the Suns had a nice weekend as well in free agency.
Yeah, I think one of the big gets is Yuta Watanabe.
Yes.
Got him on like a wild cheap deal. Solid three-point shooter. And then he's got size and hustle. And I think one of the things about the Suns that it shows us is, oh yeah, you can't forget the idea that if you build something core that is good enough, you will get some teams or some players that are willing to take a little less to come and be a part of it. And so it's going to be interesting. Now, the thing about it is they don't have a bench that's going to be the best bench in the league by any means. But it seems like they've cobbled together something that will be workable. Now, we will see how workable it is and how high level it is, right? Because they are competing at a high level. Workable is not enough in and of itself. However, the idea that they had 4 players that were taking up the entirety of their salary cap before, just the idea of putting together a workable bench or rotation in general, big win. A team that I really enjoyed, even though they only really made 2 moves, I guess 3 moves if you consider re-signing one of their players, the Cleveland Cavaliers, which I think is going to work in an interesting way because the Mavs have interest in one of their players that may be more available than we thought he was. But the Cavs, what they had was 2 really good defensive bigs and 2 undersized but really talented offensive guards. And then they had some slashers in their 3 spot, as a wing. And what that meant was when they got to the playoffs, teams were like, yeah, we're not afraid of you shooting, so we're just going to pack the paint. We're going to make it tough on you getting downhill, and we're going to fluster your, these bigs that you have in Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. And so they went and they immediately addressed that by getting 2 different shooters. They went and got Max Strus, who we saw on that run with the Miami Heat.
Ooh, they gave him $64 million. Woo!
Yep. Sometimes you got to pay for what you need. But he has that upside. At least I believe we've seen him play at a high level, and he has that, I was about to say championship experience. They ain't win no championship. But he's got that playoff experience. But then they also add George Niang, who is like a bench version of that. And both of those guys are sizable, so you can still play defense with them, but also solid, really good 3-point shooters. I'm talking George Niang shot 40% from 3 for the last 5 seasons. So they went and they were like, we need shooting. We will get shooting. They hit that directly. They answered one of the big questions that was asked of them in the playoffs. And so they put themselves in a position to go and run it back. Except I wonder if they're going to run it back because Jared Allen, if they want to dangle Jared Allen, hey, the Mavs want to talk to you.
They could definitely use a Jared Allen type here in Dallas. That's for sure. I do like what Cleveland's got going on right there with obviously already with Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland in the full, Evan Mobley. That's the reason why you feel like, Allen could be available, is that you can finally let Mobley kind of take over and be the guy at the center spot for them in Cleveland. We'll see what they do with Allen moving forward. A team, I guess, I don't know if I can call them a winner or a loser, maybe just neutral, because on the one hand, Houston got a bunch of grown-ups in the room now, but they also paid a lot of money, and I guess that's because they had a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, some of that is the CBA.
Yeah, they had the most, salary cap space in the league to spend. But my goodness, they gave Fred VanVleet over $43 million per season. You give Dillon Brooks $20 million per
for 4 years, guaranteed for 4 years,
guaranteed
for 4 years,
for 4 years. Hell, they had so much money, they gave your man Uncle Jeff Green $6 million on a 1-year deal to be the grown up in the room in Houston.
But again, playoff experience there, playoff experience, Fred VanVleet, championship experience with both those guys. And then Dillon Brooks. No, some of this is like a factor of the salary floor, because with the new CBA, that's actually raised. Like, the idea with the salary floor is like, just like there's a salary cap, you have to spend a certain amount of money. You can't be out here just like bare bones in it. Hello, Oakland Athletics, right? You've got to get a certain floor. And before, it was like you had to hit to a certain floor and a certain number by the end of the season. Now they're like, oh, no, do that at the start.
Yep.
So they were like, all right, let's give this money away. The problem is, when you give this money away, you probably should do it in a smart way. And also, you were not really like bidding with anybody for Dillon Brooks. His own team said that they didn't want him
under any circumstances.
But I guess they're in a place, and there's something to be said for this, is like, they got these adults, those guys, they're solid contributors, you know what they're going to give you, but the Rockets are going to go as far as the young, talented players that they have are going to make them. And one of the reasons why I'd be inclined to maybe call them losers, they had former first-round picks, I think 3 or 4 of them not even former first round, a couple of former first round picks, but a lot of young, talented guys, as they had a lot of young, talented players that they sent away for basically nothing. So I'm like, in trying to make yourself better, you paid money and then you sent away assets for nothing. That feels like it doesn't work out, but ultimately they'll figure out what they're doing on the backside of that. Can we laugh at the Wizards? Because I feel like that's just like a fun experience. The Wizards are there to be laughed at. They were like, what are we going to do? They went and they facilitated the trade. They sent away Brad Beal. They brought back Chris Paul. They were like, we're not going to have him. We'll send him to Golden State. We'll take Jordan Poole to take a whole bunch of shots this season, and we'll give Kyle Kuzma a whole bunch of money to get cardio. We are the Washington Wizards. And
they gave Kyle Kuzma over $100 million to run it down with Jordan Poole in our nation's capital. You want to talk about two dudes who act a fool and a nut all season long.
They're going to get paid well. They're not going to have any responsibility at work. And they're going to be able to go directly from work right to the Rose Bar.
Oh,
that sounds like my dream, personally.
Man,
I would love to
paid a bunch of money to do it. The Wizards said, look, we're going to professionally tank this thing out. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Kristaps, go get yourself, some playoff fun in Boston. Bradley, you can go, play out there in the hot Valley sun with your boy Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. We're going to tank around here in our nation's capital.
Do you know what the Detroit Pistons are doing? Are they just like, we're going to be bad, so we'll take all your stuff? Because the teams have just been dumping stuff in Detroit.
Yeah. Shout out to Utah doing the same with John Collins as well. By the way, real quick.
I think John Collins is like serviceable, though.
I know. Utah's going to be fun to watch, actually. Before we get out of here, though, here's the thing. We now live in an NBA world where Fred VanVleet makes more money than Kyrie Irving, and Desmond Bane makes the same money as Luka Doncic. Because Memphis looked around and said, oh, we got to give away some of this money. Hey, Desmond, come get this 5 for $207. What?
That's one of my favorite parts of this time of year, is just like doing this person money, right? Because remember with the Jalen Brunson thing, the whole idea when we were talking about towards the idea of his extension or trying to re-sign him is, oh, you might need to spend Fred VanVleet money. Fred VanVleet money has changed, Bubba. And you know what's even funnier? Now let's do the Fred VanVleet money across sports. I know that this time of year is when NFL players hate.
Oh, they can't say it, NBA players. Yes. Oh, man.
Fred VanVleet got what?
Got what?
And I'm in here doing Oklahoma drills? Are you crazy?
It's nasty business.
Yeah, for the 4-3-2. Where do I sign up for that job? You need to reach out to Ted Leonsis with the Washington Wizards.
Michael Winger, GM. Find their profile on LinkedIn.
Send a resume. Make sure there's a cover letter.
Make sure you're above 6'6". You might have a chance.
That's a great point. This time of year reminds you, if you are above 6'7", 6'8", and you can do a little things on the basketball court.
We got this money for you over here.
Money abounds.
Those are your winners and losers from NBA free agency weekend number 1 in the NBA. Coming up next here on The Get Right, Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavs joins us next to give us his perspective on what the Mavericks did this past weekend. We do it next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. The headlines are created here.
drugs being that dirty motherfucker.
Harlem in the 90s. Dirty cops crossing the line.
Was it a common practice to break into apartments which were suspected drug locations?
Yes, for money, for drugs, whatever was in there.
The Set, a new Odyssey original podcast.
Who's gonna catch us? We're the police. You got into the game back then, making money hand over foot.
Listen to all 10 episodes of The Set right now, exclusively on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one have been injured in a car accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-3333-3333.
Was that enough threes?
I hope so.
Okay.
Thank you, Frankel and Frankel, for all those threes.
That's right.
It's the Get Right. Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Rigo Mendoza holding it down for you here. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Right now, though, we go to the phone lines where we welcome in the host of Locked On Mavs and the Locked On NBA Network's channel manager. You can find him on Twitter at Nick Van Exit. He is the homie, of course, Nick Angstad. Nick, what's going on?
He's in the building! What a lie. I am not in the building. You let Tim Cato in the building, but not me. So
Wait, hold on
now.
Wait
a minute now.
We can do some off-air stuff on air right now.
Yeah,
when would you like to come in the building? We will get that situated very quickly.
I live like 3 miles from the building. I could be there anytime.
Next week?
How fast can you get here right now?
Oh, you just going to have him come in for the rest of the show?
Yeah, I'm not doing anything else tonight. Just got a daily show. Also, you may be able to find me on Twitter. I don't know about today, though.
That's a great point.
Oh, has it been troublesome for you on the
Yeah, TweetDeck is acting up for me.
Oh, yeah, it was
just getting rate limited all the time.
That's right.
Well, never rate limited for Locked On Mavs because the fans for the Locked On Mavericks podcast stay in Nick and Isaac's mentions when it comes to this basketball team. Speaking of which, this weekend, how were your mentions, Nick?
They were good at first, and they signed Kyrie back, and then they signed Seth Curry, and they were like, all right, looking good. And then they signed Dwight Powell, guys. and it just went down. I've never seen anybody, like a fan base, react so negatively to a beloved veteran minimum signing than Dwight Powell this weekend.
Yeah, how do you frame the Dwight Powell signing, and I guess all the rest of the signings overall thus far?
So the big thing that I look at with this team, and I said it on Locked On Mavs last night on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast, the Mavericks took care of their future when they drafted Derek Lively and they got Omax, right? They're looking towards the future. They're like, all right, let's invest in our future a little bit. And also maybe when they said, hey, we're not going to trade Jaden Hardy and Josh Green, they invested in their future. They took care of their past by re-signing Kyrie, by bringing back Seth Curry. That's kind of like we'll bring him back from the past. But, we're not going to be worse than we were last year, right? The year before, they lose Brunson. They were actually worse. They didn't take care of their past. So they took care of their future. They took care of their past, and they just haven't addressed the present at all, right? Is this a better basketball team going into next year than it was last year at the end of last year? And I don't think that it is. I mean, they'll probably be better organized. They'll be healthier, all those things. But, the team is not demonstrably better on the court, and that's the big thing that everybody wanted. And so I can understand people's frustrations with, well, what move is there to make now? Now, what do we do? No, they haven't made any big moves yet. And looking at, a team down the road and the Rockets making a bunch of moves, and I can understand, some fans' frustration. The Mavericks just only had certain things that they could do this offseason, and I don't really think they've missed out on much that has been done that they could have possibly done. And there's still some moves to be made.
So with that being the case, the question remains, where do the Mavs go from here? And I think we all are in agreement in this. There's two major hurdles that they had to address in this offseason, and they remain. Getting a little bit bigger on the wing, somebody that can play defense and really help Kyrie and Luke, and then obviously having a defensive big. Those are the two things that remain. Let's hit the defensive wing. What are the options that you see going forward for the Mavs as they look to try and figure out what they're going to do for the perimeter?
Yeah, there's two guys that keep getting, attached to the Mavericks. The Mavericks have shown interest in, according to Stein and everybody, is Grant Williams from the Celtics and Matisse Thybulle from the Blazers. Now, they're both restricted. And so the reason why those guys haven't been offered yet or haven't been signed yet is because you can't sign restricted guys until Thursday. So we're waiting until that day for them to be able to put down an offer sheet And even when the Mavericks put down an offer sheet, let's say they give them the entire, full MLE to Grant Williams. That's like $12 million in the first year. The Celtics can match it. And so you have a certain amount of time. It's only like a day and a half or something now. Used to be like a week where you have the time to match it. And so the Celtics could just still match it, and then Grant Williams comes back. Now, it would cost the Celtics, with salaries and taxes included, $50 million in 1 year next year to keep Grant Williams. So a lot of people think that they're not going to do that, right? It just like holds you back so much. You pay $37 million in tax for 1 year for Grant Williams. And then the Celtics go and they signed Delano Banton. They signed O'Shea Brissett. They signed one other wing that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head, but they've signed like these smaller wings, as I think, like, hey, we'll take some flyers on a couple of guys to see if any of them work. And so I think that's kind of insurance if they lose Grant Williams, because I think they think they're going to lose him. They're going to say, to sources and to reporters, like, hey, we'll match anything just to try and get the Mavericks to do a sign and trade, like try and entice them to do that. But that's where the Mavericks are, and kind of the same thing on a little bit of a lower level with Matisse Thybulle.
Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavs joining us right here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Let's stick with that real quick. Of the two, which would you prefer, Matisse Thybulle or Grant Williams?
Grant Williams, because he's got some offensive game. Like Matisse Thybulle literally doesn't have any offense. He shot the three okay last year, but he's just been a black hole on offense wherever he's gone, in that you have to cover him up. Like in Dallas, we're used to players that you have to cover up on defense. Then they would have a player you have to cover up on the other end, which is something we're not, really used to in that sense. So Thybulle would cost less. I don't know why the Blazers would want to keep him. He's like 26 years old. He's a really good, wing defender, but they're going young now. Damian Lillard's going to want to ask out. Who knows what they're going to get back for him? If they get a couple of wings back, it just may not make any sense for them to keep him. So he may be more available than Grant Williams is, because the Hornets have been connected to Grant Williams. There's some other teams connected to Grant Williams, and so he may be less sought after, but I would rather go with them. Just go Grant Williams. He's a big wing. He can shoot the three really well. He's been to a finals. He's been in a bunch of playoff games. Like he's hit a bunch of threes. Like he's had some runs like Maxey, like Reggie Bullock, where he hit like 8 threes in a Eastern Conference Finals game and they go to the finals. Like he's had experience like that. So I'd rather go with him.
I'm glad you brought up the idea of Damian Lillard needing to be traded. There's a few players out there that like we're kind of anticipating trades needing to happen that are going to be a little complex, right? That are probably not going to be one-to-one trades. Like, what kind of space could the Mavericks maybe exist in if they're being creative to try and get some benefits out of those types of trades?
Yeah, that's a big thing we're going to talk about tonight on the show, is that, like, if they do some kind of 3-team trade, I think that's what's going to happen, like you alluded to, with the Harden trade and the Lillard trade. If Harden and the Clippers are a match and they want, to make it work where Harden goes to the Clippers, then the Mavericks can come in and say, we'll take Ivica Zubac and we'll take Robert Covington, who you didn't play at all last year, that would fit really well in Dallas as a big wing that makes about like $11 million a year. You can bring both those guys in and send Tim Hardaway and JaVale, or Tim Hardaway and Rashawn Holmes, and combine a couple salaries together and send them somewhere else. And so maybe that's how the Mavericks get in on something like that.
Which is interesting because the Mavericks have still not made that official yet either, the acquisition of Rashawn Holmes yet. So, I mean, it goes to the idea that this team is still trying to move him and possibly another deal somewhere else. Now, obviously, this team has needed to remake its center position, try to remake, and get another athletic wing to help guard on the perimeter. For you, what has been your overall thought as far as the approach of this offseason? Yes, they took a flyer on Dante Exum as well. Are you happy with the approach of the way that the Mavericks have gone about it so far?
Yeah, they're in a weird spot because I think they've done well at everything that they've actually done so far, right? They, in the draft, everybody talks about how well they did, all across national media except for Bill Simmons. Don't ask him. But everybody else thought that they did a good job with Derek Lively, with getting Omax, and all it cost was dropping down 2 picks basically and then taking on Rashawn Holmes and Davis Bertans' contract. So they did a good job there. The Kyrie situation, it depends on who you ask whether they think they did a good job or not, but to only get him 3 years below the max for that kind of talent, I know he's a flight risk. I know he's got some issues across the league, but to get a guy at that talent for that amount of money, the Mavericks weren't getting anybody else like that anytime soon. So I think they did fine to do that deal. Seth Curry on the biannual is a really good deal. Like, they've done well at each spot. Bringing in Dante Exum as a flyer, that's a minimum. Dwight Powell's on a veteran minimum. And so, like, each spot they've done well. They just haven't actually addressed their two real needs that we talked about earlier, right? Which is why I talked about they haven't really addressed their present. And can they address their present in the next couple of weeks? I think those moves are still out there for them to do, but I think a lot of the league and things are waiting on a Lillard deal, a Harden deal, and things like that.
What do you view as like the biggest hurdle of them getting these things done?
One of the things is they only have so many assets to send out. I don't think Tim Hardaway Jr. is like this guy that has a lot of value. I don't think he has negative value, but I don't think he has positive value either, right? And then we've heard that they've tried to sneak in JaVale McGee's contract into like a Clint Capella trade or a DeAndre Ayton trade, and those teams have turned them down because they don't want to take that on. Like they don't want to take that contract on, and so they've kind of put themselves. They've played hardball a little bit, and which they should to try and get the best deal. And then there's also they've reportedly not wanted to trade Jaden Hardy or Josh Green. That's one of your, there are two other pieces, and nobody's even mentioned their first-round pick in 2027. So you've got these three future assets that you could use, and they haven't used them yet. I wonder if they get desperate enough at a certain point and say, all right, well, we got to get a center. Like, that's our one thing. We've been saying it for 2 off seasons in a row. If we don't do it, then we'll just have failed 2 years in a row. And I wonder if they eventually say, all right, well, let's just give up one of Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, or the 2027 first-round pick to get a Jarrett Allen or to get, I don't know, DeAndre Ayton or somebody like that to finally fix this problem that's been so bad for the Mavericks for years.
When it comes to Jarrett Allen and addressing the center position, is that someone you think would make a lot of sense here, given what the Mavericks are trying to do? What would you feel about a Jarrett Allen move from Cleveland to Dallas and trying to make that happen?
Bring the Texas guy home, right? Bring him back. Like, that would be an amazing deal. That's one that we talked about months ago as a dream target for the Mavericks because he's only making $20 million over the next 3 years. He's still 24, 25. He's made an all-star team. He didn't work. He isn't working right now in Cleveland because they've got two bigs that can't really shoot, him and Evan Mobley. And so eventually Cleveland's going to have to decide, all right, optimally, our best chance at winning and winning at a high level and winning a playoff series is for Evan Mobley to play the 5. He's got to shift over, play the 5, because we can't have two guys that can't shoot that people don't have to guard really. So they've got to figure that out. Now, did they decide to do that this year? I don't know. I don't know if they make that decision yet. But Mark Stein reported that Jarrett Allen is, potentially available, and that there's more whispers than people are letting on that he's available. And if the Mavericks can do that, I think that's a really great move. He can roll to the rim. He can defend the rim really well. The Mavericks can cover for him offensively. In a lot of ways, because they've got a lot of shooting. They've got Luka and Kyrie that can be great in the pick and roll, and you can sit them down and bring in Lively every once in a while, or have Maxey play the 5. Like you can do that and not feel bad because you've got a $40 million player you've got to play, right? He's not that, so that would be an incredible move. That's the best move that I think is potentially on the table that they should do and could do.
Nick, tell the folks so they can find it. What you got going on, man?
Oh, it's Locked On Mavs. It's daily right now. It's usually 5 days a week all through the year, but it's daily right now. You can find us on our YouTube channel. You can find us on a podcast feed, wherever you listen. You can find me on Twitter. Sometimes, I guess you can find me on Blue Sky now. I guess that's a thing people are doing. I haven't done Spill yet. Have you guys gone over there yet?
Nope. I don't have an Apple product, so.
So, yeah, there you go. That's where you can find me maybe.
Next to him is Isaac Harris with his beanie, his resident beanie on Locked On Mavs.
Always wearing a hat.
That's right. Nick Angstad. You can find him on Twitter at Nick Van Exit. Enough to join us here on the Get Right. Nick, as always, appreciate the time, my man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You also find him in studio next week. That's what we
apparently he lives 3 miles from here. They had no idea that he lives that close.
That's right.
So,
we're gonna have him in studio next week.
Have we made people jealous of the fact that Tim Cato and Tyler Batiste and other folks
have
hung out in here?
If we did, why did we not use this tactic earlier?
I know, right?
We could get more guests by just being like, you see how you can come in studio. You see that? Look at that.
I know, because Meg and Kelsey, they want to come in studio and hang out with us and do a whole.
Oh, we do need to book them again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Speaking of the Cowboys, coming up next here on the Get Right, Jerry Jones is getting his own 10-part docuseries, which begs this question. What is your favorite sports documentary of all time? We'll talk about it next on the Get Right.
Rangers GM Chris Young gives the fan the latest on the league and the catcher interference call.
I think that there has to be clarity. I think the league is working on that. It was one of my frustrations with the rule and the call. It still doesn't make sense to me. And I think there are people that I spoke to within the league.
Just like so many else have done by finding yourself a brand new ride for the summer. GM Andrew Beck and his team are ready to serve you on site right now during the Make This the Summer sales event. All you got to do is go to PlatinumCDRJTexas.com or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Following the offseason moves of Du Bois, we're the home of the Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yes, sir.
Rigo Mendoza holding it down for here. Really appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. What is your favorite sports documentary of all time? Let us know on the text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. If you want to get in on the conversation, at Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula. If you want to get at us on Twitter, coming up at the top of the hour here on the Get Right. We'll get back into the NFL conversation when it comes to your Cowboys in terms of their strengths, weaknesses, and some of the X factors for this team, including some other ones in the NFL. We'll do that at the top of the hour on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Speaking of the Cowboys, did you see this piece of news today?
Boy, did I.
So apparently Jerry Jones is going to be getting a 10-part docuseries. And it's going to be something that's going to, I'm assuming, detailing his life, his career, among other things. This being announced today, or at least I saw this today.
Yeah, supposedly Netflix is nearing the an agreement.
Yeah, reportedly on the verge of securing a 10-episode Jerry Jones docuseries to the tune of nearly $50 million. Going forward there. So Jerry Jones going to be having his, I'm assuming, life story, NFL career all on display. Now, this continues what we have started to see already in terms of the partnership between the NFL and Netflix. Of course, next week, the NFL's the first NFL property debuts on Netflix with Quarterback, the series focusing on Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota. Eventually, Netflix will air the NFL Films docuseries focusing on Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, again, where they paid.
Oh, so the NFL Films is who's producing this.
Yes, NFL Films will produce the 10-episode show with Skydance Sports and focus on the days of the 1990s, the successful 1990s.
The good times.
Right, of the Cowboys.
Can I tell you who I blame for this? I use that word very intentionally.
Oh.
Michael Jordan is to blame for this.
Why?
Thanks for nothing, you
What?
jerk. You want to know why? I mean, some of this was circumstance, right? Some of this was like COVID happened.
I'm about to say, do you not remember the Last Dance got us through for what, those 6 weeks?
And you know what the problem was? Everybody, and I do mean everybody, thought, well, you know what? Everything needs a 10-part series. No, the bleep it doesn't. Right? Because this is the problem. The Last Dance was a very fascinating.
It's incredible.
Fascinating documentary. We've been doing documentaries for a long time. There have been some really great ones, as we're already starting to see on the text line. And I've seen some of these, and they're just incredible, right? How many of them are like 10 hours long? Right? Like, the mystique of Michael Jordan, I get it, deserves a little bit more. 10 hours was indulgent, and we were okay with it because of a particular time.
Mm-hmm.
We not in that time no more. And that level of indulgence has persisted, and I hate it so very much. Everybody needs an editor, because we don't need to see all this, right? Like, y'all don't know how to tell stories. You know what this is? You know what it is? Everybody is now your auntie that tells that long story that keeps you trapped at Thanksgiving, and all you want to do is just go get you another slice of pie, but you stuck talking to her because she doesn't know how to wrap it up. That's what the 10-part documentary series is. And the worst part about it, on top of that, right, and again, blaming Michael Jordan, thanks for nothing, jerk, is, hey man, why does, like, because of the way that the footage, right, that they had, because he had the ability to like have some deciding power over it, it gave him some editorial control.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way that documentaries should work, because it ceases to be an objective, or there's a very strong chance that it'll cease to be an objective in enterprise, and it becomes a very important word, propaganda. And let me tell you, Your man Scottie Pippen is still out here ranting and raving because he felt like it was propaganda against him.
Scottie on some other stuff, man. He don't count.
Sure,
Scottie
but like
on some other stuff.
He's not entirely wrong, right? We was watching that. We was all watching The Last Dance together. Like, hey, man, some of this feels like they took a very positive light in a way that they probably should have. And that's the thing that I worry about. On top of the idea that we're being like overly indulgent. If we're overly indulgent and we tell like a really interesting story and we like this is all. We have gotten to the place where we're getting a lot more of these supposed documentaries that are not truly those. And that's one of the things I worry about with Jerry Jones, because Jerry Jones is a wildly fascinating figure. If this whole thing is through rose-colored glasses, I don't want it.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to do a 10-part docuseries, you know, the grime and the grit and some of the things that may not necessarily feel like, you know, we've gotten to see or hear or be a part of in some of the ways that the Cowboys have, you know, become successful, particularly to Jerry Jones, would need to come to light in some of this, because the good, the bad, and the ugly is what has made Jerry Jones in this case. And all of those things, I think, at some point need to be discussed. Now, here's the thing for me and Jerry Jones in this documentary. Like, I almost feel like 10 parts might not be enough. Like, the enormity, again, good, bad, or indifferent, the enormity of what Jerry Jones has meant, not just to the Cowboys, but the success of the National Football League as a whole, from a business standpoint, the product in and of itself. There's a lot there that 10 parts may not be enough.
Buddy, I hate to cut you off, but at the same time, the docu-series will focus on the Joneses Cowboys team from the 90s. It didn't say they was going to focus on his entire life. 10 parts on that?
No, I'm saying
by itself?
But that's what I'm saying. I think it should be expanded. Is what I guess was what I'm saying. Like the 90s stuff, like the 10-part docuseries from the 90s. Yeah, that's enough for there. But if you're gonna do a full, you know, examination of Jerry Jones,
buddy, we can do a 3-hour series when it comes to the 90s. I give you 4 or 5 for Jerry on himself. 10-part docuseries. We doing a lot.
You're not here for it.
No. But I am here for all of your favorite sports documentaries that you've had. Yes, 806. Although the Last Dance did give us the Mike Bassett Pippen played all the games. That was very fun. That was a very fun time on 105 through the Fan. The Four Falls of Buffalo. Basically, all of these are going to be 30 for 30s, aren't they? Like 30. ESPN did a great work in investing in like sports documentaries. It was helping them because it gave them content, especially for like this time of year when they're like, "Oh, we don't got no rights, sports rights that we're putting up." Throw up that time that Buffalo lost 4 straight Super Bowls. Throw that one up there. See if people like that. But like, yes, because one of the things I love about some of these docuseries, and like I guess it's the benefit of documentaries in general, if you were there, you get more insight into what was happening. If you weren't, these are the places where you get, you know, fans that are able to better understand like their parents and their uncles and like where they were and what they experienced, because they get to see these things that they were not there for. I wasn't there for when Buffalo was getting a keister kicked in the Super Bowl every time, even though they were a really good football team, and nobody's really going to acknowledge that. Like, you realize how nobody would acknowledge that period of time as well as they do now, because we had that Four Falls of Buffalo doc.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was losing 4 straight Super Bowls.
But the problem is, like, they were good enough to get there.
They were
4 straight times.
4 straight times.
You know,
couldn't win one of them. Shout out to the Cowboys. Man, I'm trying to think of my favorite one. I think my favorite one, and of course this goes to, you know, what I love these days, Nature Boy, the 30 for 30 on
Ric Flair. I thought some people felt like they didn't like that. You enjoyed it. Is it just like the subject matter is always going to get you?
The subject matter, but also the examination of Ric Flair, the person, the wrestler, and Richard Fliehr, the person.
That was a good view. Yeah.
Oh boy, that is. If you're a wrestling fan or just a sports fan in general, I implore you to watch Nature Boy, that 30 for 30 documentary, because you will see what fame can do to someone.
Yes.
And when that fame becomes a part of the very fabric of someone's life to where they can't differentiate between the two at some point, it's a fascinating look into the human psyche through the lens of Ric Flair.
I kind of love the ones, for me, I like the hyper-focused ones where it's like, I care about this thing a lot, so it gives me more insight into this thing I care about. But conversely, I really love the ones where it's like, you don't have to care about this thing. It just tells a really great story. And someone from the 214 is getting to probably one of the best ones that the 30 for 30 series has made. The 2 Escobars. about Pablo Escobar, and I forget my other brother who's Escobar who like played, and fascinating storytelling about the ways in which drug money got intertwined with soccer. And it's just like an incredible story where you don't have to give a damn about soccer. It's a great way. And for me personally, I always am intrigued by the ways that sports and our larger world mix. And so that's a really good one.
The name you're looking for is Andres Escobar.
Andres, thank you very much, Rodrigo. I feel like I haven't acknowledged you enough on the air today. I appreciate you, Rodrigo.
You're good.
Let's see. Someone else said you don't know Bo was a bat.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was about to read and I was like, I'm not sure if I should say that on air. But it was really cool. Let's see. What's some other ones? I just recently, in fact, when I say just recently, last night I watched the What Carter Lost, which was on the 1988 Dallas Carter Cowboys football team that won but didn't win the state championship.
Yep.
And it's so fascinating because you really get a feel for the history of Texas. Like, I guess not the full history of Texas, but like you get a feel for like the history of relations and race relations frequently in the city of Dallas and the surrounding areas. And also you get to see Odell Beckham, not Junior, Odell Beckham.
His daddy.
Yeah, his daddy when he was playing football. So like you get the fun of the sports, but you also get like a really interesting mix of like how people felt about certain parts of the city at a certain time. Really fun. Surviving Advance is brought up on the 2-1 or on the 814, and I hate that because I am from Houston. I have a lot of friends that went to the University of Houston and North Carolina Central, and that run that they ran on with Jimmy Valvano stole a championship from the University of Houston.
I see the 214 Fab Five. They made me think of another one, Catholics versus convicts.
Really interesting one.
The Miami Hurricanes and the
Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah, man. You want to talk about a unique lens into college football? Yeah, that's a good one there as well.
From the 214, they say it wasn't the Last Dance that started this. It was the 30 for 30 OJ Made in America.
Ooh.
The problem with the OJ Made in America one is like that one really was looking at a full societal lens.
Yes.
So like you were covering society, and the OJ trial was not simply a sports phenomenon.
Cultural phenomenon.
So I think that's why that, but you know what? Maybe you could say that was a little indulgent. I can feel you on that.
But there's some tremendous documentaries that are out there. But yeah, Jerry.
Got to shout out Pony Excess. SMU.
Yeah, man.
And the ways in which, you know what, they were kind of done bad in that. They were treated as if they were the scapegoats.
Shout out to Eric Dickerson, though.
That's right. Get that Trans Am, baby.
Get your money in your car. That's right. Jerry Jones getting a 10-part docuseries courtesy of Netflix. $50 million. Good gracious. So get right. Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next here, we continue with some of the Cowboys conversation. Pro Football Focus had its strengths, weaknesses, and X factors for all 32 teams. What are the strengths, weaknesses, and X factors for your Dallas Cowboys? We'll talk about it next on the Get Right.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Did you know more than 60% of men and 40% of women struggle with hair loss, thinning, or a receding hairline? It's Zach Wolchuk, and I'm doing something about it now before it's too late at Elite Skin Center. Almated is the newest technology on the market to regrow your hair. It's just 30 minutes, completely painless, non-surgical, and actually relaxing. I saw dramatic results within 3 treatments. If you're seeing slight receding or thinning, now is the time to act. Don't wait until it's too late, and don't hide by wearing hats. Those sprays are expensive and don't work. Ladies, those extensions are pricey and require tons of upkeep. I don't want y'all wasting money. Elite Skin Center is family run, and Dr. Bailey is a Tolo just like you. And today they're giving the next 10 Tolos 50% off of their treatment package. It's only $2,000, and they'll even work with you on payments. The consultation is free. You got nothing to lose and just confidence to gain. So set up a free consultation at EliteSkinCenter.com. That's EliteSkinCenter.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 to Get Right with Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Rigo Mendoza holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The early 2023 NFL roster rankings for all 32 NFL teams, including their strengths, weaknesses, and rookies to watch, and more of that content coming from Pro Football Focus. We'll get to here in just a moment for your Cowboys here on 105.3 The Fan. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to get at us on Twitter. Coming up here in 20 minutes, a very unique question and conversation that we'll have. What makes a sports phenomenon? Think about that and ponder on that here on the text line, 877-881-1053. We'll get into that here in about 16 minutes as we are just a mere few hours away from the 4th of July. Hopefully you're having a safe and sound weeks and weekends so far, off this weekend, going into tomorrow as well. For those who will be off on the 4th of July, hopefully you get to celebrate the day off with your friends and family and some good food. Anything in particular you're looking forward to having tomorrow for?
I be pulling up, right? I just be pulling up to the events.
You bring something?
An appetite.
So no.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
877-881-1053. Would you invite Reds to your party if he brought
the
you
answer?
Nothing?
I know the answer is a resounding no, and that's why I stick to the rivers and lakes that I'm used to. I know there are people that are happy
to have
see
you,
me.
regardless if you bring anything or not.
I just go where everybody knows my name. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So,
okay. Reputation only for you, huh?
That's where I be pulling up.
Rigo, do you bring something? Are you better than Reggie and actually bring something if you're going to be eating other people's food?
Unfortunately for Reg, yes, I am, and I'm bringing the alcohol. I'm bringing the alcohol, baby. Woo!
That's good.
Are you legal enough to do that?
Hey, don't do that. He's not Medford, okay?
Oh, we love.
What's Medford, about 17?
Don't do that. Now,
and a half. Hey, and a half.
You're right. 17 and a half.
Now, Medford just turned all of 22 the other day. Was it 21 or 20? No, 22. He's
22, yeah.
Yeah, so his 21st last year. So he's barely there. He's good. Rigo, on the other hand, I don't know, man.
I'm 25. Turned 25 here on July 26th.
That's my wedding anniversary.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Y'all going to celebrate together?
Oh, we're going to do a lot of celebrating. Don't you worry about that.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. So you said something about the Cowboys,
you
right?
walked into that? You
said
walked
something about the Cowboys?
Right. That's right. By the way, 9 years, by the way. 9 years.
I'm proud of you.
9 years in a few weeks we'll have been married. Oh, boy.
What was that who boy about? You better be careful.
Hold on for a second. Let me tell you something. When you get 9 years into your marriage, you've been through some things, okay? Anybody on that text line who's been married, 4, 5, 9, 10, 20 years, they know you go through some stuff to get there in your 9, 10 years, however long you've been married. And, hey, sometimes you got to just go, who boy? Because, from there, once said, Reg is welcome with us.
See that?
Bring a sense of humor and good vibes, brother.
I bring cachet, brother.
You bring essence.
I bring gravitas.
Gravitas.
The youths would say I bring the vibes. So
you see how red sound now? You talk about me and how wait. How old am I?
You 36.
Now you hear how Red's starting to sound. He's starting to sound like me. And he barely into his 30s, and he's sounding real uncle-ish over here.
Oh, I'll be uncle.
Talking about what the youths talk about.
Speaking of uncle, you ain't let me know that my god baby you didn't let me know it was her birthday so I could buy her something special.
I told you that.
The day before.
Yeah.
Look at you.
I did.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Talk about the Cowboys now. Look at you.
Strengths, weaknesses, and rookies to watch for all 32 NFL teams, including your Dallas Cowboys from the 912. I turned 41 on July 27th. Well, happy
birthday in advance.
Yeah, advance. That's
very,
right.
very advanced.
Very early. Very early.
We got you about 24 days early.
Mm-hmm. See, 817 KG. I hit my 9 years on June 21st, and I felt that woo boy. That's right. That's right. That's right. 817. You know what's up. Let's look at this for the Dallas Cowboys. This comes from Pro Football Focus here, Reggie's favorite publication when it comes to all NFL content these days.
Hey, all right.
Our guy John Owning over there at
That's right.
Pro Football Focus.
We haven't talked to John in a little while.
I know. We need to talk to John.
See how his dang, I was about to say what Muay Thai? Does he does Muay Thai? I can't remember what martial art he does.
Yeah, he's very good at it too.
Yeah.
Very good at it too.
Probably remember which one.
Mm-hmm. For anyone, so are you supposed to know when your god baby's birthday is?
I was never informed the first time.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's how you gonna turn it around on me?
That's right.
All right. Cool. Gotcha. Dallas Cowboys, they come in at number 6 for Pro Football Focus's roster rankings for all 32 teams.
Interesting.
The only other teams ahead of them, Philadelphia at number 1.
I get why. Yeah.
San Francisco at number 2.
Okay.
Cincinnati at number 3.
All right.
Kansas City at number 4.
Patrick Mahomes on there. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Buffalo at number 5.
I guess. I'm not certain.
And then your Cowboys come in at number 6 for Pro Football Focuses.
There's a couple of them in there that I might quibble with.
Yeah, the Buffalo one, I might have the Cowboys ahead of Buffalo. I low-key might have them ahead of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I feel like we're doing a lot there.
At number 3, I feel like that's a little high, but okay.
Okay. Look,
I mean, it's a list. It's a list.
That's exactly.
It's a list.
I told you, it's list season, baby.
List season, baby. Okay, let's go to this though for the Cowboys. The biggest strength in 2023. What do you believe Pro Football Focus has as the biggest strength for the Cowboys going into the
Is it an entire unit? Is it like a position group?
Not necessarily, but it kind of gets to a position.
Is it like
group.
pass defense?
Pass rush.
Rush. Okay.
Yeah. They write Dallas finished last year second in terms of team pass rush grade behind only the Philadelphia Eagles. Headline.
You didn't need to put that part in.
I'm just saying that's what they wrote. Headline by Micah Parsons. The Cowboys pass rush was lethal when they pulled ahead in games. Parsons himself ended the year with a 92 pass rush grade, 4th best of any player in the National Football League, and recorded a 90-plus pass rush grade in 5 games. This unit figures to carry a solid defense again going into 2023.
Absolutely. Micah Parsons is like the tip of the spear in that regard, but also like Marcus Lawrence had a solid season. Well, funny enough, Sam Williams started coming on to the point where I am really excited to see what the young man does in his second season, right? Like now that he is some level acclimated to the league and these things. And, right, Osa, there was a lot, it felt like there was a good amount of times where you saw Osa, big 97, getting through the middle of the line. So, like, I do love the pass rush on this team. They made sure to have many guys that they could rotate in. And then, of course, they made sure to try and just, like, find ways to get Micah Parsons in advantageous matchups. And when you have all of the talent that you do and, like, the wisdom that is that comes from Dan Quinn on how to do this, I feel so great about the way that, the pass rush works for the Cowboys. So, no, I absolutely understand that. That makes sense that that's the strength. If for no other reason, then the best player on your team plays there, right? Like that, it should factor into being a strength, and it absolutely is for the Cowboys.
The Cowboys pass rush is going to be fun to watch. You talked about some of the depth already that's on this defense. When it comes to Sam Williams, Dante Fowler Jr., obviously Micah Parsons coming off the edge, DeMarcus Lawrence, Dorrance Armstrong, who I think has become a little bit of a forgotten man on this defense.
And he had a pretty solid season himself as well.
Had a career year last year. So this defense is deep when it comes to getting after the quarterback, and why I think a lot of people feel, including myself, that is a major strength for this team going into this upcoming season, and one of the reasons why Dan Quinn is going to be having a field day with those chess pieces, moving them around, and the kind of disguises that they'll be able to put forward against opposing offenses to confuse them, not just pre-snap, but also post-snap as well. Looking forward to some of that this upcoming season. The biggest weakness Pro Football Focus has for the Cowboys going up to this upcoming season.
I wonder if they feel how I feel, which is, because I was like, is it linebackers or is it just offensive line? Because offensive line is one of the things I'm concerned about, but I don't know, should I call it a weakness?
Neither of those.
Interesting. Where does Pro Football Focus go?
Here come the Dak slander.
Oh, quarterback.
Dak Prescott suffered through arguably his worst season as a pro in 2022. He led the league in interceptions despite missing 5 games with injury. He posted a mediocre 68.2 passing grade for the year and made more turnover-worthy plays than big-time throws. Prescott was inconsistent when he was healthy outside of 2 excellent performances against an overmatched Chicago Bears and Tampa Bay team. Dallas was short on weapons last year, but Prescott needs to be better if the team's going to make a championship run in 2023.
Do you want to know where he ranked with his offensive Pro Football Focus grade? Like, that includes rushing as well, so that's going to put some guys higher than, where I guess you would consider if you just looked at passing. You want to know where he ranked amongst quarterbacks on Pro Football Focus's grading?
I'm going to go with 25th.
21st.
Okay.
Just behind Jared Goff and just ahead of Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right.
Yeah. So I feel like this is where people look up and they go, oh, the Pro Football Focus. And I imagine some people just found a little bit more excitement for Pro Football Focus because it happens to,
Dak slander.
Yeah, fit what they tend to believe. No, it absolutely was a tough season for him. Like,
sure.
You cannot ignore that. The problem, I think, for a lot of folks who happen to be a little bit higher on Dak is they go, okay, but what are the circumstances that were involved here? And do you think that those continue on? And I think there's a lot of people that look up and they go, that's probably more aberration than it is like consistent factor.
Which I tend to be on that side of the argument.
I find myself near that way as well. But you cannot ignore the fact that he had a down season, point blank period. And so I think that's where it'll get interesting. And I get why they look at this season coming forward and they go, yeah, that's a place of concern. I just keep looking at this offensive line and how you lost a starting guard and you haven't really addressed it. And on top of that, the ways in which you could address it, we don't have any level of definitive situation, but we've heard things that make you go, you sure you want to go about it that way? That's why I brought up offensive line. And then linebackers just, one of your starting linebackers, your linebackers weren't incredible last year, mind you. But one of your starting linebackers did not come back. Probably the right move, but now you're thrusting a second-year player who got some snaps and Damone Clark into that alongside Lane Van Der Esch, and you're asking them to just, hey, you guys need to figure this out and do it well. Now, one of those is going to have a lot more protection. The linebackers will have a lot more protection.
Sure.
When you look at the units around them. Offensive line, y'all just gonna need to do it. So that's why I have my concerns. But I understand. I completely understand the concerns about Dak Prescott, and he's going to need to show. He's going to need to show and prove this year specifically.
X factor going into 2023 that should help one Rain Dakota Prescott. Brandon Cooks.
Yep.
Part of Prescott's struggles can be attributed to a lack of depth in the Cowboys receiving core. CeeDee Lamb had an 87 receiving grade, was excellent, but no other wide receiver on the Cowboys last year graded above a 70. Cooks, of course, adds a ton of experience to the group and is a vertical threat. If he can stretch the field and allow Lamb to work his magic underneath, Dallas's passing game gets a lot more dangerous.
Can I go backward real quick? Because I agree, right? Brandon Cooks obviously is going to matter a lot. That was an acknowledgement of the move, the problematic move with Amari Cooper and the way that did not work out for them. Okay, cool. Can I go backward to the biggest concern, I guess?
Sure.
Opie World on the Twitch chat makes a great point. Don't forget kicker. I don't know who the kicker is.
Neither do we.
Isn't that an issue considering how much a kicker factors into a football season? I understand it's not the end all be all, and sometimes people look at them like they're not football players, but they be putting up points.
I mean, for all we know, Rigo could be the kicker this upcoming season.
Rigo, you be kicking?
Sorry, you said what now?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't even worry about it.
I feel like it's not Rigo.
Tristan Vizcaino. I mean,
I can kick, yeah.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I can kick a little bit.
You gonna go to camp and try out for the Cowboys?
Probably not. No, I'm gonna get my stuff blocked.
Oh, wow.
That was very honest. I
no
appreciate
confidence,
that.
huh?
That's cool. I mean, you don't want that kicking if you don't got confidence, right?
Once you have a little more confidence in yourself.
Yeah, but if he's got to create the confidence, it's gonna be a problem, right?
No, we're gonna gas him up. You can go kick for the Cowboys. 'Cause at this point, you might as well be the kicker.
As I've said always, I'll say it again. I'm 5'5". That's scary stuff.
And what's that got to do with anything?
Thankfully, they kick from.
They
the
got a
ground.
cat shorter than you playing running back. He used to go to K-State.
What are you doing?
Oh, you're right. Ooh, thank you for gassing me up. I might just go draft.
I feel like that was Deuce Vaughn slander.
Cowboys.
I feel like that was Deuce Vaughn.
No, it's more so if anybody you can make it at any height in the NFL. No?
Y'all let me know. Was he slandering Deuce Vaughn?
I think that was a thank you. It's going to be a personal thank
It's
you
more
for me.
so
for
you can do
Deuce
it.
Vaughn. Yeah.
If no matter how hard you try, you can do it.
Yeah.
Turn my boy Deuce Vaughn into a PSA. That's nasty business. That boy can run. He can run.
You was about to say he can hoop.
But he can He can football hoop.
I love that football hoop.
He be hooping.
I love that. That's right, 817. That's who's going to be the kicker around here. Mason Crosby. You know what that is? That's a Mike McCarthy special. It's a big Mike special right there. Mason Crosby. Some of the strengths, weaknesses, and X factors going into the 2023 season for your Dallas Cowboys here on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Not awful weaknesses, though.
No.
I think that's the telltale of. I felt like that's the tale of this team is that they've done a good job of kind of mitigating weaknesses, and now they just got to go maximize the team that they have in front of them in the playoffs. Right?
I would say so.
Thanks, man.
I would say so. Coming up next here on the Get Right, Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, what is the anatomy of like a sports phenomenon? What really gets you going in that way? We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
large woodchuck. Anyway, try KFC's new Ultimate Barbecue Fried Chicken Sandwich. It's a barbecue in every bite. That's finger-licking good. For a limited time at participating locations while supplies last, prices may vary.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333. I mess up on threes.
Just keep hitting 3 until they answer.
It's the Get Right for Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Look, man, the amount of threes that are in that phone number, I can only imagine how that has not tripped up more people.
333-3333.
333-3333.
I just can't talk tonight. I'm sorry, guys.
Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
See?
Reach out to Frankel and Frankel.
Teamwork makes the dream work. It's the Get Right for Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Regal Mendoza holding it down for you here. What makes a true sports phenomenon? Because as Rigo will find in his DMs, this highlight of Shohei Ohtani here that he'll play for me in just a moment. This is just our opportunity to marvel at some of the incredible, athletes of today. And really for us, again, text line 877-811-1053, the brainchild of Reginald Atatula and what's a true sports phenomenon.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this recently, in part because of a couple of players, baseball players. Shohei Ohtani, you mentioned one of them. Ellie De La Cruz as well. Like Ellie especially, because I think it might have been like a week ago where we were sitting here just gushing over what Ellie De La Cruz is. And I think one of the things I mentioned is like, he's just so fast, right? And I was like, what are the things that like captivate you about a sports player, team? Like what creates that level of like captivation, if that's even the word, which I don't think that is.
Here's an example of one particular phenomenon that's currently happening in our midst. Shout out to the Rangers. Here you go. Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani hits one in the air, left center field, hit well. Robert is back, so is Benintendi. It's gone! Shohei Ohtani with his second of the night. And the Angels add to the lead. It's 3-1.
That crack is wild.
Okay, so that was from the other night when he had the nerve to not only hit 2 home runs in a game, but then also strike out 10 and only allow 1 run. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that Shohei Ohtani is on these days.
Yeah, GQ Sports even put together a whole like brain melting season by the numbers as it pertains to Shohei Ohtani. If you ever want, I could just like throw out a thing like 31. Shohei Ohtani had 31 has 31 home runs in the season, which puts him atop of the MLB leaderboard. It also makes 60 homers a real possibility for him, something that only 6 other players have accomplished. Right, so it should be pointed out that nobody else who did that also pitched at the very same time. So I guess, all right, if we're starting to break down the anatomy of like what captivates you, what makes a sports phenomenon captivating, is like, I guess just the rarity of it. Obviously, like I don't want to say novelty because that sounds kind of condescending, but just like how rare it is. Because again, the idea you talk about this is like only 6 other players have done this thing that he is like barreling towards. So maybe it's just like the rarity of something and maybe having the opportunity to see something very particular happen.
I think for me, I guess some of the quote unquote, ingredients, if you will, of a true sports phenomenon. Rarity.
Yeah.
Part of it is the sport itself.
Interesting.
Like, for example,
if somebody is on record pace in pickleball, it's not gonna catch you.
Yeah, it's not gonna move me.
Like he is the greatest pickleballer we've ever seen. Yeah, that's fine.
But
that's okay.
If you watch, let's just use the 2 greatest players of the modern era, in soccer, for example, Messi and Ronaldo. Messi in his own right is a true generational phenomenon. Not just with the skill the IQ, but the sheer popularity that comes with not just him playing his sport, but the amount of skill he has displayed for such a long period of time. There's only a handful of players that have displayed that consistency of greatness for as long as they have, especially in a sport as difficult as soccer. And Messi is arguably the greatest that the sport has ever seen.
And so, some of that is not even just the sport itself, but like your attachment to the sport. Because for me, I can watch Messi play and just be like, yo, this is incredible. Because I have a fascination with soccer. Like where I imagine there's a decent amount of people in our listening audience who are like, I don't really care about soccer. So I can listen to you tell me that that Lionel Messi is great. And then I put it on, I'm like, all right, kind of. But you know what? I think that kind of also can work in the other way. If someone is doing something so incredible that even if I don't care about this sport, I'm here for it. Because I think that's something that people were pointing to when it came to like Tiger, right? There was the idea, the notion that, hey man, black folks don't really rock with the golf like that. And like, I don't think that's like, you can say that as a monolithic thing, but by and large, maybe you could say the demographics skew in such a way where it's like, yeah, there's not a ton of, and then people were looking up like, wait, hold on. He's doing what?
He's literally the greatest to ever do it.
He's demolishing Augusta right now. What are you talking about?
I'll never forget the year 2000 when he turned Pebble Beach into his personal playground and literally lapped the field repeatedly at Pebble Beach and destroyed the entire field over and over again. The year 2000 of Tiger Woods was incredible. That's what's funny. It gets me to, some other kind of phenomena that we kind of tend to think about a little bit. Some are bringing in, of course, with Wayne Gretzky and Barry Bonds and some of the great names that we've seen.
I think sometimes it's just like having a good stat, like the Gretzky, the idea that if you took away all his goals, he would still be the points leader in the history of the NHL.
It's insane.
What do you mean?
It's literally insane.
The game is about goals. It's like, yeah, he would still be the one.
He's the greatest passer and still be the greatest.
Still be the one.
But it gets me to two in particular, because you talk about sports that we don't necessarily relatively, pay attention to, and we really only pay attention to these two sports once every 4 years. Swimming and track and field. Michael Phelps.
Flat out dominance. How did I not get to flat out dominance?
Dominance is definitely an ingredient.
Yeah.
For sure. Because what Michael Phelps did over the course of, 4 or 5 Olympics? Either way, the obscene amount of gold medals. And it gets me to one of my favorite sports arguments of all time especially when it comes to phenomenons like this.
Mm-hmm.
Why I feel like of the two, what Usain Bolt did was even more impressive than Michael Phelps.
I like where you're going. Yes.
Okay. Now, long argument short, the access to, say, a sport like swimming isn't nearly, you don't have the kind of access.
It's a little bit more limiting than
track and field.
Yeah.
Anybody can get up and run.
Yeah.
It's a global thing. Swimming, in some ways, and we don't have time to get down to break down all the socioeconomics and everything that goes into your access to certain sports and what that looks like in certain communities, that kind of thing. Literally, though, Usain Bolt, the fastest man in the 100 and the 200, and was the fastest man on planet Earth.
It's wild that he was fast in the 100 too, because longer, lankier type dude, like you would think that he profiled better for 200. And he was just like, I'm just so good at this, I'll do the 100 too. It's fine. That's cool. I'll dominate that. So yeah, no, sheer dominance. But you saying actually brings me to an interesting point, because I was thinking about this as well. Another, as we're talking about, like what are the things that make up a sports phenomenon that create, a captivating sports phenomenon, and one of the things like charisma. Because you saying like the point, the smile
oozes it,
right? Obviously, Michael Jordan. It's funny because like he had that while also not having that. Does that make sense to me? Or to you rather? Like him as an individual is not like a wildly charismatic individual just in and of himself, but like somehow through like, I guess the marketing of it all, like the myth of him built in some ways. But there's some people like,
that's another part too. Yeah.
The myth building, because somebody was talking about media coverage and like,
but that comes with part of the dominance, the longevity, all of that. It kind of gets wrapped up to it. And I mean, for the 2-on-4, Floyd Mayweather, for example, and that's I think another element. It's kind of a pro wrestling element. The ability to
sell.
No, not necessarily that.
Okay,
that's a good point though. But the ability to remake yourself.
Huh?
Floyd Mayweather. Remember how what Floyd was originally? Floyd was Pretty Boy.
Yeah, Pretty Boy Floyd.
Then he realized, oh, I could become a marketing machine and start to promote my own self.
He said, why be a face when you can turn heel?
And became the biggest heel in the sport of boxing.
He said, they can like me, which is a certain strength. That's a certain strength of feeling. Hate is a lot stronger of a feeling. We can go that way.
Hey, Rigo, let me ask you a question. Your family members, what they know, and
this is real dangerous territory. I'm gonna go ahead and ISO right quick.
I'm just saying because it's a part of the whole Floyd Mayweather thing. What's the one thing that happened, every Cinco de Mayo for the most part over the better part of 15 or so years? It felt like
a Mexican boxer always fights on Cinco de Mayo.
And who was the most hated man in your family that particular day watching that fight?
Floyd Money Mayweather.
That's right.
To the point, like, didn't his uncle call him the Executioner?
Correct.
Real nasty business.
Nasty work.
Real nasty.
And guess what? He leaned all the way into it. And y'all hated Floyd Mayweather's guts, didn't y'all?
Yes, we did. Ouch.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Let me go cry in this corner real quick.
Rightfully so.
But I'm just saying that's part of a sports phenomenon. It's not just the level of love that an athlete can get, but the amount of hate, sports hate that he can generate, or literal hate from a particular fan base or an entire culture for their particular greatness and how he or she displays it in that particular way.
Y'all mind if I flip it real quick?
Please do.
What about love here? Serena and Venus Williams, and then obviously on the men's side, you've got Rafa Nadal and what's his name? Roger Federer.
Oh, like an appropriate foil. Is that where you're going for? Like,
kind of, sort of.
Like having the right like storyline. Because I guess this is where we can get back to basketball and talk about like the Lakers Celtics. Are Larry Bird and Magic Johnson as big if they don't come in at that same time and then build this like rivalry that tells a story?
It was a perfect dichotomy though. The whole West Coast, East Coast, the ethos of what West Coast, culture represented in terms of how it embodied itself through the Lakers. The same with East Coast ethos and how it embodied itself through Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics. Like, it was just a perfect mix of two different styles clashing that you're right with Magic and Larry coming together at the same time and then being the representatives of each of those franchises and the winning that they did and the battles they had. Incredible. And it's funny you mentioned, Venus is Serena Williams. I've said this before, and I don't know if you agree.
Mm-hmm.
If we put some of these, sports stories on the table, Venus and Serena Williams,
incredible rise to riches, like the greatest American story that you could probably tell.
Arguably the greatest American sports story you could tell.
Because then you also have to consider the socioeconomics of this, and
yes,
they won.
Yes, dominated a sport where
access and the money in order to provide the proper training and the proper tools was not necessarily there. I don't know, man. I don't know that we'll get to like a sufficient answer as to the why, but like it's really interesting to explore these things and like what makes it so that you go, oh, I'm just so invested in this. And I don't know. I just been thinking about that a lot, thinking about Ellie De La Cruz and the way that he has just had a fascinating run. And I guess some of that is just like, if it gets big enough in a certain period of time, like if it's condensed enough, because Ellie De La Cruz had the crazy run. I could point to Linsanity, right? Having that particular where it just all comes together to a head at a certain time. I don't know. I just thought it was fascinating. What makes us get so passionate about certain things in sports?
And it gave us an excuse to celebrate Shohei Ohtani. By the way, De La Cruz, my man is 6'5"
and fast,
and is a shortstop.
I think he's playing third.
Is he playing third now?
He's playing third now.
Either way, incredible athlete. But yeah, let those ride on the text line 877-881-1053. What goes and makes a true sports phenomenon. We'll read some of those throughout the rest of the show as well. It's to Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go inside the gray area where Michael Jordan disapproves of this and why Sriracha is causing this. Next on the Get Right.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be back after the 4th of July. Chris Young, Rangers GM, joins us at 4:20 as we recap.
50s and her 30s again. Soda's #1 in the USA for customer satisfaction. You go to SOTAweightloss.com, join our Soda family. You will let the weight go. It will not come back. And you, too, will be among the 98% shouting to the world that Soda truly is state of the art.
RJ Chapman here for my good friend Dr. Mark Bashar. Have you been losing your hair? And I was, trust me, steadily losing my hair. You don't have to go through the rest of your life bald. You can go do something about it with Dr. Mark Bashar, the first in the Southwest to have this robotic hair restoration treatment. He's done more of these than anybody else. And you can go see him. 817-473-2120. Mansfield and South Lake offices. Dr. Mark Bashara. Hit up markbasharamd.com. Tell him RJ Choppy for the fan sent you.
Total wellness optimization begins with my friends at Men's T Clinic. And if you have been putting off addressing symptoms of what might be low T, what are you waiting for? Mike Bassick here, Men's T Clinic founders Bobby and Derek, they understand the debilitating effects of low testosterone firsthand. T therapy changed their lives. It changed mine, and it can change yours too. Leave reduced drive, fatigue, and weight gain behind. Edge up with Men's T Clinic and get back to being you. 5 DFW locations. Call 972-GO-MEN's-T or visit menstclinic.com.
Rangers baseball is in full swing.
It's a bases-clearing double for Ezekiel Duran.
With the free Odyssey app, local fans can listen live all summer long, whether you're at the grill or at the pool.
Back on it, Olivares turns, watches, out of here! A grand slam for Aroldis Garcia.
Rangers baseball, Rangers announcers, streaming live on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Get in the game and download it today.
Drive to left field. Back on it, Olivares turns, watches, out of here!
The sounds of straight up Texas.
A grand slam.
Your Rangers play here on the Fan.
It's to get right for Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Rigo Mendoza hold it down for you here. I love how Reg was interested in how the rest of that bump was going to play out.
I didn't know there was songs that came to my mind that I was like, what song is this? And it was not the one I was anticipating.
The one that came to my mind immediately was Rugrats.
Oh, it does start with a drum roll. That's a great point.
Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Really appreciate you joining us here on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. And, of course, on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well. Search 105 through the Fan on YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button while you're there. We'll get you caught up at the top of the hour on the latest headlines on this Monday as we get you ready for your 4th of July Tuesday tomorrow.
You know what I like about Summer League? Outside of the idea that you're just watching like preseason basketball, when you have like a player who has already been in the league, like maybe a second-year guy or somebody that's kind of already solidified themselves, but they're still playing Summer League, how they just look like world beaters against the rest of these dudes that are like either coming in or these guys that are trying to prove themselves to try and get on or back on an NBA roster. Because like Keegan Murray is playing for the Sacramento Kings, and they're playing against like the Warriors Summer League team. And he just went through somebody's chest, and I was like, who is that? And I was like, oh, Keegan Murray, who has already proved that he can play in the NBA against a whole bunch of guys who, not sure. And you know what? That goes, sometimes it's fun to see like just one player who is clearly better than everybody else beat up on him. I don't know why. Just is.
Let's go inside the gray area here, where, of course, there is no gray area. Hey, man, do me a favor.
Uh-oh.
Pause that for a second. I want you to find me a song whose actor is actually good and doesn't have their shows canceled.
Wow!
Let's do that.
You've been thinking on that for a while, haven't you?
No, it really just came to me.
Okay.
Yeah, let's, we liked, folks who are good at their
Oh,
jobs.
and can we talk about the weekend in the Idol? Can we just like take a second to actually talk about it? Because the screenshots that I've seen, the dialogue is terrible. And
it's horrendous.
It's so bad.
It was horrendous.
That at least the dialogue is not his fault. The acting though is. And I've heard that he was so bad.
He was horrendous.
Did you watch it?
No, I saw a clip that just told me all I needed to know about the 5 episodes that apparently aired and then got canceled after that.
So I'm very intrigued to find out if this was like a directorial division or a decision rather. You're familiar with like the phrase carte blanche?
Yes.
Right? The way that he says it is hilarious to me. I think he says like carte blanche, something like that. And I was just like, did he decide to deliver it that way, or did they tell him to? So yeah, it wasn't good. Anyway.
Oh boy, yeah, that was a horrendous show. And the clips that I saw, it was awful.
If you're looking for a hate watch, The Idol on Max.
Good call there. As we are inside the gray area, we'll get to Michael Jordan and Sriracha here in a second.
What?
Yeah. Check this out. So this is coming from Mark Stein, of course, longtime NBA insider reporter.
Local.
That's right. No Florida tonight, 940. You're good. Don't worry about it. So apparently, of course, the Mavericks re-signed Dwight Powell to a 3-year, $12 million contract.
That's right.
Apparently, he took a pay cut to come back here because
and you had the nerve to talk crazy about that, man.
Don't act like I was the only one. Apparently, according to Stein, check this out. Sources say that the Houston Rockets, Houston's year one offer to Dwight Powell was richer than the $8 million Jock Landale will receive in the first year of a 4-year, $32 million deal in which only the first year is guaranteed. The Mavericks responded by offering Powell a 3-year, $12 million deal to counter the Houston pitch, but without compromising the $12.4 million mid-level exception that the Mavericks hope to snare a top restricted free agent forward, such as Portland's Matisse Thybulle.
That's right.
Or Boston's Grant Williams.
That's right. Dwight Powell, $10 million man. That's right.
In today's NBA,
in this economy,
the Houston Rockets, it appears, were prepared to offer Dwight Powell, at least in year one, at least $9 million, if not more, to come play for them.
The Rockets are like, money isn't real. They're like, you know what? They're like, look, man, Tillman Fertitta, the owner of the Rockets, or governor, as the parlance is for the NBA.
That's right.
They was like, look, man, he just going to use this money paying, what's his name, Dana Holgerson at the University of Houston. He not going to use it for nothing good. We might as well spend it.
So Dwight Powell.
Give it to Fred VanVleet. Give it to Dillon Brooks. Give it to Dwight Powell. I don't care. Just get the money away.
Give it to Jeff Green. Hell, give it to him.
That's right. Just spend the money somewhere.
So Dwight Powell took a pay cut.
That's right.
To come back here.
Because he loves Dallas so much. He's a part of the community. Mav for life.
Literally, a Mav for life.
You know that court where they have all the Mav names on it? He's like, look, man, that means something to me.
He will wind up working in the front office one day for the Mavericks.
He's going to be, yeah, for sure.
The headline goes
Go ahead and raise his jersey to the rafters.
Right now. Put it in the rafters.
Should I do the thing where I make Mavs fans madder than they should be?
Oh.
Okay.
No me gusta.
You realize the reason why Luka wears 77 is Dwight Powell. Because he wore 7 at Real Madrid, and he came here and was like, oh, 7 is taken. By whom?
Dwight Powell.
He's like, it's fine. I'll wear 77.
Oh, man. No matter what, Dwight Powell.
Good guy.
Very, very
I feel like you have to always remind people. Just always sprinkle that in there. Great guy.
You know what people are sick of doing that with?
Who?
Take a wild guess.
Dwight Powell?
Other than Dwight Powell.
On this Mavs team?
No, here in Dallas.
Who are we talking about?
Who do we always say? It's just great guy, great leader, on and off the. Yep.
Does he wear number 4?
That's right.
Okay, fantastic.
That's right.
Are we doing the we do all the off. I love it when in sports we talk about all like the intangible off court stuff because we don't have anything else nice to say. He's real. Just a real locker room guy.
And then sealed it by winning the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. Whew, literally the highest honor you can get.
All right. Okay. I think you had some stories about Sriracha.
Yes. The headline goes like this, gentlemen. Sriracha shortage creates black market and bottles are selling for absurd prices.
I don't understand. What's creating the shortage in Sriracha? Is it like the particular chili that they use, or do you know?
I'll tell you.
Okay, cool.
So, as the story goes, it's been more than a decade since Sriracha took the United States by storm as the hot sauce gave bacon a run for its money with the moment it had in the early 2010s. While that term technically refers to a generic condiment built on a foundation of chili peppers, garlic, and vinegar, it essentially synonymous with the red liquid contained in the Rooster Emblazoned and green capped bottles produced by Hui Fong Foods in California.
Mm-hmm. It's a really fascinating story if you can find out, the story of how he created that particular business. But continue.
That company has been producing its signature sriracha since founder David Chan perfected his recipe in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
But it also hit a few road bumps along the way, including a lawsuit that forced Hui Fong to fork over $23 million to the farm it had contracted to grow its jalapenos, and another filed by the city of Irwindale over the stench the factory emits.
Oh, you can sue over smelling?
Apparently.
Oh, it stink too much. I'm gonna sue.
That's right.
Oh boy.
Last year,
about to bring up some litigation.
Encountered another headache in the form of a drought in Mexico that resulted in the brand warning the retailers who carry its product it was gearing up for a sriracha shortage that could prevent it from meeting consumer demand.
It's always climate change, isn't it?
It may have taken a bit longer than expected, but according to CNN, those fears have now been realized thanks to the sriracha black market that has seemingly emerged as more and more people struggle to track down a source for their beloved rooster sauce. The outlet reports resellers are engaging in some impressive price gouging on eBay and Amazon, as one seller, check this out, on the former listed a 28-ounce bottle for a whopping $70, while another on the latter is peddling 2 packs of the same size for $124.
So the sriracha hitting y'all that is hitting y'all for that much, huh? Like they're like, I need it. Like, at what point does this become an addiction, guys? I need
y'all need sriracha that bad that y'all willing to pay $124 for it?
I need it.
Like, I don't personally engage in the sriracha sauce usage.
It's cool.
Oh, you partake in sriracha?
Time to time.
Rigo, are you a sriracha person?
Yeah, of course. Tapatio, Valentina, yeah, all of it. All of it. Give it to me.
Okay. Would you be willing to pay $124 for some sriracha?
Maybe not that much.
Okay.
He said maybe.
So it sounds like you would consider it.
I would consider it for a second, and then I'd come to my senses and be like, yeah, no, never mind. That's not worth it. Let's go to the Valentina line.
Yeah, there should be some other hot sauce that I can make go in this. I mean, obviously, it's particular, right? Sriracha's particular. Also, wasn't there a time where we had like the generic kind of condiment companies start making sriracha? Because like that is something that the story pointed to. Is like, yo, this is a very particular brand that a lot of people are fascinated with, the one that had a rooster on it with the green label and everything. Don't like Heinz make sriracha now?
Do they? I'm not trying to mess with that.
I mean, I understand why you wouldn't, but I'm saying if it gets that bad, it's like pay $70 or get generic brand sriracha. You know?
I mean, I guess so.
Like, hey, man, it's a drought for a little bit. Yeah. Or maybe this is ultimately the change you have to make. I don't know. But it's like, hey, man, decisions have to be made. And I know which way I typically would go. Maybe it's just I don't have money like that. Maybe when you got money like that, money not an issue. You just like, I'm going to ball out. But me personally, it'd be Heinz sriracha if I was it.
For the 817, I got a bottle of sriracha and Tabasco. I just went with the Tabasco on my rotisserie chicken.
Ooh, I haven't had rotisserie chicken in a minute. Now I'm hungry.
Shout out to His Airness, Michael Jordan, who was caught on video by TMZ when someone shouted at him, "Hey, Michael, you approve of your son Marcus dating Larsa?" To which Michael shouted quite clearly, "No."
Which one to say?
Michael not feeling the idea of his son Marcus. Was 32 years old, by the way.
What you want him to say? I bet he's gotten this question 11 times over the last. He's just like, leave me alone, please. I want to be, please exclude me from this narrative.
Do you think Michael would attend his son's wedding if he and Larsa got married?
Didn't we find out that like the Jordan boys didn't even get their own free shoes, that they had to buy them?
That's right, Daddy.
I'm not sure he loved them. if we're keeping it a buck.
Just because Jordan is your last name don't mean a damn thing.
If I could take it back, I would.
Earn them shoes.
I bet so, yeah, I don't know.
Your game say you can't earn them anyway.
He's a very competitive individual. Maybe not. Maybe I remember the time that Eric Gordon was I think he was like Mr. Basketball in Illinois or something like that. He was whooping they keisters. Them Jordan boys. Whoo, boy.
Because wouldn't you take liberty anytime you saw one of them Jordan boys on the court? I'm whooping your ass.
The worst part, every time. It had to be terrible for them boys.
Sight.
Because, they didn't choose to be Michael Jordan's sons, except now you got a target on your back all the time because it say boy. Jordan.
You know what? That's going to be one of the most fascinating things to watch this upcoming year.
Bronny.
Woo! The first time Bronny get put on a poster, it's going to be the greatest day in that young man's life, whomever it is. They decided to put Bronny on a poster.
All right, I'm going to leave it with this because we kind of got to go.
All right.
Somebody asked, would Scottie be invited to the wedding? And the answer is absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Not because he's any level of obviously ex-husband or any of that. Just because Scottie, he has no chill. Y'all been seeing him in the media. You think he's not going to act up when... Does anyone have a problem with this marriage? Please speak now or forever hold.
I object!
Scottie be up there. He'll unfurl one of them scrolls. I have things. I've prepared statements.
Marcus, where your daddy at? We playing a game of one-on-one right now.
And by the way, he wasn't that good, and he ain't get me paid.
Daddy was terrible anyway.
Yeah, no, he can't.
Non-playing ass.
He can't be here. No. Was that what we were supposed to talk about? I have no idea.
It was fun though.
Okay.
That's Inside the Gray Area here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines on this Monday night, including why this kicker is preparing for his 17th season, even though he doesn't have a team yet. Mike McCarthy. Next on the Get Right.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
Frequently when I talk about soda, weight loss, and nutrition, I like to rapid fire their reviews. And that's easy to do because in addition to my 5-star review and the other ones from our station, like from Mike, Wolchuk, Bobby, there are more than 7,600 Google reviews with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5 on sodaweightloss.com. But now I want to focus on a specific review from Lori because it encapsulates everything I love about soda. What an incredible journey this has been. I've been so pleased with the information, care, and support from my coach all along the way. I'm so pleased with how I feel. And look, I have so much energy. And at age 72, I feel like I did back in my 30s. And I'm no longer on medications that I've taken for years. I'm so excited to have a coach and support that will last me for years to come. So me, the rest of the fan crew, and now Lori are all part of the Soda family, and your potential body-changing journey begins at sodaweightloss.com by calling 1-800-555-6521 or visiting one of their 7 beautiful Metroplex locations. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the arts.
Friends, are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You can enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available.
best leasing company in the nation. Get any make, any model, anywhere. Call 972-35-LEASE or 817-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com and start leasing today.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Cholo, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour to Get Right with Reg and KG on 105 through The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Regal Mendoza holding it down for you, and you turn it on, leave it on station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. We're also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and also on YouTube as well. Search 105 through The Fan on YouTube and make sure you hit the subscribe button while you are there. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to get at us on Twitter, as we are with you until 11 o'clock tonight before we send you into your 4th of July Tuesday right here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Let's get you caught up on some of the latest headlines in the world of sports on this Monday night. Unfortunately, it was not a happy Monday for the good guys in the final game of their 4-game series in the Silver Boot series between the Rangers and the Astros. Unfortunately, Rigo, cut number 9, the Texas Rangers, after overcoming a 6-0 deficit, a 10-2 deficit to the Houston Astros. The Astros, unfortunately, get the final laugh at the end.
So we're knotted up. Abreu in scoring position for Chas McCormick, who swings and drives one up the alley in left center. It falls for the base hit. Jankowski cuts it off. Abreu scores. McCormick's at second with an RBI double. Back-to-back run-scoring doubles give Houston a 12-11 lead here in the ninth with only 1 out.
Unfortunately, the Rangers fall 12-11 in what was an absolute barn burner of a baseball game.
Yeah,
today.
real roller coaster vibes.
And what was hopefully the Rangers an opportunity to earn a split in this series. They do lose 3 of 4 to the Astros. Their lead in the AL West does remain at 3 games, though, as they get ready to take on the Boston Red Sox, as they get ready to move toward the All-Star break. But at the same time, a heartbreaking loss. That's how we kick off your headlines here on this Monday night.
Yeah, even more heartbreaking for me is, like, I think we discussed the first segment of the night. I feel like, for me, it's like it's put me in a place where I've acknowledged or I've accepted the idea that Martin Perez isn't the Martin Perez of last year. Like that probably was more anomalous, and he's more prone to, and of course, like, again, a 1 1/3 inning outing is not the entirety of who he is, but he's just he can get hit, and he has been getting hit a good amount, like good hard hits, unfortunately, on him. And so Rangers, I'm looking forward to Chris Young to hopefully add a starter at the trade deadline. Maybe I'm just doing the thing where now I'm adding unreasonable expectations, but another bullpen arm would be great, and a starter would be something that I think would be really beneficial for this team, because I think you're going to need more than Heaney's played pretty well. You talk about particularly Evaldi and Jonathan Gray have been really good. I think that adding another starter would be great, especially if this team. It feels like this team has the capability of contending in a real way. I mean, most power rankings have them as like at least the 3rd best team in baseball right now. And of course, there's a long way to go, but helping yourself get to reach the potential that I think this team is capable of, having another starter that you feel good about would go a long way.
Rangers at 50-35 on the season will continue their season tomorrow when they take on the Boston Red Sox. It's
a day game tomorrow, right?
It is a day game tomorrow. That's right. Your day will get started with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan before they lead it to Rangers pregame here on your home of the Texas Rangers. So the Rangers look to bounce back after a disappointing loss today at home. NBA Summer League underway. We were talking about Michael Jordan in our last segment, the outgoing governor of the Charlotte Hornets. His final gift to Charlotte was drafting Brandon Miller. And Brandon Miller made his debut tonight.
Oh, good for them. How did he do?
18 points.
That sounds great.
6 turnovers.
Maybe not as great.
And 7 fouls.
Wait, 7? Where did you get 7 from?
Well, in Summer League, you get 10 fouls in a game.
I didn't know that. I don't think how many people have gotten anywhere near 10 fouls.
Oh, that's a great question.
Like I wouldn't know.
Who was the first person to foul out with 10 fouls in a game?
Dang dog, they give you 10 of these. How did you manage to use all of them?
His first half was rousing, if you will. 5 points, 3 rebounds, 6 fouls on 1 of 5 shooting. So he had 6 fouls in the first half.
He just needed to settle in.
Is that what you?
You know what it was? You know how he was test driving. He was test driving the NBA. He was like, you know what? What does it feel like to get all 6 fouls? Let me just go ahead and get that out the way right quick. And then he was like, all right, I got that. Don't like how it felt. We'll go back to like playing good basketball. I think that's what happened.
Just wanted to test out the foul limit, huh?
That's right. Just see what's it feel like. So I know, it's like sometimes you got to figure out what it feels like to know that you don't want to do it no more. It's like sometimes with a child, when you're like, don't touch that, it's hot. And they're like, what's hot feel like? And then you like touch it real quick. Now you know it's hot and you don't want that to happen again. That was him with his 6 fouls.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Make sense?
I mean, no.
Okay,
but,
fantastic.
Congratulations
Excellent.
to Brandon Miller for, accomplishing that feat. Speaking of Summer League, shout out to Chet Holmgren.
Yes, playing some Summer League. Are they in Summer League right now, or are they going to?
They're playing in one of them classics before official Summer League begins.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is that we get into Summer League, it's like there's 3 different Summer Leagues. Wait, what? It used to be that there was one all the way across the country in Orlando, and then they was playing in Utah, and then they play in Las Vegas, and I'm like, guys, get it together.
Well, they're playing the Salt Lake City Classic along with the California Classic.
All right, so there's 3 locations. Obviously, the big Summer League is Vegas. That's
right.
where everybody wants
That's
to be.
right.
That is the convention of the NBA season.
That's right.
Is Summer League in Vegas. There's the California Classic, which has you in Sacramento. And then there's the Salt Lake Classic that has you in Salt Lake City, Utah, which is also. How fun is that? Do you think they do that intentionally, where they're like, look, man, we know that you a young man with a whole bunch of money that just got in your pocket. We're sending you to Salt Lake City. Don't do nothing stupid.
Low key though, Salt Lake City.
Oh, you can get active?
Kind of lit. Is that what the youth say still?
No.
Lit?
But
no?
That's fine.
No, get active is a little bit more in the vein.
But even
get
then,
active?
That's right. You got to get active.
Yeah.
Again, I don't even think I'm not trying to sound young. I want you to understand that. This is just what I feel like saying.
Oh, okay.
If it happens to sound young, that's okay.
All right, cool.
But speaking of youth, can I throw something in here?
Sure.
Young striker for FC Dallas, Jesus Ferreira, bagged a hat trick last night for the United States men's national team as they shut out Trinidad and Tobago. So yeah, it was a 6-0 win over Trinidad and Tobago in the CONCACAF Gold Cup group stage.
Oh, they beat the brakes off them boys. Huh?
Yeah, but look, it's the group stage. This is the part of the tournament where you probably should beat the brakes off. And also, like, the U.S. men's national team, they're basically sending, I don't know if it's like the B team, C team, I think. But Jesus Ferreira, who is like more of like an A team member for your men's national team, funny enough, he was out there doing what he's supposed to do, and it's the second hat trick in as many games for the U.S. Scored the first 3 goals, in fact, in the victory against Trinidad and Tobago, and he scored 3 against St. Kitts and Nevis on Wednesday, or last Wednesday as well. So he is the first United States men's national team player to score hat tricks in consecutive matches, and he also, when he's not, getting caps for the United States men's national team, is your striker for FC Dallas. So yeah, just felt like a little shout out to that man doing the damn thing on the international stage when he's typically doing the damn thing up in Frisco.
And that was the only game that was played for the Gold Cup yesterday.
That's right. We don't have to talk about Mexico.
Nope.
Oh, we don't? Oh, no. Okay.
He don't want to talk about Mexico.
Cool. All right, cool.
I don't want to do that to him or
cool.
our brothers and sisters.
No problem.
Who are fans of Mexico.
No problem. Gotcha.
Is Memo on this team?
Memo is on this team, but he let, unfortunately, a goal slip, and we lost to Qatar yesterday, 1-0.
Oh, that's tough.
That is very tough, yeah. And other extracurricular activities were happening outside of the pitch. So
that sounds like it. Yep.
Yeah. Not a fan of that at all.
Y'all couldn't let Memo have the tournament off?
No, we need, and our backup keeper to Ochoa, who's a young cat by the name of Acevedo, he gets injured all the time. He's too injury prone. And then we had another cat by the name of Malagon, and he wasn't that good either. He let a goal slip. I believe I can't remember what that team was, but yeah, he let a really, really bad goal slip. So Mexico's goalkeeper situation is not that good right now.
To put this in football terms, like, look, the Gold Cup, people are basically treating this like it's preseason football. And we have gotten to the third drive when the starter's not supposed to be in, except Memo Ochoa, who is older than dirt, is still out here. And I'm like, hey man, y'all need to let Memo rest.
I just want my team to get their goalkeeper, situation fixed.
All right, we talking Manchester United at this point?
With David De Gea.
Don't nobody care about this.
Wow.
I thought I already exhausted the soccer talk, and then my friend Rodrigo started talking about Mexico, and I was like, I'll do that. And I was like, we can't do the Manchester United.
I just wanted to
People will revolt.
I just wanted to throw that in there. That's all.
Okay, fantastic.
I have thoughts about that, but whatever.
Sign Onana, please, now.
Okay.
Immediately.
Shout out to Anthony Edwards today. My man got a rookie max extension.
Make money.
That could be worth $260 million. Minnesota Timberwolves All-Star guard Anthony Edwards has agreed to a 5-year designated rookie max contract extension that could be worth $260 million.
And he should.
And you know who he's represented by?
CEO of Clutch Sports, Rich Paul.
No.
Damn. Because he feel like Rich Paul, his name was on everything.
Everything.
Who's he represent? Is it Duffy?
Bill Duffy.
Oh, look at Duffy getting folks money.
Shares the same agent as
DeAndre Ayton
and
Luka Doncic.
Fantastic. That's right.
I was trying to think of another one so I could keep delaying.
So you know what that means, right?
Oh, he's going to play for
We're going to get DeAndre Ayton.
Yep.
And Anthony Edwards.
Celebrate. Go ahead and celebrate, Mavs fans. You're just going to get the whole Bill Duffy agency here.
Let's play the game real quick.
Oh, no.
A squad of Luka, Kyrie, Anthony Edwards, DeAndre Ayton.
You don't have cap space anymore. That's not how this works.
All right.
Me and you gonna be hooping for the Mavs.
We're the Suns right now. We're the Suns.
Me and you gonna be hooping on the Mavs at that point.
All right, cool. And you?
Yep.
NBA title contender? Luka, Kyrie, Anthony Edwards, DeAndre Ayton, and you.
No.
Oh, no?
There's not enough defense.
Oh, wow.
There's not.
Okay. All right.
Also, DeAndre Ayton gonna be upset he's not getting the basketball.
By the way, the only NBA player with 1,500 points and 100 steals in each of the last 2 seasons.
The dude is a bona fide star.
Anthony Edwards.
Like, Anthony Edwards should be the face of that franchise right now. He kind of is. Except, Karl Anthony Towns kind of there doing that thing.
Shout out to Karl Anthony Towns.
But, like, if I am the front office of the Minnesota Timberwolves, my whole perspective goes, how do we make it best for Anthony Edwards? And what's funny is I'm pretty sure Anthony Edwards likes playing with Karl Anthony Towns. However, if he was in this place where he was neutral, I might consider trading the greatest shooting big man as let him tell it. I might consider, hey, anybody want this? What you willing to give me for him? Because he's that good. And it's not even just that he's good, the mentality that he has. Because the juxtaposition of the mentality that he has compared to Cat is stark. Like, Cat is wildly talented, but he gets in these places where he allows himself to get big boyed, or he's not aggressive. And you know who's going to be aggressive and try and dunk through your chest? Anthony Edwards.
Yes.
He's a dude that likes the pressure. He likes the ball in his hand. I know sometimes these things can be like overrated, these notions, but like he shows up in those ways. So yeah, no, I love the way that dude kicks it.
What's you giving up for Karl Anthony Towns for the Mavericks?
Ooh. He's so talented. Well, first of all, I don't know if you have the stuff to do that. However, that first round pick gone.
Yep.
I might consider one, if not both, of the young cats.
Oh, you give up Green and Hardy.
The problem, he's so talented.
So you give up the number one that got left.
Yeah.
Josh Green and Jaden Hardy go get Karl Anthony Towns.
Woo! I think about it because
that's a steep price.
You don't have a lot of stuff.
That's a steep price.
You don't have a lot of stuff. And they can have Rashawn Holmes.
Damn.
I might go one of the young cats, Rashawn Holmes in the first. Do you think that's the problem? It's like, do you think that's enough to do it?
I don't think so. I mean,
and
the
problem is like once you get the dude with all the talent in here, now you got to deal with the dude.
Correct.
It's like, hey, you big. Nah, I'll be out here shooting threes, so I'm good.
And him standing next to the Dirk statue. Talking about he's the greatest big man. Shoot a big man of all time.
That'd be fun.
Oh boy, that would be a lot. That would be a lot to give up. Yeah.
I don't know why. The idea from the 972, they said Cat is badly built, and so is Luka. We can't have two bad built players on the same team. And just the notion of
bad built.
Calling the folks bad built is the most hilarious thing. Oh, that's so funny.
And
do it for Siakam? Yeah, 10 times. 10 times. Because Siakam.
You give up Green, Hardy, and the future number one for Pascal Siakam. Whew. So that's a lot.
I think I would.
Oh, wow.
He fits so. Did he make All-NBA at any point? I think that he made. At least I could call him a All-Star. But like, he can do the offensive stuff. He excels at the defensive stuff. Like, I think he fits well next to those guys. Size, all that. Yeah, two-time All-NBA player.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's okay. Finally, real quick note in Major League Baseball. Unfortunately, the Dodgers had to place Clayton Kershaw on the injured list due to an ailing left shoulder. The left-hander has been battling inflammation in his pitching shoulder for the past 6 days and was placed on the injured list the day he was initially scheduled to make his 17th start of the season. And it looks like he's going to be missing the All-Star game because of it. Kershaw, who recently received a cortisone injection, is eligible to be activated as early as July 15th, the Dodgers' second game after the All-Star break. So,
is this going to get us another Brave in here? Because the Braves have enough. There are enough of you in this game.
Well, they've won 9 straight now. The Braves are tearing it up, man. They are tearing it up.
They have 8 All-Stars.
Wow.
8.
So they have the most in baseball then. Because the Rangers have the most in the American
It's the
League.
most in a season in franchise history.
Good gracious. By the way, Kershaw, 35 years old, 10-4 with a 2.55 ERA while striking out 105 batters and 95 in the third inning. Kershaw's incredible, man. Incredible.
Realistically speaking, who is the best defensive player that would be available, like actually available right now?
That's a good question.
Because I'm thinking like free agents is one, but then also like trade available. That's the tough part, is like who's actually available when we start talking about trades, you know?
Yeah, I'm thinking on that. That's interesting. Well, so many headlines here on the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next year on the Get Right.
Let's do some partially July 4th themed this or that next.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian.
Amos, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0829 or go to myiRSteam.com.
Blood donations are at their lowest in the summer, but you can help. In just 1 hour, you can donate blood with Carter Blood Care to help local patients in need. So take a break, donate blood, save lives. Visit carterbloodcare.org.
The Rangers are on their way to Boston, where tomorrow on the 4th of July, they open a 3-game series with the Red Sox. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow's day game gets underway at noon on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Back here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Rigo Mendoza holding it down for you. Really appreciate you joining us here on your home of the Cowboys, the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to give us a follow there on Twitter as we lead you into your 4th of July Tuesday. Really appreciate you hanging out with us here on The Fan. The text line, 877-881-1053. We're live on Twitch and on YouTube as well.
I think it's also, I feel like I should note that there is a flash flood warning in Collin County. I believe you were saying that earlier there was one in Denton County, but I know that for sure that there's one in effect in Collin County until after midnight. So all our listeners, if you reside in Collin County, probably in Denton County, also beware of that flash flood warning.
Right now it's time for this.
I don't know what. Oh. What's happening, fellas?
Yo!
It's been a while.
Yeah, I was like, I can't start unless the music starts. It's a rule that I just created right now.
That's right.
Well, happy holiday to everybody, because it's basically almost the 4th of July.
That's right.
Are people gonna be lighting off fireworks right now?
In my neck of the woods, absolutely.
Yeah, let me know. 877-881-1053. Are fireworks going off right now?
You know what's the funniest and my favorite part about the 4th of July?
What's that?
Is that no matter how illegal it is in every single neighborhood,
Who gonna stop me? Who gonna stop me?
Who is gonna stop people from lighting fireworks? And so much so that there's whole shops of fireworks stands.
Just the pop-up shops. They just
everywhere.
I just love the idea that like maybe there's like a palotero running around with like fireworks, ringing a bell. Come on down, get your fireworks. I
just want to know how much money they make just in this time frame alone.
They make all of it
to be able to like sustain themselves throughout the entire year.
Strategic Insomnia on Twitch says they've been lighting off fireworks since Saturday around there. So
not Saturday.
Yes, they started. They said if I'm not at work, these fireworks are getting lit. Which more power to you. Just make sure to keep all your limbs and appendages and all those things.
Please be safe.
That's exactly what happens on my block, PG.
That is the way that I do not.
Please be safe.
I do not be lighting stuff. From the 870, just left a show in Roanoke. Okay, shout out. 214, they're shooting them off like crazy in East Dallas over White Rock Lake right now. Don't be snitching. You know that's not legal in the boundary, so don't be snitching. But I appreciate you letting us know.
They know what they're doing.
Also, I just recently, I haven't started the game. The game is, I should be letting you know, but I saw like a professional firework, like what it looks like from the actual when they're lighting it. And when I tell you like whatever the actual firework that they're lighting is or that they put into the cannon and light, that thing looked like a holiday ham. I didn't realize that they were that big, like when it came down to loading them, and then it fired up in the air and left, like a giant explosion. But I was just like, oh, so that's what they're firing off? They're firing off just like explosives that look like giant hams in these professional shows? Yeah, keep that 1,000% away from me and my family, because that sounds like
terrifying.
Yeah, carnage. This is this or that. The segment is very simple. I will put forward a statement. Kevin, Rodrigo, and you will let me know whether you agree this or disagree that. All right. So, 4th of July is coming on, which means it's time. It's what I like to term a eating holiday. Right. There's some holidays that are just kind of general holidays, and there's some holidays that are eating holidays.
That's right. Shout out to Thanksgiving.
That is food's birthday.
That's right.
As I like to call it, Thanksgiving. But yes, 4th of July, eating holiday, because you're going to a cookout. And if you're not going to a cookout, what are you doing, right? And with that being said, I'm here to be brave but controversial at the same time.
Oh.
Barbecue chicken is a better food selection than hamburgers at a cookout. KG, this or that.
That. Yeah.
Why? Why do you say that?
You know, I don't have a great answer for that. It just is.
It's just where you go to?
Yep.
All right, while you work on
I was
that
trying to
answer.
think of something real profound. Couldn't come up with nothing. It's just better. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Rodrigo, barbecue chicken greater than hamburger at the cookout. This or that.
That, I mean, you love yourself a good hamburger. You gotta have yourself a good hamburger. Always.
The flavor profile is just better when you get the barbecue chicken, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
And I get that, like it's even a summertime food. You could even throw that down and be a summertime food, but it's just
just like a regular hamburger. Y'all taking that over like some great barbecue chicken.
Hold on, if you know how to make that hamburger right, it turns from being a normal, ordinary hamburger to being a delicious, delectable item. I'm there.
Someone from the 860, this if I'm just there to eat. Okay, that's fair, right? Because I understand the hamburger is an easier cook than making sure that you get the chicken all right and, marinated and everything. From the 972, it's too easy to mess up barbecue chicken. Hamburgers are more foolproof, so it's better. That's a fair point. I get that, right? Like you can't just be eating everybody's barbecue chicken, end up with this dry chicken.
That's a great answer, 972. It is. That's a great point. I would agree with that.
And then at that point, you just got to go back to like extra barbecue sauce. You just down bad.
Just sauce it up. Is that the ultimate disrespect to somebody's barbecue?
Putting barbecue sauce on it?
Like, no, you got to like over like.
Oh yeah, like just drenching in barbecue sauce.
Yeah, drenching in barbecue sauce.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah. Chicken is the answer to one.
Besides, like just trying to throw it on the ground or something. Like that would be the ultimate disrespect. But I feel like nobody's doing that.
Not
But yeah,
throw it on the ground.
Yeah.
What? Wow. I feel like that's uberly disrespectful.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It'd be more disrespectful.
But that's taking it to. Have you done that before?
No. You think I waste food? That's crazy. You don't know my mama.
What'd she say?
You said it was such like, conviction. Like that's something that you've actually done.
See, now the
before.
thing about it is if I threw chicken on the ground, it wouldn't be what she says. Let's keep it at that. All right.
Good point.
When we talk about eating, we talk about the 4th of July.
That's
One
right.
thing comes to mind. It is the Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest.
That's right.
And over this weekend, I don't remember who I was talking to, but they were like, yeah, the hot dog eating contest was on. I was like, what do you mean? It's not the 4th of July. And they were like, yeah, I think they're doing it early, or maybe they're doing 2 of them or whatever. It's just on TV. And I was like, watching the hot dog eating contest on any day that is not actively the 4th of July is unhinged behavior. Kevin Gray, this or that.
Is completely unhinged behavior?
That's right.
Yeah, for sure this. Yeah. Like the very thought of a hot dog eating. Like what was the statistic we heard today?
Oh yes, the length of hot dogs that Joey Chestnut has eaten in hot dog eating contests all together would be twice the size or twice the height of the Liberty.
The Statue of Liberty?
Statue of Liberty. I was like, the words left my brain as soon as I was about to say it. But yes.
That physically makes me ill. Like imagine eating that many hot dogs, twice the size of the Statue of Liberty. That's insane.
This is an interesting curveball as I'm preparing to get your answer, Rodrigo, from Dogberry99 on the Switch. That watching it any day is unhinged.
Sure. Yeah.
I feel like it's just like part of the spirit of the day. If you at the house and you got ESPN on, there goes the hot dog eating contest.
Hey, let me give you a suggestion.
Okay.
You ready for the suggestion?
Probably not, but okay.
Turn the damn TV off.
KG is telling people to go touch some grass.
That's right. Get outside.
Much like Elon Musk apparently telling y'all to get outside and put the Twitter.
That's not why that happened. Let me tell you. That is not why that happened.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was like, do people watch the rerun or do people run it back? Like, I missed the hot dog eating contest. Let me go back and watch it.
If you watch a rerun of the hot dog eating contest, not just watch a rerun.
He's wow.
Not just watch a rerun, but watch both the men's and women's competition. You're a sicko. Complete sicko.
Wait, you can't watch the women's competition too? Wow, KG's against equality. That's crazy. Rodrigo.
No.
Rodrigo.
Stop watching the hot dog.
Watching the hot dog eating contest on any day that is not the 4th of July is unhinged behavior, this or that.
This. I mean, there's a time and a place for everything, and it's not, if it's not the 4th of July, then why are you watching the hot dog eating contest? There's no point in it.
You know? Why? What are we doing here?
It's like opening your Christmas presents on the 22nd.
Except instead of the Christmas present, you're watching.
I feel like that was
you're watching someone.
Hold on. First of all, I feel like that was a personal attack.
Oh, you be opening your Christmas presents 3 days early?
I didn't know that.
That's my birthday.
Oh, I was not aware of that. I apologize, Mr. Kevin Gray Jr. I'm so sorry.
You be getting one present, huh?
I feel like you came from me and my very, child personal situation there, Rigo, and I don't appreciate that.
I very much apologize. I was not aware that was your birthday.
I feel like you did, and you exploited that moment.
I did not, but.
Shout out to the 972 informing that the
No.
Oh no.
Oh, you haven't gotten over this yet? You're still dealing with it?
No, it's a very traumatic experience. Thank you.
What, getting the one present for both your Christmas and your birthday?
Imagine that. Your friends get to open up, 2 sets of gifts, a year.
You got the one.
I got the one because they felt it was easier to combine.
Important question. Very
Why
important.
Did I pick that random day, man?
Very important question.
Yeah, why
here.
did you?
But a very important follow-up question.
Sure.
How often did you look at the gift and price it out in your head and say, this is not worth 2 gifts?
Every time. Because I knew what the objective was. Once I figured it out, they're doing this on purpose. I know that these 2 gifts combined are not what they should be based off if they bought one of each individually.
KG, you went full Dudley from Harry Potter on them?
KG's like, he ain't watching no Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
It's witchcraft. I don't watch
that. Was probably wow. Wow. Gonna zoom right past that one. And right back to so 972 let us know that was last year's hot dog contest that was on TV. That's really terrible behavior by ESPN. Don't do that. However, this year's is still tomorrow. I was really concerned because somebody was like, yeah, they do 2 contests a year.
You
and
were
I was
concerned about that?
Yeah, because they were like, yeah, there's a contest you do it on Saturday and then they do it again on Tuesday. I was like, what are you talking about? That's insane. It's insane. You know how crazy it'd be to be like, hey, Joey Chestnut, eat 76 hot dogs. Now do it again 3 days later. That's wild. Anyways, with that being the case, you could eat 10 hot dogs in the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest, which is like 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 10 hot dogs. You could complete that challenge. Kevin Gray, this or that.
10 hot dogs in 10 minutes?
10 hot dogs. I think
my body size says that I can do that.
Okay. All right. I was trying to go back and look at the competition, like the results, and see if I could find like the least eaten in any one of these competitions by the men. And I saw 2 years ago somebody ate 17 in 10 minutes. And I was like, okay, but I couldn't go back any further. These, as you might imagine, not extensive records kept on the hot dog eating contest. So I was going to set the line at 17, but I wanted to gauge your reaction to 10 first. And there's someone on the 940 saying this is not hard. Rodrigo, 10 hot dogs in 10 minutes. You think you got it?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Give it to me. I'm down for it.
Because there's that's bun and dog in 10 minutes. And I feel like with eating challenges, people have like too high of a belief in themselves. But what if I go to 17? If I go to the least amount that I've seen recorded to have been eaten in this contest, 17, this or that.
For you?
No, I'm asking you guys.
No, that
17 is just a bridge too far.
Yeah, it's just
you couldn't even place in the contest.
Hell, 11 might be. Yeah, 17. No, can't do it.
Rodrigo?
Do I think you could do it?
Could you do it?
Could I do it? Yeah.
17?
I think I could, yeah.
Ain't no way.
Put me to the test. Why not? I'm down for it.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm down for it. I might get sick to my stomach and...
Not might. Will.
Okay, I will get sick to my stomach, but you know what? I'm down for it. Let's give it a shot.
Shout out to Eric, who's a truck driver listening in Searcy, Arkansas, I think is what I see in here. He said, KG, he feels your pain. His birthday falls on or near Father's Day. Do you feel like that's the same, or you got it harder than him?
With all due respect to Mr. Man in Arkansas, that is not even close. It's not even close. I sympathize with your plight.
You were like,
that's not even close.
KG was like, what? They gave you 2 ties? I don't understand. KG's like, I wanted that Nintendo.
Right. And you gave me this. Whatever. But I sympathize with your plight, Mr. Arkansas man.
I appreciate you, 214. Barbecue chicken is the way to go. If you can get barbecue chicken tomorrow, barbecue chicken alert.
Barbecue chicken.
Make sure you get some barbecue chicken. And that's how we do this or that, I guess.
That's right.
Okay. Cersei.
Okay.
Thank you, A70.
Thank you. It might be the same person. By the way, shout out to Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball. Both of them.
Rookie extension max.
You remember who the number 2 pick was in that 2020 draft?
Edwards was 1. Ooh, who was number 2?
James Wiseman.
He playing Detroit now.
It's the final call next.
They hot dogs. We don't say glizzies out here, but how many you want?
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Another dinger? Wow, what a game! Mark, you're the man for springing these seats.
My pleasure, buddy. I've got some extra spending cash these days, and I'm happy to share.
Extra cash? You driving rideshare or something?
The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Training camp at Oxnard is coming, and we'll be there for you. Our coverage kicks off Tuesday, July 25th, up until the regular season.
To the goal line. Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
On your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's final call here on the Get Right Reggie KG on 105 through The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula. Rigo Mendoza holding down for here one final time here on this Monday night. Really appreciate you joining us here on 105 through The Fan on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. If you want to get in on the conversation.
Someone on the text line from the 817 said that they're Albert and Fort Worth and they did 15 hot dogs in 10 minutes tonight, and that is wild. That's wild behavior.
The question I have for you is why?
They wanted to find out. Science. They did it for science, KG.
Science.
That's right. You had never been like curious and went and like tried to figure it out? Like you ain't never tried to find out how many licks it would take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
They're playing the mess around and find out game.
That's the
Thanks for the self-censorship.
Great job, Rigo. Great job. It's the final call to get right before we get out of here on this Monday night here. I want to thank Nick Angstaff for joining us at 8:20 tonight, talking a little Mavericks basketball. Nick was a lot more active talking about the Mavs than the Mavs were themselves in free agency.
All right. What is wrong? What are you on today? What happened?
Just saying. I told you we're only doing this once a week. So, got to get it all in while we can. They'll be fine. They'll figure it out. Apparently, according to, as we are in the final call, according to Mark Stein, apparently. I love Mark Stein and his threads that he's got going on these days with his Substack stuff.
Is that where he called you a superstar?
It was, actually.
Okay.
He said in response to one person's question about the Mavericks like Mo Bamba, but at present they have 4 centers.
I like the Mo Bamba too. It was a fun song. Got the people going. You know what I mean?
Not that.
What you mean, the player?
The player.
Okay.
The Mavs like Mo Bamba, but at present they have 4 centers. They can't sign a center until they move 2 out. That's why they couldn't get Andre Drummond or Jackson Hayes, and they had to take Rashawn Holmes on to get the number 24 pick. You do that with that what you wish.
Okay. Like I guess he's a center with depressed value. It just I'm starting to believe that he has depressed value for a reason. Because he just did not find the court with the Lakers. And that was like I did think that he had some there was maybe a reclamation project in there. But I'm concerned, especially when you consider what the Mavericks need.
Let me just tell you this.
They need a dude who can be a starting center who you can kind of depend a little bit on what they're doing.
You know how down bad you got to be to turn to Mo Bamba as a solution to your center problem. Down bad. Real bad. Shout out to Chicago, though. You see the street race for NASCAR over the weekend?
Yeah, except didn't it get rained out pretty heavy?
It did. There was a lot of rain. It did wind up having a finish, though.
Oh, I didn't even watch it. I could have watched it.
A lot of people did watch it, though. Apparently, 4.795 million viewers on NBC watched the NASCAR Chicago street race.
Oh, that's why it's on NBC. For some reason, when NASCAR ends up on NBC, I'm like, I don't know. They put it on Fox. I'm like, okay.
It was its most watched race since 2017.
Wow. And I feel like people, maybe this is just anecdotal because since when the pandemic hit and there was a little more time, they started getting back to racing. I was like, I'll watch some racing, and I've been in. I felt like they've had a little uptake, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just it's taking a little while to get back to that same feel. This is 2017, as you said, but that's good for them, man. And it's an interesting thing that they're trying to do a little bit more road racing outside of the circuits and tracks that you'll go and find like this is actually street racing and, going out and building a track almost like F1 would. Now, the tough part about it is that at that point you put yourself at the mercy of things like the weather, which they did and made it really tough for them to get that race done.
Mm-hmm. As we continue.
Ooh, 901. How many legit centers are there in the league? Ooh, that's a tough question because also I need to define what you mean by legit centers.
I was about to make a Mavs joke, but I refrained.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Buzzer.
Oh, that's the app, right?
The streaming startup backed by Michael Jordan, Kevin Durant, and other stars has announced
shutting it down.
It will shut down.
Yeah.
Founded in 2020, its app allowed fans to stream parts of live sports on their phones in exchange for micropayments as low as $1.
Yeah,
so you could watch bits and pieces of a game.
Yeah, whatever, just the part that you're trying to watch. But the tough part about it is if you're not watching it in full, like the notion of the internet, highlights and clips are things that end up on the internet all the time. And they happen pretty quickly, funny enough, in a lot of places. Like there's not a long turnaround or lag in trying to figure out what happened and see it. So I figured that that'd be tough. Plus also like the streaming rights type situations, I figured would be some level of like, red tape nightmare. But yeah, I appreciate them trying to, figure out something to do and do something different, but it always seemed like it would be a little tough.
Yeah, that sounded ill-conceived, not gonna lie to you.
I mean, it's easy to say afterwards, and and I'm saying that for myself too, right? Like all the analysis I'm just giving, it's very easy to say all this stuff afterwards. In the moment, it's like I get how you see an idea, and maybe you're like, let's go ahead and leg it out and see if we can figure out a way to make it go.
The NBA is planning to host its first ever NBA Con in Las Vegas next weekend.
Is that not what Summer League is?
The event will coincide with Summer League and include themed quote-unquote neighborhoods, including fashion, collectibles, art, tech, and music. Tickets range from $30 to $250.
Okay. All right.
Seem rather jarred by that.
I guess they're trying to in some ways get their level of like, I want to say the fan experience that you get during the Super Bowl, right? And you can't really do that with the finals because of the nature of it. All-Star Weekend is kind of particular to itself, so I guess this is the NBA event that you can kind of try and gin up some of that level of feeling. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you do that during the finals?
Well, the finals, one, is not static. Two, you can't plan ahead, right? You can't plan ahead and know, because it takes a good amount of planning to get those types of things done.
Yeah.
You don't know some people think that this stuff is rigged and then you can plan ahead, but no, you can't plan ahead on that.
870 says centers don't matter. Positionless basketball is here to stay. If you're a 7-footer who can't shoot, find him something else to do.
I feel like you're trolling. I appreciate you texting. I appreciate even more that you listen. You don't
agree with that position?
No. Although, like, if you're 7 foot and you can shoot, big plus. Like, I was rewatching the Metropolitans game versus G League Ignite, in which you saw Victor Wembanyama take on Scoot Henderson, and I saw Victor Wembanyama in transition on the move run directly into the corner and take a leaning 3-pointer, like a runner kind of that went in like from the corner. That's not what people do. And he made it. I was just like, oh, this is not fair. How does this happen? So like, yeah, if you can do that, that's cool. But otherwise, like being 7 foot, shooting is not the biggest portion. If you can impose your will with that height, that's the bigger thing.
Appreciate to all of you who joined us tonight on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed anything, make sure you hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app. You can listen to any episode anytime on demand. For Rigo, my partner, Reginald Atatula, my name is Kevin Gray. This has been the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Y'all be good. We'll talk to you later.
Be easy.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Did you know more than 60% of men and 40% of women struggle with hair loss, thinning, or a receding hair